backgrounds in psychology, Russian writing, master's degrees in public administration and criminal justice, and you're welcome for your positivity and uniqueness. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Close your eyes. Say goodnight. Dream, 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 dream. I woke up G, guys, but yeah, we're not going to the gym today. Queen Mother woke up and she's like she doesn't want to go to the gym today. So we ain't going to the gym, but we are going to stick to the regularly scheduled 8 a.m. live stream. We have started the stream a little bit early this morning, but it's okay. Remember, I live stream. Hey, how are you doing today? I'm 8981. Glad you could be here. I'm uniquely Mia, also known as Mia, and the algorithm knew you wanted to be part of a community where you are welcome for your positivity and uniqueness. Hey, Andy. Andy Santiago said they just posted another story in my blog on the Great Wall of China, on the Great Purge, on the Great End of the World, on the Great Beginning, on the Great what, Andy? My collar is messed up. Do you guys like collars? I like collars, but I don't because it's always difficult to like keep it flat sometimes, I find. You just got home, you was in bed. Okay, okay, well, nice, nice. Glad you were able to get home. Hopefully, you got home safely. And it's very early to now be getting home unless you are tuning in from like another country. That's understandable. So what country are you tuning in from, Andy? I'm tuning in from the United States of America, and here in the US of A, it is 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Hey, Dawson, glad you could be here. Andy said, join me for my new role on Thursday, June. I have an opening in ASDY. I need you back on the list. I can't stop. I'm sorry, please. Back on what list? I've never been on any list to my knowledge. So, Andy, I have no idea what you're talking about, but if you could provide some clarification, we'd greatly appreciate it. Yes, Dawson, it's been a while since you've been on stream. Glad you could be here. Hey, Ivory, how's everything going with you today, Ivory? Good morning slash grand rising to you. Ivory said they stopped by to hear your sweet voice and see your pretty face. Enjoy your day. I'm just going to start working. All right, all right. Thank you so much for your kind words, Ivory. Really appreciate it. I do hope you have a good work day today. Work hard, don't work too hard, right? If you're working for yourself, work as hard as you can. But if you're working for somebody else, work hard, don't work too hard. And hopefully you have a great day today. Andy said, just got home. I had my hair appointment. I have my haircut. Okay, very nice, very nice. How did you get your haircut? Did you go more so for the mohawk style? Did you go for like a bald headed style? And those are the only styles that I know. I mean, did you get some bangs in front of your face? What type of style did you get? I always wanted bangs. I always thought bangs would be cool when I was a kid, but like my hair is too long, and for me to get bangs, I would have to cut my natural hair, and I'm not cutting my natural hair. But when I was a kid, I was like, bangs would be fun, right? But then again, I don't like hair in my face, so I don't think Uniquely Mia can ever realistically get bangs and would actually like it. Dawson said, I'm on a road trip coming back from Florida. Very nice, very nice. Road trips are really fun. When I was younger, my mom and I, we used to go on road trips. I liked it because we used to stop at a lot of shopping malls along the way. That was fun to like window shop. And then you got to go through a lot of different states, which was cool. It just sucked when we had to sleep because sleeping in a car is not the most comfortable. However, I will admit I had the whole back seat to myself, so it was okay. It was pretty good. But the car used to be really full, so sometimes I literally had to like squeeze. But road trips are fun. I like road trips. Andy said they just got home. I had my okay, read that, read that. Hey Arnell, how are you doing today? Grand rising slash good morning to you. Wow, it's 4:30 a.m. in San Francisco and you're now going to work, Arnell. Well, shout out to you. You woke up bright and early and you're heading off to work today. I hope you have a great work day today, Arnell. What's the weather like in San Francisco? You are in the world of Charmed, right? Isn't that where Charmed was? They were in San Francisco. Andy said, they just got home. Okay, Andy, no need to spam. No need to spam, Andy, alrighty? You're 2 hours away from home from Florida. Okay, cool. It's for myself. See you later. All right, all right. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next live stream or the comment section of my full nutritional YouTube video or YouTube shorts, Ivory. Hey, how are you doing? 6168. What's on my head? This is called a hairnet. And within the hairnet, I have braids. which is in curlers. So yeah, if you guys want to see the hairstyle, all you got to do is check out my most recent YouTube Shorts video. Well, not my most recent now, but like check out my YouTube Shorts video because I did post like a hair review there. Andy said they just got back home. I was in bed for the first 2 hour period. Well, yeah, I would hope that you would get some sleep, right? At least for more than 2 hours in a day, right? People said we need 8 hours. I really think it's more than 8 hours because sometimes, like, I'll literally time myself and be like, okay, I'm just going to get 8 hours of sleep. And then that's when you're really tired. So, like, sometimes more than 8 hours of sleep is better than the recommended amount. And why are you spamming? You don't need to spam. I will get. That's funny. But I love the emojis. I like how you change it every time you write the similar comment. But good morning slash grand rising to everyone on the live stream. Shout out to you guys if you are a returning supporter. If you are a new viewer here, don't forget to like the video. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. On this channel, I have fashion videos, education videos, hair videos, nail videos, live streams, travel videos, eating videos, and a lot more. As I said, I have a Bachelor of Science in Psychology, Professional Writing, Master's degrees in Public Administration and Criminal Justice. And would love to know, how are you guys doing? Normally, my mom and I would be at the gym doing a gym stream this early morning for y'all. However, she doesn't want to go to the gym this morning. So alas, we are not going to the gym this morning. Love the emojis, love the emojis, Andy. Hey, how are you doing, Fred? Glad you could be here. Have I ever ate some spam with scrambled? No, I've never had spam with scrambled eggs. What even is spam? Like, what type of meat is spam? Is the important question, I think. I think that's an important question right there. Dawson said, my friend is joining. She will be here soon. Okay, nice. Shout out to you, Dawson. Thank you so much for sharing out the Uniquely Mia channel to your friends. Your friend is more than welcome on the channel. As I always say, let's not gatekeep Uniquely Mia, all right? We need to share the Uniquely Mia channel out to your friends, to your family members, so they can benefit from the positivity and uniqueness of immersing themselves into the content that we have on the channel, alrighty? Andy said they just got home and I'm going to bed. I will talk with my dad and then, okay, then I'll head to your place, pick you guys up. What? Yeah, what? I'm confused now. No, you can meet me on the stream. Y'all, I do not meet supporters in real life unless it's an official meet and greet. I mean, in person, unless it's an official meet and greet. Alrighty, Andy? Hey, how you doing, Broken? Glad you could be here. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Just eat the spam. But I do want the answer to. So I've never had spam, but now that you say that, Broken, I'm really not going to eat spam now. Because why did you say that? Like, is this some type of processed meat? Is it like fake meat? Like, what is spam? Because I always hear people talking about, hey, I'm making spam and eggs. I'm making spam with toast and like beans. And I'm like, what in the world is spam? They don't say if it's pork. They don't say if it's chicken. They don't say if it's turkey. They just say it's spam. Fred said, I'm going to let you go to the store and buy a can and read the ingredients on it. Oh, to figure out what spam is. All right. Hey 50, how are you doing today? Still got that video of you shaving your back in high school. Bro, that was awesome. What? Okay. Okay. Hey, how are you doing, Preppy? Glad you could be here. How's everything going today? Spam is literally dog food. Don't eat it then, guys. It's not good. What's in my hair? It's a hairnet with some curlers. So I got my hair done with braids, and the ends are really, really curly. So I do want to preserve the curls for as long as possible. So we have it curled up. Join the conversation, Andy said, and share some tips and ideas what we need from this week's workshop with and our new. Oh, okay. Um, but how's everyone doing today? What country y'all tuning in from? What are you guys planning on eating for breakfast today? Obviously, if you're tuning in from a country where it's no longer breakfast, it's probably lunch or dinner. Would love to know, what are you guys doing? I know some supporters are heading off to work this early morning. Others are going back into their house from being outside this early morning or late afternoon, depending on where y'all tuning in from. Would love to know. Would love to know. As I said, I'm uniquely Mia, also known as Mia. I didn't eat any breakfast yet because I literally woke up like I don't know, 30 minutes ago. I don't know, an hour ago. So yeah, it's too early to eat breakfast, right? Normally we live stream the gym workout. So if you are a supporter, like, hey Mia, I want you to I thought you were gonna live stream. You're my exercising buddy. This is the point in time where you either listen to this live stream as a podcast in your ear, or you check out one of my previous live streams that I did when I was at the gym and you watch it recorded. So that way it's like we're still working out together. Hey, how are you doing, Dawson? Glad you could be here. You used to eat around 9:49 a.m. Okay, it's a good time to eat breakfast. It's a good time to eat breakfast. I never really timed like when I ate breakfast because sometimes I'm not, sometimes I'm hungry, sometimes I'm not, right? Like sometimes I'll wake up and I'm like, I'm really hungry for breakfast. Where's breakfast? Where's breakfast? Other times I'll wake up, guys, and it's like, I'm not hungry. So, yeah. So I never really ate according to a particular time. You just eat when you're hungry. I know a lot of cultures do that. A lot of cultures, some cultures eat like 4 meals a day, 5 meals a day. Some cultures eat 2 meals a day, right? Or 1 meal a day because they only eat when they're hungry. They don't eat just to like say, oh, it's breakfast time. But what's your favorite meal though, guys? Do you prefer breakfast, lunch, or dinner as your favorite meal? For my favorite meal, it would have to be either most likely lunch because like I don't always eat dinner, right? But for lunch, you can eat anything for lunch. You can eat like breakfast food for lunch if you want. You can eat like dinner food for lunch if you want, lunch food if you want. So yeah, that has more options midday. I like breakfast food, but like it ain't all that. It's okay. Depends on what you eat too. Fred said, since you have a degree in criminal justice, will R. Kelly and P. Diddy get out? I mean, haven't they already been like convicted or whatever? So, I mean, that answer is already answered. So, yeah. Yeah, that answer's already answered. And if you look at the sentence, as long as they have not received life imprisonment for the crimes that they committed, right? Then one day, for sure, right? They will be released. So, yeah. Gotta put my rings back on. Wait, yeah, that's right hand. So take it off to go to the gym because I need jewelry cleaner. I need to clean my ring. Not dirty. It's not dirty. It's just oily. I moisturize my nails a lot, so like that gets in the rings. Do you have a Snapchat? I have TikTok you can follow me on. I have YouTube you can follow me on. You can also follow me on Instagram, but I don't post a lot on Instagram at Uniquely Mia. So yeah, I recommend subscribing to my TikTok and YouTube channel at Uniquely Mia, where you guys can support and enjoy the content. So yeah, I do not have Snapchat. Downloaded it one time, but it was just, I didn't figure out how to operate it. I didn't see the point. And the point of it to me was just people taking pictures with like ear emojis. So yeah, just deleted it. Didn't really like that social media application. So yeah. But guys, how are you doing today? How are you doing today? Hallie, glad you could be on the stream, Hallie. What's the weather like where you guys are at today? I don't know what the weather is like outside in New York because I did not go outside, nor did I check the weather today. But I don't hear any rain, and it's a little gray, is what I'm seeing. So excuse me, it leads me to believe it may be, obviously, it's not going to be hot yet. Then again, this weather in New York, it really can't decide what it wants to do, guys, because one day it will be like 2 days ago in New York, it was like 70 degrees. And then the day after, it dropped to like 40 degrees. And then the day after that, it dropped to like 30 degrees again. So It's like cold, it's hot, I can't decide what it wants to do. Hey, how are you doing, King? Glad you could be here. Okay, it's cold in Philly. Yeah, I went to Philadelphia, took a day trip to Philadelphia, Queen Mother. If you guys want to check out that video, go to my YouTube homepage, click playlist, and click the Philadelphia playlist videos to see what we did. When we went there, it was like cold in the day, but like in the afternoon, it got hotter in the afternoon, much warmer. But how are you doing today? King, glad you could be here. Hey, Bruce, glad you could be here. Like Bruce Wayne, Bruce Lee, those are the only two Bruces that I know. I mean, I know Bruce Kingston now because you're on the stream, but welcome, welcome. That fishnet hair. Yes, it is a hairnet, but it is definitely a fishnet. I'm sure they took inspiration from fishnets, right? Whoever created the hairnet for the hair was probably a fishing person or liked fishing a lot, right? And they probably looked and was like, hey, this holds fish. This fishnet holds fish pretty well, right? Pretty well. There's people who have a large amount of hair or long hair, and they need something to hold up their hair as well. So I would not be surprised if the person who created a hairnet got inspiration from a fishnet, honestly. But how are you doing today, Bruce? Dawson said, bye, Mia. I'm gonna go have a blessed day. Hope you reach 10K. Thank you so much for your kind words, Dawson. Hopefully I see you in the next live stream or the comment section of my full instructional YouTube video or YouTube shorts. And for sure, one day we will definitely reach 10K supporters. So shout out to you and everyone else who has subscribed to Uniquely Mia channel and is contributing to us making it to 10K supporters. Hey, Fred, glad you could be here. Fred said, if a Jehovah Witness comes to your door, do you let a man or go away? Not really sure what your question means, but I'm going to assume that you're asking if I'll let them come in or answer their door. I don't answer the door, honestly. Like, that's one thing. If somebody knocks on my door and nobody texted me beforehand that they were coming over, I'm not opening that door. That person will stand outside and continue to knock. I've seen enough horror movies. Like, I don't understand it. Like, there are people who exist. People will knock on their door and they will open the door and they don't know who's at the door. And you guys are probably like, Mia, that's the point of a door, but like, what? That's why anytime somebody's knocking on the door, me and my mom, we don't answer it. Like if it's a family member, they literally have to call us beforehand that they're coming over because they know if they knock on our door, we are not answering that door if you didn't tell us you were coming over. Even if we know you're coming over, you got to call us again to tell us you're outside now. So yeah, Jehovah Witness, I would never really speak to them if they knock on my door because they will just continue to knock until they realize I'm not opening that door. So yeah. Hey, Evan, glad you could be here. Good morning / grand rising to you, Evan. How's everything going with you? You're hungry? Definitely get something to eat for sure, because you're 5 hours ahead too, so it's around lunchtime where you're at. What's for lunch, Evan? Did you eat breakfast already? Hey Josh, glad you could be here. How are you doing today? What's my TikTok? Uniquely Mia. So the same exact spelling we have on YouTube, UNIQUELY, Mia, MIA, same exact username information on TikTok. And my TikTok is actually linked. So if you go to my YouTube homepage, click links, there'll be like a link that's going to take you directly to TikTok. And it's the same face that you'll see, so you'll know it's Uniquely Mia when you see it. Vic said, would you give money to a panhandler on the street? It depends on the situation, for sure. I mean, sometimes for sure, like obviously, like if the panhandler is like performing, like if they're like performing, singing a song and I like the song, or if they're playing an instrument and I like the instrument, or if they're dancing and I like the dance, for sure, I'll drop like some money in there. I mean, it's not a ridiculous amount, right? Because I'm not rich, but I'll give you guys what I can afford to do, right? But if it's just like a random person like on the street with a sign up saying they need money, sometimes I'll give, sometimes I won't, because I'm very, very peculiar or skeptical about giving individuals such as that money who's just like just have a sign with a sad story, because I know my mom said in the past one time she gave somebody like some money who had like the sign and a sad story on the sign, and then after she literally saw that person go in a big fancy car. So yeah, it really depends, but sometimes I'll give, sometimes I won't. It honestly just depends what your story is, what you're doing, and how I feel on that particular day. So yeah, not consistent with it. What about you? Do you do that? And then there's also a lot of governmental assistance that exists too. So that's another thing too why I'm like, okay, that's why sometimes I'm skeptical about giving people money because I feel like if you don't study it, you don't know about it a lot. And yeah, there are other things that needs to be that people need to do to get governmental assistance. You need to have an address to get that sometimes, right? But from studying public administration, I know the government has a lot of money and there are a lot of programs available to help people who are experiencing unhousedness, right? Or who are just extremely low income and need money, right? So sometimes I'm like, I'm not going to give you money. Just go to the government and they'll be able to help you with that too, right? So like I said, just depends on the situation. Um, I don't know what that is, fat pigeon. What's in that for? It's a hairnet to hold up my hair. Um, Hey, how are you doing, Uncle Jukebox? How's everything going with you today? Glad you could be here. Glad you could be here. Yes, we have a podcasting microphone. I say a podcasting microphone, but it's just a microphone that I like to use when I'm streaming from the Unique Lumia studio. When I remember, I think it makes my voice a lot more clear and crisp for y'all to hear. So it's always fun to utilize the mic when I remember to do so. Sometimes I don't remember to do it. Sometimes I remember to do it. But yeah, but how's everyone doing today? Glad you guys could be on the stream. As I said today, for all the returning supporters, you guys are probably like, Mia, why aren't you at the gym today? Just because Queen Mother doesn't want to go to the gym today. So we are taking another break from the gym. But would love to know, what are you guys doing today? What did you guys eat for breakfast? It is Sunday. So what are your Sunday plans? Okay. Okay. I'm not speaking about inappropriate things, and that's kind of like, I mean, it's a biological human function, fat pigeon, but I don't want to talk about that, so I'm not going to be responding to those to that comment. Alrighty. Hey, how are you doing? Glad you could be here. Crone, glad you could be here. How's everything going with you? Um, Queen Mother is doing good. She's doing good. I think she's still sleeping. So, yeah. But how are you doing today? Glad you could be here. It is bright and early, guys. It's like 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in America right now, at least in New York. And that's not the earliest time to be awake, right? My mom wakes up earlier sometimes. I wake up earlier sometimes. But it's like the weekend, right? So it's like when you don't have to wake up, you like to just lie down a little bit if you don't have to be up. So, that's what we're doing. That's what she's doing, I guess. Forgot about this necklace. I need to put this on, but the hook always needs to fix. That's the only thing. But I'm gonna put my necklace back on. I might get tangled. I don't know. Might put my necklace back on. I like the charm mostly. I can honestly take the Sagittarius charm and probably hook it on my bracelet too. You have all the power rings. I always get that when I put my rings back on. You guys are like, people have often told me that I'm collecting the Infinity Stones. But I guess we can say I have the power ring. So yes, this is the power of Pinkalicious and Pinkness. If you're being mean, the power of Pinkalicious and Pinkness will make you sweet and nice. If this is the power of Silver Protection from the lion, right? So this protects you from all the evil supernatural things. Then we have the two panthers. This is the power of teamwork. The two panthers working together to protect people. Or me, because since they are my rings. This is, I don't know. What is this? This is the power of uniqueness, and since you don't see a lot of rings shaped like this, right, this ring will bestow uniqueness on individuals, right, who wear the ring and allow them to not really care about what society thinks, as long as you are not breaking any rules, right, and you're being nice and respectful. This ring right here is the power of purple and blue in education. Combined with the power of pink, it makes you a supreme academic weapon, you can say. This is the power of blue stone. Combined with these three, it makes you an ultimate academic weapon. And then this ring is the power of protection and positive energy once again. So yeah, these are my power rings, you can say. But glad you could be here. Glad you could be here. No good. How's everything going with you? Fred said, I'm not hitting on you. You have ever been in love? Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm in love with my mom. I'm in love with God. I'm in love with myself. I'm in love with my husbands, which are right here. These are this meet public administration, meet criminal justice, and meet psychology and professional writing. I'm in love with traveling. I'm in love with food. Give me some chocolate cake right now. Chocolate cake is so very, very delicious. Very delicious. I'm in love with a lot of things. Love my phone. Love my money. I'm in love with money. Love my hair. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of things. There's a lot, Fred. A lot of things, dude. No good said. Those are awesome. Thank you so much. OMG, you're beautiful and smart. Thank you so much for your kind words. You're really, really, really kind of you to say that. Really appreciate it. What are you saying? OMG, you're beautiful and smart, but a man. Okay. Okay. Wait, what? I'm kind of confused now. No good. What do you mean? What do you good? I think you need to phrase that a little better for me to understand 100%. So, like I said, I think I'm gonna take off the charm and I'm gonna put it on one of my bracelets. Cause I like the necklace, but I don't think I'll wear it because the hook needs to fix. Seems like I love my necklace. I love necklaces, but all my necklaces, guys, the hooks were not made good. So my mom needs to fix it for me. So I have like three necklaces. I had a nameplate that I loved, but then the hook fell off, so I can't wear my nameplate anymore. So, but I like this. This is Sagittarius. Shout out to all the Sagittariuses. Best sign ever. I'm biased to myself, and I'm a Sagittarius. If you are not a Sagittarius, but you are uniquely me a supporter, um, you are still a very good, awesome zodiac sign. But be biased towards yourself, guys, because ain't nobody else gonna be biased towards you except for you. Um, you love all that but a man. Just because I didn't name a man that I love doesn't mean I don't love a man. Like what? You guys make a lot of assumptions, guys. What? I love my grandfather, right? My grandfather's a man. Love my nephew. He's really cool. So, yeah. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday in yourself. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to In Your Soul. What are you doing to In Yourself for your birthday? Eat a lot of cake on your birthday. If cake's not your forte, eat your favorite meal because we all have to eat. Queen Mother is still sleeping, so that's why you don't hear her singing along with me. But I will definitely tell her In Your Soul. This is really, really awesome. So very important questions In Your Soul. What type of dessert are you having for your birthday? What is your cake flavor looking like? What are you doing for your birthday, most importantly, right? And did you get any gifts for your birthday? Love birthdays. Birthdays are really, really fun. Birthdays are really fun. Okay. That's not a question, no good though. That's a statement. You said you love all that but a man. That's a statement. That's not a question. But yeah. Um, but yeah. Um, what are you saying? No good acts or said, you're really cool, but are you a feminist? Of course I'm a feminist. Of course. Of course, there's a new term that emerged that more perfectly defines uniquely Mia, but y'all not ready to hear that term in my standpoint of that one. But for the purposes of this, yes, I am a feminist. I am a feminist, but there's a new word that has emerged to describe feminists, but people who are like extremely feminist, right? So 100% uniquely me as a feminist. The question is, are you a feminist? That's a more important question. And if you're not a feminist, why are you not a feminist if you are, oh, my bracelet's too big. Oh, you know what happened? This can't be used as a charm because I had another bracelet. I had another one that I took for my mom that was much skinnier, and the charm was able to fit, but this one is more fatter. I think the other one broke. I'm telling you, I don't be breaking the bracelets. It's like, I don't know if it's the way they're made for some reason. So I can't even wear my Sagittarius charm unless I want to wear the necklace, and I don't want to wear the necklace because the hook isn't the best. So we got to put the Sagittarius charm up. Until another day, Sagittarius charm. I took off my bracelet. I don't know how to put it back on by myself. I don't think. I need help from my mom. My nails prevent me from putting this on, so Queen Mother has to help me. Um, Hey, Live, how are you doing today? Glad you could be here. Glad you could be here. You like my name? Yeah, it's a pretty cool name. It's like live, reporting to you live from the Uniquely Mia channel. And you could be like, are you referring to me, Uniquely Mia? You just said live, right? So you could trip some people up for sure, for sure. How are you doing today, Live? You're going to a restaurant by the water. Sounds fun in your soul. Very nice, very nice. I hope you have an awesome day on your birthday in your soul. Shout out to you for always being uniquely a supporter. Really, really, really means a lot. And glad you're able to spend part of your birthday, little few minutes on the channel, right? So, sounds exciting. Going to the restaurant. You're gonna not cook today, right? And then you're gonna have a beautiful scenery, hopefully, right? That you're gonna be looking at as well, which is nice. Evan said they're a feminist. Okay, okay, nice, nice. Love to see it. Love to see it. The bracelet doesn't like me. The bracelet's a non-living thing. Where is it? I think it's personification. It was a long time since I learned that. But we're not going to put human qualities on a non-living thing. This thing is not living. This thing is not breathing. This thing is a piece of silver. It has no feelings. Okay? No feelings. Um, and you're so sad. Ooh, yes. Strawberry cake is really good. Like strawberry shortcake, but strawberry cake by itself is good too. I've had strawberry cake before. But they're probably all gonna have chocolate cake at the restaurant. Okay, so you're getting the cake at the restaurant. You're not gonna like buy it beforehand. Okay, okay. Well, Walmart, I mean, if a Walmart's close by and you really want the strawberry cake, look at a Walmart in your cell. To my knowledge, Walmart has some good cake and they definitely have like a variety of flavors sometimes. But chocolate cake is good. Do you like chocolate or no? Chocolate cake or no? Yeah, it's not an issue being a feminist. I'm just curious. You asked me, so are you guys feminists? What do you guys think? Let's see. Let's do a poll. You guys might be scared to answer in the chat, so I'll do a poll. I don't see your answers in the poll when it's anonymous. Okay. Alrighty, so if you guys want to answer the poll, feel free to do so. It's anonymous, right? It's anonymous. I just like to get the poll opinions just to see your thought process with things, right? And the poll responses often pivots to like a little bit of an educational content type thing, which is pretty cool. So yeah. What are you saying? What are you saying? Hey, how are you doing? Okay, read that one. Read that one. Evan said, well, men have no choice. Men have no choice of what, Evan? Of being a feminist. I mean, men do have a choice of being a feminist. That's why we see a lot of men in society and a lot of laws that exist in society disproportionately benefit men more so than women, right? That's what we see that a lot in society, right? So men don't want the world to be feminist, right? Men don't want that. However, reality check for all the men or people who said no, the world is a feminist and it is transitioning to be more feminist inclusion, right? Because that's why females have equal opportunity to men, right? So yeah, and it's not even totally equal, but it's getting there for sure, for sure. But why do they always break? The jury? I don't know. I think, it's the hook most of the time because I'm very careful. I try to be careful with my arm, but to my knowledge, my bracelets, stuff like that, my jewelry, it's never pulled on anything. So I think it's just the way that it's made sometimes. The way the jewelry is made sometimes, it just like I guess wear and tear, it just falls off my hand because I've had necklaces, like most of my necklaces that the hook is broke, it's just fallen off of my neck. So the hook, it just got like I guess old or it wasn't a good hook to begin with. For the bracelets that has broken for me, it's just falled off of my hand, right? So that's why 9 times out of 10 my jewelry breaks sometimes. But yeah. Green said it's either you the problem or the bracelet. The bracelet isn't human, so yeah, it's not human. So what you're saying it's me, I mean that's kind of flawed. You can't really do that but like it's wear and tear how it's made. But yeah. Hey, no good. It's your bracelet. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh, you identify as bracelet. Okay, okay. Um okay. No, you cannot be a bracelet. You can be a human being. Evan said, "Yes, I meant men have no choice in whether we decide." I meant mean. Oh, are you saying, oh, you have no choice, Evan, is what you're saying in deciding if you're a feminist or not? Okay, okay. Who made it? Somebody in Guyana. They have like jewelry makers in Guyana, so they make all the jewelry. Well, they don't make all the jewelry, but they make most of the jewelry. Yeah, this is a talking stream. You guys are always like, I'm just yapping. I don't know if you realize, guys, but this is a talking stream. We do have ASMR live streams and videos, but this isn't it. And if you think I'm talking a lot and you're leaving a lot of comments, you are talking a lot too. So we're both yapping together. Love to yap. This is a yapping stream, right? Normally we'd be at the gym right now, but Queen Mother doesn't want to go to the gym, so we transition it into a yapping stream because I do live stream at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so we are adhering to the schedule as much as possible this year, right? So yap along. We could yap about the most random stuff, yap about the most educational stuff, or yap about nothing and just be staring at each other, or I'll be staring at me. And you guys will either leave because I'm staring at you guys and freaking out, or you may stay and you're just like, how long can she stare at herself for? That would be really funny. How long can you stare at yourself for? But yeah, it's a yapping stream. And Evan is like, no good. What else would she do? Right? Because this is a yapping stream. In Your Soul said feminism doesn't equal opportunities for women nor men. Yes, it does in Your Soul. What is your definition of feminism? Feminism advocates. Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying a little bit because you're saying In Your Soul said feminism doesn't equal opportunities for women nor men. I get what you're saying a little bit, but that statement is also a little bit flawed. I feel like most people, when they see feminism, they're like, oh, you're excluding men. Yes, we're excluding men in feminism because, as I said in the past, um, historically, society is set up for you as a man. So why in the world would a group of females come together, start something that's advocating for females' opportunity and also want to advocate for men as well? Go and create your own group, men. Go create your own group, men, for that one, or just don't do anything. Society is already built for you as a man, right? So, yes, so feminism isn't really advocating for men opportunities, it's advocating for female opportunities, right? Because men opportunities, it doesn't need any more advocacy because it's just a blatant truth, guys. Because females for so long, if you look back 20, 30 years, females were not allowed to work, right? Females were often excluded from the workplace, right? So feminism had to advocate for opportunities for females to enter these spaces, right? For them to just get to the level of where men are at, right? So now that it is somewhat, it's not equal yet because in 2026, males are still paid more than females, right? It's not 100% equal yet, but feminism continues to advocate for it, right? And that's why I always say feminism is not just for females. If you are a man, you should be a feminist, and you can be a feminist if you are a man too. Why? Because at the end of the day, um, you are saying, I am not scared. I am not intimidated if my competition is a female. That's what it is essentially saying, if you think about it, right? So, huh? Yeah, because some men may have daughters, some men may have sisters, mothers, grandmothers, right? So, yeah, feminism is not advocating for men. It's not a men group, but men can be part of it, right? If you are just somebody who's fair, right? So, yeah. Yeah, a just and fair person, right? So that's what it's all about, honestly. Um, Two should wield it together. I don't know what you mean. What is a feminist? And yeah, that's why I always say, even if you are a feminist, right? Or let's say you're not a feminist, right? Let's say you are a man and you're not a feminist. So you guys are like, I hate feminism if you're a man and you're not feminist. Do you have a disability? Are you a white male who have a disability? Are you a white male who is part of the LGBTQ community? Are you a white male who knows somebody who's part of the LGBT community? Are you a white male who knows somebody who has a disability? You better advocate for feminism because it is because of feminists and feminism that these individuals who are not women, but who are just not a white straight male in society have the protections and rights that they do, right? Because you will see that a lot. People will be like, I'm not a feminist. However, they're gay and they're not a feminist. What is wrong with you? Take away feminism. Take away the Civil Rights Act of 1964. You don't got nothing. You will be persecuted, right? You will be persecuted, right? So it's just really funny to me when you see thought processes like that occurring on social media, right? And because people really don't know, it's an umbrella term, feminism, right? It's for this one thing, but at the end of the day, it is an umbrella term that is very broad and includes all these different things too. But thank you, thank you. Glad you like my hair. Thank you, Charles. How are you doing today? You work at Christy Karen? No, who is that? What is that? Do you mean Krispy Kreme? Um, as a non-binary born male, you like feminism and you like what I'm saying. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, and like you, and at least you know, right? Because you are able to say you're a non-binary born male. You're able to identify as non-binary because of the umbrella term feminism. That's just allowing the equal opportunity in the Civil Rights Act to exist, right? So it's because of all these things, right? So yeah. No good. It is able to be a bracelet because of as Queen Mother just said, no good. You're able to be a bracelet because of feminism, right? You want to identify as a bracelet? Thank feminism, right? Thank feminists who advocated for this. Evan said, men have too many rights above women. I'm not talking about the law, just in general, people's views of women are always bad. I don't think people's views of women are always bad, Evan. I think people's views of women, not all people, I can't speak on most people, but I get what you're saying. I feel like society, when they just think about females and when they're not supportive of feminism, I more so think they just think feminists, they just think women are weaker than men and women are supposed to be child bearers or whatever. Fun fact for you guys, in the United States, guys, the majority is now females who do not have children. If you're an American, you may not like that. If you're an American male who don't like feminism, most females between ages 20 to like 40, the majority is no longer them having kids. The majority is them no longer having a lot of kids. The majority is them being independent and working and traveling and not getting married and not adhering to the traditional female roles, right? Not a lot of men will like that. And by default, not a lot of men will like feminists because that is becoming the new norm for people, right? Just saying we don't have to adhere to these traditional household and these traditional gendered roles that has been given to females, right? So I feel like, Evan, a lot of people see females as that's their worth. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do that. You're supposed to take care of the male and be in the house and cook and clean and just have all their kids and all that, right? But that's not the norm anymore. So because of that, men will not like females. But I do agree, Evan, that yeah, for a lot of people and for just in history, yeah. Yeah, but I feel like Evan, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So I do agree with that statement a little bit. I get what you're saying for sure, for sure.
Fighting back. They just have something. They'll just know what feminist does.
What?
Feminists, you see, feminists give women strength and power to not argue with a man, to just walk away.
Oh yeah.
Because when prior to being a feminist,
Mm-hmm.
in order for a woman to live the lifestyle that she needs,
Feminism for life.
depend on her
Yeah.
so her husband could have
I like that
not
comment.
give her the attention.
Mm-hmm.
He could have not give her the love. He could have abused her in so many different ways, and her survival depended on him. But what happened with feminists, it became an equal playing field.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah, that's true.
so if a woman is making this much,
Mm-hmm.
he got to go above and beyond. So his job become even harder.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody want to do extra work.
True, true.
So you can't blame the men. They're fighting for their survival.
Hello?
As the
Wait, what?
species.
What are you talking about, Mom? What? Evan said, Chino, we will always fight for women's rights and talk back, hope more dudes. And my mom said something that I don't agree with. She's like, we can't blame men for fighting back and not agreeing with feminism. Yes, I will blame men. That's an idea. I feel like my mom is wonderful. I love Queen Mother. And she's very modern with her thinking, right? But sometimes I find that she's saying stuff.
Way of a system that they already love. Like, that's how they see it, but you're not trying to destroy it.
Yeah, but I feel like sometimes my mom will say stuff to try to, like when you think about the idea, I feel like my grandmother does it a lot. Sometimes my grandmother, she will always try to look at the light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to males, right? she will always try to make an excuse for males. Sometimes my mom likes to find a justification as to why they do stuff. So I feel like when my mom's like, I agree with my mom, love my mom, she is a feminist. But when my mom said one thing, my mom just said that I don't agree with. She said something saying, "Oh, you really can't blame men for fighting to preserve their way of life." Yes, I can blame men, and yes, I will blame men who do not support, who do not advocate for feminism, and who do not support it. Right? And before I say all this, I'm not trying to change your opinions. Feel free to answer the poll how you want to answer it. Right? It's not going to change my views on anything. However, at the end of the day, I will blame a man who is a feminist, or I will see that man as saying, "You are a scaredy cat, and you are somebody who does not want competition from a different gender." Instead of saying we are going to have competition, instead of advocating for another gender to have the same opportunities as you, if a male is not a feminist, you are choosing to exclude that female because you can't handle the competition, because you are a scaredy cat, right? So yeah, that's how I see it, honestly.
The way I believe in equal opportunity. I believe if you work hard, if you both have the same thing, I believe in that. But what I'm saying is, I'm looking at it from the other side. This is a way of life. It's not saying it's right. It's not saying I don't agree with them saying no, whatever, if put to a vote. But what I'm saying is, you have to think about how they're seeing it. They're
I don't have
seeing
to think about them because they never thought about females before.
just in conversation. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is, listen, what I'm saying is, well, the reason why feminist is working, because you have to think that a lot of men contributed to it. It's like people are saying, okay, the president that's there now, you always say this thing, oh, he's this, but you always say the majority of people voted for him. So in order for feminine to exist, and for opportunities to think, men had to vote, because
but those were the men who agreed with feminists.
Exactly.
Right.
But the whole thing about it is sometimes people live their life the way they live their life, and they look at it like it's like being trying to crumble it, tear it down. And people, it's like survival. If somebody's trying to tear you down, you're gonna try to fight for
Yeah,
it.
mom.
But
Okay.
sometimes people viewpoint change, because when they look at it, like from the point of view, like if a man have a daughter and he realized like his daughter, he want his daughter to have opportunity. And if he look around him, he don't want anybody to entreat his daughter, or his daughter to feel as though.
But yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true. Those are all valid points you brought up, Mom. So do agree with Queen Mother. Those are all very valid points that she brought up, guys. But when I was talking about it, like, yes, I do agree with Queen Mother. I said it consistently. There are men who will advocate for feminism. The reason why feminism passed at its conception. Same thing with slavery. The reason why slavery is abolished is because there were white people who did advocate against slavery, right? But there are also men who advocate for feminism. That's what I'm saying. If you are a male and you are a feminist, great. Shout out on you if you are a male, you're a feminist. You are awesome. You are amazing. Love y'all. Y'all are great, right? But if you are a male who is not a feminist,
Wait,
and
Mia,
you, like,
Mia,
no,
pause. Do
no.
you think the problem is them calling it what they're calling it? Why don't they call it equality?
It's not equality for everyone. It's not. Feminism is not equality for everyone. Feminism is advocating for female rights. If you just look at the term of feminism outside of the umbrella a term of it, the basic term of feminism, the basic idea is saying, okay, why do we need to advocate for you as a male? Why do we need to advocate for you as a male if for so long, guys, society is already built up for you? It's a patriarchal, right? It's a patriarchal society in modern day, right?
I'm not as educated you, but you said something. You said that how feminist is basically advocating for women to receive equality.
Yes.
Equality. This. Right?
Yes.
So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, so if it's about equality, why can't it just be? Listen, it's about equality.
Mom, what don't you understand? Feminism, the definition of feminism, feminists. If you're looking at the umbrella term of a feminism, then you could say, okay, it's for equal opportunity for everyone. But that's the umbrella term for feminists. Before the umbrella term existed, the word feminism and the word feminist was advocating for females. Why? Because society is a patriarchal society. When feminism emerged, females could only be in the house. Females could not have their own bank account. Females could not vote. Females could not get a job. Females could not divorce their husbands, right? It was a male dominated society. If you wanted to open a bank account, you needed a male. If you wanted to go somewhere, you needed a male. You needed permission from a male. So if you just look at the definition of feminism, and if you just look at it outside of the umbrella term, yes, feminism is advocating for the advancement of females and for the equal opportunity of females. Why? Because it is a patriarchy. If you look at the umbrella term of feminism, right, in 2026, feminism is now an umbrella term. Why is it an umbrella term? Because we have people who are part of the LGBTQ community. We have people who have disabilities. So if you are not a feminist, but you are somebody who are benefiting from having the rights to marry somebody who's the same gender as you, if you have a family member who's like that, if you have a disability and you can get money from the government because of your disability, thank feminists and thank people who advocated for the Civil Rights Act, right? So at its core, if you just look at the one word feminism, it is for females' opportunity, equal opportunities, right? Just so we can enter the space. But if you look at the umbrella term for feminism, then you are advocating for the equal opportunity for everybody who is not a white heterosexual male in America, right? So yes, it's advocating for equal opportunities for everyone, but it depends on what sphere you are looking at it in. So no good said. We picked the smaller jobs so women didn't have to perish. What are you talking about, no good? And if you are complaining that, and that's another thing that people would like to say, if you pick the smaller jobs, because it sounds like you're saying that as a form of justification, no good. That's really not thing because it's a patriarchy. So males set that system up, right? That's another argument that males like to do as well, who say they're not feminists or who are not feminists. They like to say, "Oh, well, males got to do all this work. Males got to work so hard. Why? Because males set that system up. How are you guys as a male going to set a system up and then you want to complain about it? How are you going to do that? You can't do that. That's like what your ancestors set that system up. Even if you didn't agree to it as a male, your ancestors set that system up. And for so long, it's a patriarchy. I haven't seen a male come up and say we should transition into a matriarchy. But yet you guys want to complain about how hard you're working. What? So yeah. Um, so yeah. Women and men do not compare. I do agree, no good. We do not compare at all. We are equal, but we are equal. We're both humans, but we do not compare. We have different biological functionings. It is only one gender that has the ability to develop and create life. It is only one gender who is able to handle so much different emotional regulations and a whole bunch of things being thrown at them, right? You can figure out what gender it is if you want. So women and men, we do not compare. What are we saying? Temple said she's not mad at men. She's mad because of how men has treated women in the past. Exactly, Temple. You phrased it perfectly. I'm not mad at men. I have no preference. Like if you're a man, fine. You're just another gender. And you think I'm scared to speak to men? No, I'm not scared to speak to a male, right? Spoke to multiple males in academia, in my family, right? Not scared of a man, right? I am not mad at a man, right? I'm not mad at man. I just want to figure out the reason why I have these discussions is because I just want to understand if there is a male in existence and they are just not advocating for equality for a different gender, why? Why? That's what I'm trying to understand. Like it doesn't make sense to me. Because if you look at me and my competition's a male, bring it on. I have a competition that's a male, bring it on. I have somebody who's applying for the same job or degree program than myself who's a male, bring it on. You see all these degrees? I could hold myself up. You see how strong thought and creative, how I'm able to like articulate my thoughts and have my own opinion? Bring it on if you are a male. You think I'm scared of you to have a competition with a male? No. But there are some males who are not feminists. And if you are a male who's not a feminist, that means you are advocating against just females entering the space so a female can be your competition. That makes no sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. So the reason why I have these discussions on live streams is not because people have called me a man hater before for having these discussions. If you say I'm a man hater because I'm a feminist, you are uneducated and you do not understand what feminist means, right? So hopefully by watching these live streams or we have these discussions, you are able to understand it a little bit more, right? And understand that it's being a feminist is not a man hater. There are multiple feminists who are married, right? My mom's a feminist and she's married. Stu is a feminist. Stu is a male and he's married to my mom. Yes, G, your dad is a feminist and you better be a feminist too. And you should be a feminist too. My nephew is a feminist, right? I don't even understand a feminist is somebody who is a feminist is people who just advocates for male and females to be equal. Oh, it's like equal opportunity, equal opportunities. It's not that. Do you think you are better than a girl? It's just saying the idea as a boy, you are not better than a girl. You are equal to a girl as genders. You were just like you were not better than me. That's what I'm saying. Not an average little 9-year-old girl, just a female in general. Oh, like in her 20s? You gotta ask him. So little girl, he gotta do. You ask the question, let him answer it. Answer the question. What happened? This is opinion. It's just opinion. No, it happened. What's your it's an average 9-year-old girl? G, do you think you're better than a 9-year-old girl? Say they can't hear you. Yes. Why do you think you are better? So they can hear you. Why do you think you're better? You don't have to put your face in, but talk to them. The question we're asking G, do you believe that you're better than a 9-year-old girl? If yes or no, explain your answer, please. I think that I am because the strongest person in the world is a man. It is. Okay, go ahead. And then the fastest person in the world is Usain Bolt. Okay, he's supporting his So that means that the most awards in speed of strength would be to men. And that means that I would be able to beat an average 9-year-old girl. Oh, but maybe that's flawed. Wait, let me explain. But maybe they might beat me in smarts. Maybe they'll beat you. How? How would a girl beat you? In smarts. What do you mean by in smarts? Like they might give me a strategy. They'll get. So you're saying that how a 9-year-old girl is more clever and strategically wise. But there's someone in my school. And she's like kind of a genius. Okay, so what he just described was he described that because he's a boy, he figured he's physically more stronger and physically more faster. But he's saying a girl intelligently is more smarter. So he's 9. You got to give him a break. He's 9, so he's giving his opinion based on his observation and experience. Okay, so yeah, that's his opinion on that one. So he did good reasoning. His deduction was good, but you're still growing. You're still learning. So you do get a pass on that, but just know that you are added to gender. Mom, stop talking. I'm talking. I'm going to explain it to him. You keep butting in and messing me up. I apologize. I thought it was. So, just know that you did some great deduction reason in there, right? He's 9, right? So he did good. He looked at his social media. Like G is 9, so even though he thinks that okay, a boy is better than a girl, right? For him and his opinion, that's his opinion because he is 9. He is still a kid. He is still growing and developing, right? So G, and you know why he came to this assumption? Because everybody that he likes, all the sports people who are top in their field, most of the people are a male, right? And he looked at the biological strength of a male and said, okay, because of the biological strength, he thinks he is better than a 9-year-old girl, right? Like Einstein. Yeah, I sound like Einstein. So that is a good, I will let G have that opinion for himself because you know why? He is a little kid, right? And he is still growing and his brain is still developing, G. But so your reasoning was great, right? However, remember this. I want you to remember that if you're looking at its core, right? Biologically, male and females, you are different, but you are not better than a female and a female is not better than you, alrighty? And if you guys are, and if somebody ever asks you, right? If you are scared of having a female competition, are you scared of having females as your competition? He said no, he's not scared of having females at his competition. So if you were in a scenario, right, and somebody asks you a question saying, okay, G, do you think we should advocate for male and females to have the same opportunities? Do you think male and female should have the same opportunities to play basketball? Yeah. And it does happen. And it does happen, right? WNBA and NBA. Exactly. Would you try to exclude females from having the opportunity to play basketball? No. Would you try to exclude females from the opportunities of playing Fortnite? No. No, he wouldn't do that, right? There's a streamer named Pokimane who plays that. And she's a girl? And she's a girl. So there's a streamer that he likes named Pokemon. She's a girl. He plays Fortnite. So you see how G was able to answer that question. So you see how G's able to have two different opinions, but at its core, not exclude females from a space? If you that is feminism a little bit that he's engaging in. At its core, you're not scared of having females to just enter this space. So I'm like father, like son. Exactly. So you are right to say that, hey, males are biologically stronger. You're right to say when you look at sports, the fastest guy in the world is a male. But you saw how G, a 9-year-old, is able to say that I am not excluding females. I am not scared, so I am going to exclude females from entering this space. You see that? That is what it's all about, right? So think about it from the perspective of a 9-year-old. You can have his opinions, but it's all about not preventing exclusion, right? And with feminism, we are advocating so we are not excluded, right? So yeah. Hey GT8, how are you doing today? Glad you could be here. How's everything going? Hey Drake, why are we not at the gym? Queen Mother doesn't want to go to the gym today. That's why. And no, don't. And no, I would not. I would. And you could say whatever you want. No, but I'm fairly confident there are females that are existing who can beat up a male. There are females who can beat up a male. Excuse me. So yeah. So not all females are quote unquote soft and delicate. So hey GTA, right now we are having a discussion a little bit about feminism right now. So we're just getting your opinions. Feel free to answer the poll if you want to answer the poll. If you don't answer the poll, your votes really don't affect my opinion on feminism. It's just interesting to see how you guys are leaning a little bit with your thought process. And for the people who's not a feminist, I mean, you subscribe to the Unique Lamia channel. So I mean, I guess you subscribe for the positivity and uniqueness, but I guess the content will not be that enjoyable for you because as you can see, I'm a hardcore feminist and your opinions does not change my opinion on it at all. And a reality check for you guys, we live in a world where female opportunity is going to continue to advance. So if you're not a feminist now, you better become really good at hiding your true feelings or better adapt to the modern changes of things. So yeah. So I don't know this yet. Girls play soccer. Yeah, there's girls who play soccer. What's it called? Soccer. It's called soccer. Girl version. Soccer. Okay. What's on my hair? It's a hairnet. Evan said no good who said women are soft and delicate. And that's how I know some of these opinions. That's why I know I have people of all ages on. I could have a kid watching this stream leaving these comments right now. Right? I could have an older person watching the stream and they're leaving these comments based on the era in which they grew up in, right? So yeah, when we have these quote unquote sexist comments written in the chat, it's not really a flaw on that person. It's just a flaw on the person of saying they grew up in a different era. If you're an older individual and you wrote that comment, you grew up in a different era and you didn't adapt to the modern times and modern changes of things, right? So you just have your opinion. Or if you are a younger person who perpetuated that stereotype, you're just somebody who's just pushing the stereotypes on, right? So yeah. Evan said, I think that men definitely have their mindset about women, meaning they believe we are meant to be quiet and submissive, which I can't agree with. Yeah, I can't agree with that one, Evan. I can't agree with that comment as well, Evan. So I agree with your comment as well, Evan. But like, yeah, that's a valid thing. You see that a lot in the media. You see that a lot when people do interviews with people who are quote unquote feminists or not a feminist, right? You see that idea a lot that's being perpetuated, right? That women are supposed to be submissive. Why? Because men long ago said that's why, right? So I think, you know what I think happens? I think what history has done, history has tried to erase the powerful matriarchal cultures so much, and history has tried to make women seem less than the men for so long that society has kind of taken the perception of females and made it flaw. And let me explain on that, because I had this discussion in a different stream. I told you guys that in ancient societies, it was a matriarchal culture. And we are supposed to be a matriarchy. Why? Because ancient societies saw the power that females had, the ability to create life, right? To grow life, right? Ancient societies saw that power, right? And before anybody comes on and be like, males contribute to, as I always say males contribute one time, but for 9 months, females are doing all the other work. It's within the female where a child's lungs is developing, a child's organs is developing, right? Their heart is developing, their legs. Females do most of the work, right? Males contribute like 1%, right? Don't talk about 50% and half of the DNA and all that stuff. Females are the one growing the child and developing the child, and the female's body is changing. Females are the ones risking their life to go through childbirth and develop the child, right? So what has happened in matriarchal cultures, guys, ancient society saw that, right? Ancient societies saw that, and ancient societies tried to quote unquote protect females, right? Because they saw the worth of females in that aspect, right? So, but what has happened as society transitioned into a patriarchy, I think what males did, they took that idea of protecting these females who are able to like create life and allow the child to develop, and they turned it into a submissive role for females. And the more and more that the patriarchy was pushed onto people, I think that is when they became quote unquote a negative or a stereotypical stigma for females, right? To be submissive and to be quote unquote delicate and soft, right? So I get what you guys are saying, right? So for the people who are saying that, it's not necessarily it is kind of a negative now because of how it has been used in a negative context or connotation throughout history. However, I do see where that idea comes from when people say females are soft, females should be submissive, females should be protected. It is because of that aspect. I think it comes through from the matriarchal cultures of things, but since it's no longer matriarchy, we really don't understand that a little bit. So yeah. What happened?
So I want to say two stuff.
I'm kind of behind in the comments. I gotta read faster, guys. I'm gonna read faster.
I feel like I'm not gonna look like a feminist after this, but I am. So a man created the light bulb, right?
I know who created the light bulb. We have to take a deep dive into it.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk and dude, what are you talking about? Elon Musk did not create no light bulb. What's wrong with you?
No.
What are you doing? Don't do that.
Wow. Never mind.
What are you talking about? What do you want to say?
No. You mean that's not nice.
Dude, why you hitting my hand on the chair?
She's accusing me of not doing anything.
So, okay, let me read up to these comments. I know I'm behind, guys. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, 8:30.
Read that.
Did you read my book?
Hey, at least we starting to talk because the live stream earlier it was moving kind of slow. So you guys, whether you don't like feminism or like it or not, it opens area for discussion, which is cool. Okay.
7 o'clock?
It started like a 7:24 the stream.
Not in the mean way, but really 7.
And then that's another thing that people. No, what are you doing, G? Get out of the stream. You don't have clothes on.
Yes, I do. What's this?
Look at your shorts. What are you doing?
The chair's hiding it.
No, where are you going anyway?
Get my ball. Get my ball.
Go play with a different ball. Play a different ball. Okay, and that's another thing too. People like to say read the Bible because there are multiple Bible stories that have females at a quote unquote not in a feminist role, right? And at the end of the day, the Bible is a book that was written by a human. So yeah, but there are multiple examples in the Bible as well that have females at dominant role, but also have females at a submissive role, right? So I don't think females being in a submissive role is saying that's a bad thing. I don't. I just think when people try to use it to justify saying, oh, this is why females are less than, then that's when it becomes a little bit of a negative thing, I think. Drake said, I low-key feel like I'm a feminist, but I'm a man, so this is possible. And Drake, as I always said, if you are a male, you can be a feminist, right? Throughout this whole discussion, I'm not saying feminism is not for men, right? I'm saying at its core, feminism, yes, it is for females. It is a movement that advocates for females' equal opportunities to men. But if you are a man, there are hundreds, if not thousands of men who were feminists in the past and who are feminists today, because that means you are a male who just wants equality in society. That means you are just a male who wants females to just have the opportunity, right? Stu is a male, is a feminist. He told me that, right? He said he's changed his mind to be a feminist a little bit, right? Some men unknowingly, some men will call themselves not feminists, but then they will engage in behavior that makes them feminists, right? So, right, being a feminist it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It's not even like something that you identify as. I don't understand why people like to say, do you identify as a feminist? It's just being something, right? So if you are a man, you can definitely be a feminist. And if you are a man, I advocate that you be a feminist, right? Because that just shows like, hey, you just want true equality, right? That's the core of it. Evan said, I think I've seen in marriage that women also engage in intimacy when the man is ready. It's very concerning. The fact that bordering me in your soul said never could get a job as a teen because they hired women first over male counterparts. That's my experience over here. Wow, that's a great experience in your soul. And yeah, there are some jobs that are biased towards females, and there are some jobs that are biased towards males, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that feminism is working in males' favor, right? I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that that feminism is working for females' favor or against males. That just means, I guess, for whatever job you're hiring. Because remember, feminism is just equal opportunity, but then there's also diversity, right? There was diversity for hiring. There's diversity for making the workplace more inclusive with race, with religion, with gender too, right? So yeah, we can't really take feminism and try to explain it for other things too, because remember, there's other laws that exist, right? That may that may intersect for that one. But yeah, that's a good take right there too. But yeah, there are some jobs that are biased towards females, and there are some jobs that are biased towards males too. Evan said it's a little issue which feminists notice, not big ones, little issues. Okay. You will never find a man with that mindset. Well, thank God. Thank you, Caden. Thank you, Jesus. I will never find a man with this mindset. Thank Jesus. What's so good about a man? I mean, a man is great. Love my mom. Love the males that's in my life. They're really, really great, right? Really nice. But so you're saying that I have to change my mindset to find a male? Okay. No, thank you. Like what? No, I will never do that. Never do that. Keep the people who have their bias and their oppressed mindsets away from me. Please, God. No, thank you. Yeah, this is a hairnet. It's not a fish net. It's a hairnet. 11. 9077 said, this is my view. If you want to be treated the same, don't let us be the only ones picking the trash. Don't let it be the only ones building our homes and roofing. And I said this earlier. Why do we do the hard work? Because you guys as males who created the patriarchy, you set up that system that you are going to exclude females from doing this work. So by default, historically, it has been males who's doing this hard work. You can't set a system up and then try to use it as your argument to justify this because your ancestors set that system up. That's why. So that's why you guys do the hard work. Because when females just started to enter the workforce, they went to degrees that they wanted to get. Like I wanted to get a degree in public administration and criminal justice. So I got master's degrees in public administration and criminal justice. I wanted to get a bachelor's of science in psychology and professional writing to go a different pathway. So that's why I did that. Because when my ancestors advocated for this equal opportunity and me being born in the era in which I was born and I was able to choose the career path I wanted to go down, I went this way. Your ancestors, historically, if you are a male, excluded females, except for the ones who advocated for feminists. Shout out to those who advocated for feminists. But for the ancestors who didn't advocate for feminism, right, and who supported the patriarchy, y'all excluded females from all areas of work, right? And when that happens, when females are able to choose what they want to enter into, they'll go according to their interests. There are multiple females. It's not a large percentage, but there are multiple females who work in these blue collar jobs where they are building the houses, where they are picking up trash, right? There's females working in those spaces as well, but it's not female dominated, right? The minute it becomes female dominated, that is when the salary is going to drop. that's when the salary is going to drop. If you look at teachers, K through 12 teachers, historically K through 12 teachers was a male dominated job market, right? The minute females started to enter into teaching K through 12, you know what happened? The salary of K through 12 teachers dropped. There's numerous stories that you can find, news articles, statistical data, people's lived experience on how that is actually true. So that's another bias that exists too in society. Once something becomes female dominated, particularly a job, the salary that people are paid also tends to drop in America. Hey V1, yes, I am curling my hair. I am curling my hair. If you guys want to see what the hair looks like outside of its curlers, all you got to do is check out my YouTube shorts that I did or one of my 8-hour streams that I did. Evan said, yeah, it was an 8-hour stream. It was a long one. Mm-hmm.
She's a grinder. Wait, so you're a grinder on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
You grind Fortnite. Can you crank 90s?
What in the world? I'm not who he just said. That's Jen Alphalinga. Yeah, that was a little cringy. Evan said, I can't believe Bangladesh are actually trying to make it legal. Wow. Marriage, that's crazy. And no, America tried to do not America didn't try to do something like that, but America tried to pass the SAVE Act. Thank God it didn't pass. Hopefully it doesn't get passed. But this is one reason why I will never change my name. I am never changing my name. The name on my degrees will be my name forever. Right? Because even in the country of America, for some reason in 2026, they are trying to go backwards. There was an act that was trying to be passed in Congress by the House of Representatives. Okay, we're trying to pivot the conversation. Let's end the poll now. But there was an act that was trying to be passed, Project 2025. We don't want Project 2025. But the SAVE Act was essentially, it was trying to be passed, and it was essentially a voter tax, a voter restriction tax that was trying to be implemented. And what it would do, it would disproportionately affect low income individuals. It would disproportionately affect women in particular. Why would this affect women in particular? Because when females are married, they change their name. My mom changed her name. When females are married, they change their name. And what happens with the SAVE Act, it wanted females who voted, it wanted the name on your license or your current name to match the name on your birth certificate and or your passport, right? So the SAVE Act wouldn't really affect Queen Mother, even though she changed her name because she has a passport. But think about people who, there's like a large percentage of American people who do not have a passport. The people in America who do not have a passport or who do not have the money to have a passport, who are females whose name doesn't match their birth certificate, it'll be very difficult for them to vote. Very difficult for them to vote if you're a female, right? And imagine if you are a female, right? And your name doesn't match the name on your birth certificate. You could have changed your name. You could have legally changed your name, right? And if your name doesn't match the name on your birth certificate, or if you do not have a passport, you would be unable to vote as a female. Do you see how that disproportionately affects females? How that would disproportionately affect people part of low income communities, right? So that's why your name is very powerful, right? People say your name holds history. I mean, my name doesn't necessarily hold history because it's a slave master's name. I mean, I guess I could trace my name for like, in my until like they were dropped off in Grenada, but the slave master a little bit. So my name, it holds history, but it does like it after you trace it a certain decades back. Not really all that, but outside of that, your name is very powerful. The name you were born with is very important. It is very powerful, particularly if you are a female. In the modern world, y'all should not be changing your name. Even if you get married, you can refer to yourself as saying, oh, Mrs. this, Mrs. that. But on legal documents, your name should be your name because that SAVE Act, that thing was crazy. When I heard about it before, I think I heard about it last year, but I didn't really talk about it last year because I was like, there's no way this is going to be passed. But then with the partial government shutdown, that's one of the reasons why things were still why it took so long for the government to reopen because one party was advocating for it and another party was like, no, we don't want the SAVE Act. This is going to disproportionately affect females, right? So yeah. If you support equality, you can't not support feminism. So that statement is flawed in itself, Cage. You can't, you can say what you want to say, but if you look at what it actually means, if you support equality and not feminism, that's not correlated together. That kind of X's each other out because feminism is equality for females. It's advancement for females, right? A little bit. Well, that's not a little bit, that's what it is. And if you support equality, that means you support advancement for both male and females. So if you support equality, you support feminism. You don't have to say you support feminism if you don't like the term for some reason, but just know at its core, that's what you mean based on the meaning of the words. Hey, Vernon, Grand Rising / good morning. How are you doing today, Vernon? Glad you could be here. Drake said, I support feminism. We never should have been treating females unfairly. It is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. And shout out to you, Drake, for supporting females, right? Like, that's a great thing. Supporting feminism, that's a great thing too, right? So, yeah, that's really good. And yeah, like, if historically, it hasn't been a thing, right? So, as you said, it is what it is, but advancements are definitely occurring, which is great. It's like, oh, wait, I'm not participating in this topic. I'll wait. All right, we're definitely pivoting for now. So yeah, thank you, thank you. So I do hope you guys enjoyed the discussion. Hopefully you learned something from it. At its core, when we have these discussions, it's just to learn. It's just to learn. And you know what? If you're still not a feminist, that's okay. If you enjoy the content, you are still more than welcome on the channel for your positivity and uniqueness. Just know, I know some people like to support and like to try and change people's mindset. Feminism and feminists, just know that because yeah, that's a big part of who Unique Linnea is. And yeah, so enjoy the content, enjoy the full nutritional YouTube videos, the live streams. But I was born a feminist. I will forever be a feminist. So yeah, Queen Mom, why did you give me 3 waffles? I do not want 3 waffles, please. Please take one. Why'd you take my syrup?
You just put the syrup down. Wait, can you put the ketchup on here, please? Okay, yeah.
And then this is another thing that happens. This is another thing that happens, guys. When people start to disagree with you,
Hot chocolate.
did YouTube delete my comment? It's either YouTube deleted my comment or that person deleted the comment. But like when people don't agree with you and when people are unable to form an intellectual comeback, right? Or something that's valid, they like to start attacking your character. So I saw somebody who deleted their comment said that, oh, before they deleted, they were like, oh, this person doesn't know what they're talking about. This is what happens when they don't have both parents. Like, what? I have both parents. I know who both of my parents are. Don't worry about it. I got 3 parents if you actually want to think about it a little bit. So I know who they are. You don't got to worry about uniquely me and all that. But once again, this is what happens when people disagree with you, but they are unable to form an intellectual comeback, right? Or unable to disagree with you in a valid manner, they like to start attacking your character, right? So I normally don't respond to things like that, but I like to respond occasionally. Sometimes I will respond to just show you guys different ways of how people will try to justify their line of reasoning a little bit, right? So yeah. What are you saying? Hey, how are you doing? Rigo, glad you could be here, real. Drake said in your soul we road rage more. Okay. That's that. Hey, Job. Okay, I'm not responding to yeah, I'm behind Drake. I'm reading as fast as possible. Some of these comments are repetitive. Some of these confident comments really don't make sense to me, so I'm not gonna respond to those, but let me see. And that is true, Vernon. You cannot bully someone into being a feminist. And I'm not bullying anybody, guys. If you perceive what I'm talking about as being a form of bullying, I mean, reevaluate your thinking for sure. But as I said, this is just a live stream to educate and to discuss. So we are just discussing. I'm just sharing my opinions. Y'all are sharing you guys are sharing your opinions. I'm responding to said opinions. So yeah, I mean, if you're not a feminist, if you are a feminist, live your life, right? But at its core, on Unique Lumia channel, as I always say, this is just a place of education, and education will occur in various different ways. And as you can see, I'm a female. I identify as a female, and I've said in the past, I'll say it again, I will always advocate for 2 rights before any other. I will always advocate for minority rights, and I will always advocate for female rights first before I go and advocate for men, because I'm a female and I'm a minority. So yeah. Um, Evan said, Kate just agreed. Women are now getting involved more. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, not again. Why did you have
Bad
to
idea. Next question. Okay, yeah, I'm really behind. Let me go up. Let me see.
Okay, I'm gonna join now.
Yeah, I'm really behind in the comments. Let's see.
So tell me the reason why you didn't like this. Is it
See.
okay? Wait, nah, should I invite Ravena or not? Should I invite
Got that one.
Ravena's all
Alright,
or
got
not?
that one.
Nah, just you and me.
Got that one.
Okay. Me and my
Got
brother.
that one. Okay. I'm reading these comments, see if there's anything new to respond to. Yeah, Evan, we skipped the gym day today. Queen Mother didn't want to go to the gym today, so we skipped. Yeah, new topic over here. Let's see. I can't be behind. Let me get caught up.
We seriously
I mean, being stronger, that's an advantage, but yeah, it's an advantage for, I mean, yeah, it's an advantage for male, but at its core, I mean, how does that advantage? I mean, I love trying with Stu because you know what? I don't gotta lift the carrying above my head. So that's great, right? But like building a house, I guess you got machines now in modern society. So being stronger for males in 2026, really? I mean, how was that an advantage much in 2026? I mean, airports. Shout out to Stu in the airport. Because yeah, lifting those Karens above the head, it'd be really heavy, man. People like helping you, like really. Sometimes those flight attendants be right there. I'm like, help me. I'm like, no. It's really funny.
It's dead. It's dead everywhere. It's dead. It's dead in SpongeBob. Huh? What was box? Oh, please, where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at?
Read that. Read that.
I see it.
Read that.
Here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. No one's gonna catch it.
Read that. Read
I'm gonna catch
that.
another one. Just like a buzzer one.
Read that one.
Just like Charlotte
Read
ones.
that
I've never
one.
seen it enough. Any birds.
Read
They
that
make a lot of
one.
noise. Wait, where's
Read
my
that one. Okay, read that one.
Oh, my notes are there.
I'm really behind. I'm trying to get caught up as quick as possible. Mom, these waffles are soggy.
Wait, you're catching him?
I'm gonna read that. As I'm saying, most of these comments are like intersecting. So if you guys like Mia, how are you reading? You're not responding to much because they're very similar. Or I responded to it already.
We're going away. No!
Jason, I never subscribed to that. Even as a kid, I never discriminated against women and still don't. It's weird. Some dudes act like they hate women. Yeah, and it's the way you're raised too, right? My mom always likes to say hate is taught to Drake. So I think it's the same thing. It's like if historically you were raised to like view yourself as better than a gender and nobody ever corrected you, what do you think's gonna happen to the person, right? So I understand why people have the thought process they do, but I guess in my head, I think everyone would be like me in a way, right? Because sometimes what'll happen is if I have a thought process that I identify as flawed, I have a thought process that I'm on social media and people are telling me this is not a positive thought process, I will be proactive with it and I will try to understand the other person's point of view and see, okay, do I agree with this person even a little bit? That's what I would try to do. But I have to remember not everyone's like uniquely me, right? Not everybody's like that, right? Not everybody will take the initiative to learn a different perspective sometimes, right? And that's okay. That's why I always say, thank you guys for engaging in these live streams with me, these live streaming discussions. Because the same way I hope you guys learned something from the streams, I learned from hearing your opinions and I learned the thought process a little bit of other people from having these discussions. So it's a mutually beneficial educational discussion, right? So yeah, so like it's very interesting. So I think it more so relates to how people are raised, right? So yeah. Um that one.
I'm good. I don't need that rod.
Hey cats, how you doing today? GG Cat, also known as Cats and Pokemon. Glad you could be here. You're late. You arrived just on time. Okay. Read that one. Read that one. Read that one.
Yeah, my bird is fast.
He's happy with the engagement. Hey, maybe a controversial topic, Evan, but you know what? It gets y'all talking. Yeah, it's really interesting too. I feel like this is a form of rage baiting, so I guess I rage baited some of y'all a little bit too. But it's very funny because prior to having this discussion about feminism, it was so quiet in the chat. So very quiet. So that's why I said if you love feminists, if you hate feminists, if you don't know what it means, if you do know what it means, it gets people talking.
Okay, can you spawn the something? Oh, it's gonna spawn at moose? What's whistle? Oh, that's what brings in the bluefish, right? Oh, okay.
Photos of every Pakistani against Pakistani kid. Trees. Crunchy or creamy peanut butter. Creamy peanut butter. I don't like eating like stuff that's supposed to be like smooth and have like chunks in it unless it's ice cream. So yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh, you think G's my kid? Ew. That's my bonus brother. No. Mm-mm.
I'm eating some egg. Okay, we got it.
That, with that, with that,
I'm gonna make it. We're the first ones here.
with
I'm
that,
already
with
here too.
that.
Yeah, we the first ones here. I'm already here. First ones here. Boys!
That's funny. I read that
Give me one. Give me
one.
one. Give me one.
Okay,
Okay,
Mrs.
I think
Feminist
I don't know. I
also
think that
very
might be
strong and now they
for
argue
a
because he doesn't realize he
mustard.
married a very dominant female. And that's what I'm saying, Evan. Thanks for sharing that story, right? Because like I said, you can be married and be a feminist. Look at Queen Mother, right? She's married, she's a feminist. She's not a hardcore feminist, I don't think, right? Would she still have been at the movements? Yeah, she still would have been at the movements for sure. Right? We'd probably send her to talk at like negotiation meetings for sure. Uh
Actually, this one.
but she's a feminist too, right? So you can be married and you can be a feminist.
There's different ways that you could accomplish your mission. There's different ways, you know. But I think a lot of ways
Let's
that
go.
a lot of women back in those days probably accomplished the mission,
Oh, I got a title.
persuade their husband
I see
privately.
this.
Like how you
Oh
told
wait,
Sue,
now for me
oh,
it's not
you know,
95.
she's gonna do this, right? You had a private conversation with me.
No. Or did they update it?
Thank you, B2W. You think I have a calming voice that could be on a radio? Thank you, thank you. Very professional. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the kind words. One day, perhaps, we'll make a podcast with Queen Mother, since you guys have been requesting one in the past. And then you guys can listen to us when you're on the go. Calming voice. Stay positive, guys. Be your positive and unique self, right?
Attach this.
How are you doing today, Job? Glad to be here. Hey Adam, welcome, welcome. Vernon said, so happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you as well. What's on my agenda? What's on your agenda today? Did you get your phone? Mostly sitting in the house, honestly. Pretty chill. We were supposed to go to the gym, but then Queen Mother's like, no, we can go to the gym. So yeah, nothing much, much.
I'm about to make it halfway. Just like
Okay, Kat said they're watching their nieces today. Excited to see them. Nice. Okay, okay. Very nice, very nice. Shout out to you, cats. You do your aunt duties a lot. Love to see it.
no, I disagree with you.
Okay, the weather is warm. Cat said finally. Nice. Okay, you gonna go to the playground? Okay, very cool, very cool. Yeah, it's been really cold in the northern states, so I'm really glad it is warming up the temperature.
Yay, you ain't breaking my ankles today, bluefish. But two of us, Captain is crazy.
I mean, Drake, I was more so talking in terms of just the workplace. I think Drake said I think it's more
Oh wow.
you won't find a woman with that mindset. I'm sure I skipped some comments. I don't know what mindset. Women hold all the power. They decide who they give a chance to. I'm making the inference. I could be totally wrong with this inference. Let me know if I am. But I'm making the inference that you're more so speaking about relationships. I wasn't talking about relationships, right? Feminism, I mean, it really doesn't have anything to do with relationships. I mean, divorces, love divorces, like great thing with feminism. That's what it brought in, right? But yeah, I like I wasn't really talking about relation. I was just talking about the workforce, honestly. Maybe that's where stuff got lost in translation with some of the people in the chat. But yeah, I was just talking about it in terms of workforce, education, salary. That's basically it. I wasn't really talking about relationships, but yeah. Relationships is another thing. Yeah, I could share my opinions on that, but like that's more be where we would definitely utilize Queen Mother and she could talk as much as she want to talk on that aspect of it. But yeah. Evan said, society hates women where I live. Oh no, that sucks, dude. I could not survive there. Mm-mm.
Exactly. I just heard it too.
And not survive. You know, there's just certain places you can't do it. You can't make it. If I live in a society that hates women. I've never seen The Handmaid's Tale, but Bianca told me a little bit about it. Oh my, I'm not surviving in that society. Cannot, will not. So yeah. Um,
I didn't even get to tap
and
my
then he said, society hates women where I live in the UK. We're getting more immigrants coming over now with funny views on women. We need feminism more than ever.
Yeah, and I can't catch. Yo, the blue fish? Nah, I can't catch that, bro. Yeah, what is he gonna do while I'm catching this baby? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Why did Ray Bando just invite me to a party? Nah, I'm good. I'm playing with my Lennon.
Hello, hello, Dr. Jonathan. Thank you so much for sending a gift.
I'm still not catching it.
Jazz hands to you, jazz hands to you. Really appreciate your donation. You're helping me get one step closer to paying off my student loan debt. All income made off of social media goes in its own separate account. So really appreciate it. How are you doing today, Dr. Jonathan? It's been a while since you've been on the stream. Thank you so much for your generous donation. I'm a little behind the chat, but I did see the notification pop up. So I'm going to read as quick as possible to get through it. But thank you so much for that. Welcome to the stream. Would love to know how you're doing today. What are your plans for today? And what's the weather like where you're at?
Who was that? Oh, that was just hot box.
And that's a good message right there, Adam. Adam said, and the true Christian male will only go for females who have true queens, who are true queens and have morals and truly keep God in their hearts with everything they do as Christian men do. It's a good message for sure.
I never said glazing.
Cage is rage baiting. And Cage, you can be masculine and you can still be a feminist. Or you can be masculine and you could still believe in equal equality for everyone. So shout out to your masculinity, Cage. Glad you like the masculinity for life. So yeah.
We all playing rivals now, right?
Chick is like, what is masculinity for life? What do you say? These comments are funny. Okay. Hey, are you doing stronger? Glad you could be here.
4, 3. I'm already here.
Brennan said, who's to blame? Who's to blame for this? He sent me off. I don't know, Brennan. Honestly, somebody asks one question and then if you pivot in, y'all notice if you're a returning supporter. So I just be pulling from all areas when I be talking sometimes. I really don't know. I forgot. It was so long ago, right? But hey, at least it was enjoyable. I enjoyed it. I always tell y'all I enjoy these discussions. I mean, I don't know if you guys believe me because it just be getting some people may say heated, but it just gets I guess I get passionate about the discussions. In another life, I say in another life, but in this lifetime, definitely an advocate. Definitely an advocate. Who knows? When I get all my degrees, perhaps I'll go into the field of advocating for, I don't know, something related to female rights, hardcore to make a true difference, right? But yeah, I enjoy having these discussions. Like, I guess I enjoy educating too and just advocating and learning. So that's what it is. That's what it's all about, honestly. So yeah, if I ever do something, I don't know, start something related to advocating for equality for all, but females first, do not be surprised, guys.
Just quality.
Mm-hmm.
Equipment bag. What? Here. Come on. There's only one here, please. Why? No!
Hey V, how are you doing today? Special shout out to V. They are a member on YouTube, so they get early access to videos, member only shout outs in the streams. How are you doing today, V? Glad you could be on the stream. Always a pleasure when you're on.
Because I want it.
He's a leading feminist too. Just can't be world of masculinity.
No, is it like an Asian megalodon or normal?
That's cats at cage views women as friends to discuss shady tea with. Let's see. Excuse me. Hey Vernon, how are you doing today? Glad you could be here. Welcome everybody. Glad you guys could be here. Are you always a pleasure when you're on? Okay, let me read as quick as possible. Let me see. It's funny, Vernon. Vernon's like, I'm a feminist because Mia said so. You know what that reminds me of, Vernon? That reminds me of, what is it? What's the name of the movie? Guys, you know the name of the movie. You know the name. Mean Girls, Mean Girls. What happened? You remember the scene? I don't know Regina said to wear pink on Wednesdays, so I wore pink on Wednesdays. Regina said to punch this girl in the face, so I punched the girl in the face. Regina said jump off the bridge, so I jumped off the bridge. There's literally a scene like that in Mean Girls. It's really funny. That's what that reminds me of, honestly. Um, Adam said, I love females a lot, but I notice most, if not all females, do need the right male guidance in their life. If it's their dad's friend or boyfriend, they need an all male. Okay. They need it as all men need women. Okay. I can get behind your thought process with that, Adam, because you didn't just subject it to females. You subjected it to males as well, saying males need women as well. Equality right there. So I can get, well, do I agree with everything you said 100%? Maybe not, but I can get behind your thought process there because you didn't just apply it to one gender, right? Once again, bringing it back to our earlier discussion. That's what feminism is about. Not excluding something else or applying something for something else. Remember, prior to feminism, things were just applied to men. It was not applied to females well. Feminism advocates for it to be applied to females as well, so there can be equality between males and females. So yeah.
Hold on. Since he's here, let me just invite him to the party, I guess.
Read that.
Iron Band.
Hey V.
What? You're deepening your voice, right? Okay. But why?
And I do not need to find myself something. Like now I'm seeing a lot of comments, people saying, "Oh, you need to find yourself a husband. You need to find yourself a boyfriend." I do not need to do that, right? I am already married to all my degrees behind me. But when you're looking at another human, you do not need that. I do not need that because why do you guys think somebody who has strong opinions such as myself? Why do y'all think getting a husband, getting a boyfriend will change my way of thinking? It will not. If anything, it's going to validate my way of thinking or be like, you know what, forget about this whole race, this whole gender in general, right? So it's not going to do that. I feel like that when people say that as well, that's another way of them saying, okay, this person's going to tame this person or hinder this person's way of thinking. Ew. 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 Like what?
Oh yeah,
Don't make me sick now. Don't do that. Like no, that's not it. If anything, right? My mom, she is married. She married somebody where she is still able to have her way of thinking, where she is still able to share her opinions and be her own positive, proactive thought process. Her husband does not stifle or tame her thinking. Her husband does not tame her. If anything, her husband supports her, right? So, and advocates and reinforces the thinking, I guess. So, right?
Sometimes I'll be having the desire to pick up the baseball bat and use it on him. But so he really do tame me in that way. So I just visualize it. Sometimes when he's speaking, that just be bouncing. Oh my god, mom. Pop, pop, and then I smile. That's funny, dude. So there's that instance, but you see at its core, outside of those thought processes, if anything, outside when Stu makes my mom think about that, yo, there's hair in my mouth.
Wait, who gave it to me?
He supports my mom, right, and doesn't tame her thinking or stifle her thinking, right. So yeah. Something I sorry, I need to butt in. One more thing I have to say. One more thing, and I'm speaking from the point of view of a woman that have been here for been on this planet Earth for a while, and have a couple of years behind me with the opposite sex. Let me tell you something with someone. I realize in this age, I realize people are different. Men are different, women are different. I have female friends. I am completely the opposite of them. The way they think, the way they analyze stuff, the choices they would make, I would not make those choices. And we are cool. I have partners. Stu and I are not 100% perfect. Stu, for example, Stu would get $100. He would get $100 right now, and Stu would take the $100, and the $100 is finished within a minute. Finished within a minute. I would get that $100, and I would hold on to that $100 and sit down and think about all the things I'm gonna do with the $100. But my pleasure, I get pleasure from getting that $100 and seeing it multiplied. And I also get pleasure from telling how I multiply that hundred, sharing that wisdom with other people like Stu or whatever. And I be trying to talk to Stu. He don't want to hear me. He be sleeping. And then I go, "You're not listening to me." He goes, "Oh yes, I'm listening to you." But then tomorrow he'll get it on $100 and he'll go and do the exact same thing. So what I'm saying to you is you cannot, it's all about you what it is, like how you feel, right? But the minute you cannot convince people to be what they don't want to be. Yeah, that's true. And when you try really, really hard to convince them, you're hurting yourself. You're really hurting yourself because even if they say in the moment just to end the conversation, okay, I'm agreeing, I'm a feminist. They're not. They're gonna go back and do what they want to do. That's true. And so I'm not trying to convince you guys of anything. Just educating, about sharing my opinions. Yes, you have to. It's like Evan and Drake yesterday with the debate that they had going on. Sometimes you just gotta let it be. But that's true. No matter how strong you feel, it's like a parent and a young child. A lot of parents, because their kids are young and little, they feel as though, oh, the child opinion doesn't matter, and they try to change. It's like, G, you ask G his opinion. He's 9. He's very intelligent. Yeah. He supported his opinion perfectly. Yeah. And his perspective is from a 9-year-old. Yeah. And you cannot say he's wrong for that because that's his life experience up until this point. That's true. So that's the whole thing. It's about you just have to understand, God created all of us. All of us came from the same creator. Okay? From the same creator. And it's not the one that win the race quickest is always the smartest. Sometimes when you're baking bread, you mix the dough up and you leave it there to rise. The longer you leave the dough there to sit, the better the bread is. That's how people is too. You can't fight. You share your opinion, but we are not God. You just share it, and God will open the mind and the understanding of people to hear it, to accept it, and do what they will with it. That's it. Yeah, V acts to be moderator. Well, V have some enemies, I think. On V's always on. I think V have a relationship, a bad relationship with Evan. V are I'm not 100% sure, but you have to do some research. I believe I heard V said she apologized for blocking people before when you made her moderator. So she have to rebuild this trust. She have to earn it. And we have to see, because a moderator is a very, very important role. A moderator has to be remove a personal feeling, because you are very strict as far as like certain things, how people say certain things. You don't like blocking people for certain things. And a moderator cannot have like biases against people. Don't V argue with Evan all the time? The first person V's going to take care of is Evan. Yep. So I don't know, but we have to tell V in time. Just keep supporting. Just keep coming on. Let us get comfortable. Let's build the trust back. We would be taking a big chance given that, but she could do the same thing again, and then we have to start all over again. So slowly but surely for me. Where's King of the Weather? You have your where's King of the Weather?
Yeah.
Oh.
Kat said, hey, oh, where are you on King of Weather? Oh, hey, King of Weather, you are on. Welcome. Kat said, OMG Mia. I was live last night. Really? I didn't get the well, I was probably sleeping, honestly. I didn't get a notification. Oh, you showed your cosplay? That sounds so fun. Did you was it a recorded stream? Did you make it public, Cats? I'll check it out after. I didn't even know you were streaming. That's really nice, really nice. Okay, fun. Okay. Alright, let's see. Really, that's funny, Vernon. It's funny too. Because hey Dylan, how are you doing today? I think I might skip some of these comments because Cats, I do agree that I'm really far behind. So I might actually start skipping some comments and just skip to the bottom. Hey Jeremy, because I fall behind when I respond to you guys sometimes. Thank you again, Dr. Jonathan, for the gift. Glad you appreciate the support. You're sad because spring break is over. King of the Weather. Hey, Cam, Grand Rising to you. Did you have at least a fun time on spring break? Hey, Albert, Grand Rising to you. It's your grandma's birthday. Happy birthday to your grandma. I didn't know you wanted a waffle, Jay. Apologies for not sharing. How did I sleep with my hair curled up? I think the braids are getting much more loose because I'm able to move it now. So I was able to like sleep on the curls without it hurting my scalp. So it's definitely loosening up because the hardest part, the reason why it looks hard to sleep, but like the reason why it was difficult for me to sleep the first night was because my braids were still fresh and the hair was 3 days old, right? So it is still fresh braids, but like when it's still kind of sore, but like I can move it. So once it loosens up 100%, I'll be able to just sleep directly on top of it. The curlers. Did I just hear Eon? How many shrimp you catch in the boat net? That's funny. That's funny. Too big. Oh, the holes are too big. They're gonna go through. I didn't. Oh, I think YouTube is deleting comments, Cam, or I don't think it's coming through because like I was reading some comments in the past and like it was getting deleted as I was reading it. I think people were deleting their own comments sometimes. So yeah. Plus, I think whoever you end up with will be attracted by the way you are, not attempt to change you. Okay, we are done. Yeah, and like Queen Mother, right? She attracted somebody who I guess likes her thinking sometimes, right? So yeah.
All the men that I attracted, they didn't come for me for my thinking.
Don't say nothing inappropriate,
No,
bro.
they came for
Don't
me.
say your body. Oh my
They came
god.
for me for my twerking.
Oh my
Why you always gotta say something inappropriate,
But
bro?
it's the truth. I was a beauty. I was a knockout. Every time they looked at me, they fell down. Literally.
Oh my
They all
god.
fell down.
Really?
Yeah. And then I got to know them, and I'm like, you know something? I really don't like you. What was I doing? It's time to go. Bye. Fun in marathon.
Don't fall down, bro. Don't fall down. Sit down, man. Okay. I I'm gonna skip to the bottom, I think. Let's see. Um, so you want to be moderator, Drake? Drake said, I don't block people just because I believe in free speech. Say what you want. Drake said they're a moderator on a big channel and never block people.
Drake, I love Drake, but Drake is itching to deal with Evan too.
Now you being unfair though, too, Mom. Now you kind of being unfair.
I mean, okay.
I don't know. I'm just asking if you want if because I'm just asking if they want to be a moderator because we never gave them. We gave Cats a moderator status. You did a great job as a moderator, Cats. Right? So Drake, do you want to be a moderator? This is somebody new asking for V. The reason why we're not giving you moderator status V is because I think we gave it to you in the past and you blocked everybody. So Drake literally wrote like a whole paragraph saying I don't block people because I believe in free speech. They're saying you want it. So Drake, do you want to be a moderator? I'll give you moderator status if you want to be a moderator.
Don't block Evan, please.
But I need confirmation that you want to be a moderator. So I asked you, let me know yes or no. Do you want to be a moderator? Okay, no, you don't want to be a moderator. Okay. So Drake does not want to be a moderator. But King of the Weather said,
it'll be hard. It'll be a name. It'll be hard.
So King of the Weather wants to be a moderator. All right, King of the Weather. So I'll give you moderator status, King of the Weather. As always, if you want to put somebody in timeout, just let me know. I mean, only put people in timeout if they are being discriminatory. Don't put people in timeout because they disagree with you, right? If I did that, nobody would be on the stream right now. Probably maybe 5 people would be on the stream. Yeah. So, if you want me to tell you who to put in timeout, I could do that as well. But so far, I only had maybe like a total of like 4 people be moderators. Cats did a good job being moderator, and King of the Weather does a good job being moderator. But so far, we really haven't had much people be moderators yet on the stream. Okay.
Tell me slowly but surely.
And V, the reason why you're not moderator is because Queen Mother said you're not a moderator. So don't come at me. It's Queen Mother, it's not me.
We're gonna go back to the lives and check and see. You have to go back and see.
Oh yeah. And then use RPG, use RPG.
Okay, we're finally at the bottom of the chat. We're finally at the bottom. Okay. That was a lot. That was a lot I went through, but we're back. We're back. All right. So Cam said, LMO, he thinks he's hurting people feelings. He don't care. He's angry. Okay, I skipped some comments. I really don't know who you're talking about. Let me see. The cat man, watch out, and please don't read my pockets. I'll humble you. Oop. Hey Stacy, I'm not marrying you. What's happening between Cam and somebody on stream, guys? What is happening?
Oh, he's right there.
Somebody's messing with Cam?
Yeah.
That there's like a no. Who's messing with Cam? Not Cam.
What's happening? Cam, what happened? I skipped. I don't know what happened, guys. What do I have in my head? Dare, it's hairnet.
Oh.
But how are you doing today, Cam? What are you eating for breakfast, Cats? What are you eating for breakfast? Drake, Vernon, Cage, everyone on stream, let me know. Let me know. Cat said, see, Cage is gay. He immediately asks how a man is doing. Vernon said, I only trust Cats and Drake is iffy. Oh, to be moderators. You can't humble. Gonna go buy some gum. What? Drake said, I just had to give my opinion. Some moderators are good, some are weird. Yeah, harm your channel, yeah. Because in the past, I had a moderator, 2 moderators in the past. They put everybody in timeout. And they blocked everybody. Like, what are you doing? You take moderators' ass away from them.
That was funny.
Cam said, oh, it's not me, Mia. Oh, he's messing with everyone. Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Cam. Thanks for the clarification. Okay. Cam said he got mad because someone didn't read his name right. Oh, okay. It's scat. Okay, like a car. Okay, and he said no one could afford it. Oh, okay. Brandon said, yeah, Cam's one of us. We got beef with Cam. What are you saying? Y'all got beef with me, they said. Cam said, I need gum. That's all, no beef. Okay. You're a rap artist. Okay. So are you like positive rap? Or are you just body rap? Do you rap? What do you rap about? I like positive rap. Like I listen to like some artists, they like predominantly sing like positive music, right? Rap, I'm tired of rapping music where you talk about people's skin and how they look. And you gotta throw the curse words in there. So yeah. Hey, it makes money. Whatever makes money though, right?
Yo, Ravando is lagging like crazy, bro. Oh my god, bro.
Saying you need gum, but I said you can't buy gum. Why can't they buy gum though? Even King of the Weather is confused. King of the Weather's like, huh? What's happening? Scam? I think you're no, what's your name? The Scant. I think you're confusing us a little bit, but how are you doing today, the Scant? Cam said, well now. Huh?
I feel bad.
Disengaging because he's calling people out of their name. Yeah, let's not call people out of their name, right? As we saw throughout the whole discussion I had earlier, I didn't call anybody out of their name, even though I disagreed with some statements. Take that as a learning opportunity and how you can have debates and just share ideas, right? You can disagree with people, but the minute you call somebody out of their name, right, that is when you lose your argument, right? Especially if it's unfounded, right? Sometimes you'll call people out of their name. Like sometimes I call people or say some people leave ignorant comments because they're generally like ignorant comments, right? Don't just do it unnecessarily, right? So yeah. Kat said, I'm not homophobic. I'm just, it's just interesting that these anti-feminists are really interested in men. No, and that is valid too. And that's what I said earlier. And I think that's what set people off too, right? I think that's what set people off in a larger, it's like adding fire to like it's like adding gasoline to the fire. Because I told them like feminism, if you're anti-feminist, but you're gay, right, or you have a disability, it really doesn't make sense because feminism is the umbrella term. So I think that sets people off too, because I heard that theory too. I heard theories that people on social media, they were like, if you have a boyfriend or if you know a male and they constantly have a whole bunch of ridiculous, they constantly have like a whole bunch of girlfriends, or they're constantly cheating on like their girlfriends, that means it's because they're truly gay. Because they said you only really try something over and over and over again, the person on social media said, if you are not satisfied with what you have. So that means you don't like females, particularly if you had a girlfriend of all races and you still don't like, you're still cheating on females, that means you probably like a man, right? But you're scared to like get a boyfriend, right? So I heard that theory. So as Kat said, that was an interesting thing that you brought up, Kat, that saying you're not homophobic. It's just interesting that these anti-feminists are really interested in men. It's probably the same thing, right? Maybe they are interested in men, right? And they're scared of getting a boyfriend, right? Or they're scared of identifying as that. So instead, it's easier for them to be anti-feminist, right? Cam said, so now there's beef, but I never cared. LMAO, he can to talk about it. So, but Cam, how was your outing? How was your adventure? I saw that you went to some museums yesterday, which looked really fun. Did you have fun? Did you learn anything? Kat Vernon said, name one positive rapper. Mia Hovey is a good one. I think it's named Hovey. I feel like I'm saying his name wrong, but he sings like religious music, but he makes it like more so pop a little bit. He raps, and that's a really good one that I found that I like I don't listen to all his songs, but there's like two of his songs or two or three of his songs that I like, and it's like positive a little bit. Cam said,
Snipes you. I mean, me. That's
Scat Man, make a vehicle, Scat Pack. I've never heard of that car before. I really don't know much about cars. I mean, I know BMWs, I know Porsches. Like, I just know the cars that are super famous or the cars my mom has had. So I don't really know a lot about the cars or cars that's been on commercial. You see Porsches on all the movies for some reason. People love a Porsche or Lamborghini in the movies, right? And then a BMW. My mom has one, and one day I will have a BMW convertible. So that's why I know about a BMW. All the other cars, I know a Mercedes 'cause my sister has one, I think. And that's basically it. Like all the cars. Thank you so much for sending a gift. Really, really appreciate it. Jazz hands to you, jazz hands to you. 3636. You're helping me get one step closer to paying off my student loan debt. All income goes in its own separate account. And one day you will be contributing to paying a portion of it. Really, really do appreciate your donation. How are you doing today, 3636? Glad you could be here.
yeah, you suck.
I don't want to fall behind again, so let me read it a little faster.
Get better, get better. You suck, you suck, you suck. Get better, get better. No, if you think that you're so good, let's 3v1 you then. Yeah, you're scared.
Mia's. Oh, they're a troll. Okay.
How?
Troll converter. Evidence saying, Scatman, Mia's a troll converter. She will make you good. Exactly, exactly. Evan is one of our greatest success stories. Like, Evan was formerly a troll, but Evan has now rehabilitated. Sometimes Evan said she does have some relapses, Evan has told us, but at its core, Evan continuously comes back to Uniquely Mia channel, and she's going through rehabilitation. Evan, you can speak on your own success, but we're really proud of you. We're going through successful rehabilitation, and we're glad to convert you, Evan, from not being a troll anymore. Um, say, okay. Cam said it was super fun, Mia. I saw wow, really? Where they filmed Catching Fires the Hunger Game? Really? You saw President Snowhouse? It's in the Peach State? Really? I didn't know that. That's really cool. Okay, okay. Okay, important question. Did you do any trends, Pam? Like with the audio? Or like did you get any video so you can edit something with the audio after the fact? That sounds really cool. Okay, nice. I will say the Peach State though, they have a lot like they have a lot of filming location that you don't even know about, honestly. I guess you just have to find them, which is pretty cool. Cam said also I saw the Battle of Atlanta section 2.
I don't need a third one.
Is that a movie? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that one is. That sounds fun. Glad you had a fun time, Cam. It's cool. Oh wow, thank you so much, King of the Weather, for sending a super chat. Shout out to King of Weather. They donated 99 cents to the Uniquely Mia channel. I really do appreciate your generous donation, King of the Weather. All proceeds made off of social media goes in its own separate account, and one day I will use that money to pay off my student loan debt. So really, really appreciate you, King of the Weather. Hearts to you, jazz hands to you. Thank you so much for donating your hard-earned money. Really, really appreciate it. So what are you doing today, King of the Weather? I don't think I asked as of yet.
Shooting wherever, and you have auto shoot on? Crazy.
What do you love? Brennan said, simmer. Who got the keys to my beamer?
Oh my god! No! No, yo, shut up, yo. You're acting like you got
Success is groundbreaking. Cam said exactly. Yeah, formerly. Evan used to be a troller, and Evan told me when they first came on my channel, they tried to troll me, but then I rehabilitated them. So yeah, as Cam said, Evan's success is definitely groundbreaking for sure. Yeah, shout out to King of the Weather, as Kat said, for donating. I really do appreciate you, King of the Weather, and your donation. Cam said I did. Okay, but there was a bald man in my way. Oh, okay, the whole time, so the video will never leave your phone. Oh no. But at least you got it for you. At least you got it for you for the memories. Oh, the Battle of Atlanta. Okay, like Civil War. Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah. They had. Yeah. I went to one. I don't know if I went to the same museum you went to, but I remember I went to one of those museums when I was attending undergrad, and the history that you learned, it was really interesting to know how close like the battle Civil War was to my school area, right? So yeah, it's a lot of history there. So yeah, it's really cool, really cool. Glad the Confederates lost, right? Not good, right? Confederates are the bad ones, right? Pretty sure they're the ones who wanted slavery to continue. So glad they lost. Okay. King Leather said. Oh, you didn't get canes yesterday. Okay, you might get canes today. Okay, nice. Hopefully you get it today. What's your go-to order for Raising Cane's, King of the Weather? What do you get? I mean, their menu is pretty straightforward. I know they have the sandwich and the tenders, and then after that, I don't think they have much. But yeah. The bowl of fan. Vernon said, okay, Mia, shout out to Evan. Conversion 100%. Hey, PJM, how are you doing today? You went fishing, weren't catching anything. I forgot I had the day before, so I turned. But now it's running up my leg. What in the world's running up your leg? Is it like an eel? Those eels, have you guys ever seen an eel? I think I saw an eel one time, but in the gutters of Guy, and I could just be making that up. I feel like I saw an eel one time. That thing is so scary. It's like a snake. And then I remember one time I was in the beach, like in the ocean and the beach, and my mom told me, there's like ocean snakes. When my mom told me there's ocean snakes, I got so freaked out of going into the water. I'm like, I can't even run away from land to get away from snakes. There's ocean snakes now, you're telling me? Like, imagine you swimming in the water and you feel something wrapping around your leg. I will crash out. You already do not have full control of your body when you are in the ocean. You do not. So imagine something wrap around you. How in the world are you gonna get the momentum to push that thing off of you? It's so scary, guys. And freaky. Like, no. Ooh, you made a spicy omelet. Sounds good. Evan, what'd you put in it? Evan said, I got a certificate on this account for being a good being a gontro. Okay. YouTube for 20 years. So you were on YouTube for 20 years straight. Wow. Okay. Well, nice. Glad you got a certificate, Evan, for being gonatro, right? Because sometimes I do understand that you gotta relapse, but at its core, rehabilitation's going great. Evan said, I posted my alma mia. I'll tag you. Yeah, tag me. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out. Yeah, sometimes if I respond late to your tags, it's not because I saw it and ignored it. It's because YouTube, the same way YouTube doesn't notify y'all about everything I post. It happens like when you guys tag me or when you guys post videos. But I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out. Hey, Hallie, glad you could be back on the stream. How's everything going with you, Hallie? Yeah, King, I saw that comment earlier. Yeah. What's your go-to Canes order? Glad you're still here. You may film the Canes adventure. Okay, very nice. Excited to see it. Excited to see it. But welcome everybody to the live stream. Glad y'all could be on the stream. I do hope you guys are enjoying it. So this morning we did not go to the gym. As you saw, we started the stream as a conversation. So we spoke about what we put on my rings together. I told you the power each ring has. We dive deep into the discussion about feminism a little bit. Now we're more so moving on to this general discussion. You guys can ask me about anything. If I'm able and comfortable to answer it, I'll be more than happy to do so for y'all. But I would love to know, what are you guys doing today? What are you eating today, etc. Vernon said that sounds good. Evan can actually cook. King of the Weather said having 8 canes and have any canes in my life? Oh, you've never had it before. Oh, okay, okay. I recommend just like the regular tenders then for like the first menu. I feel like that's what they're known for. I think you need the cane sauce, but share your opinion after you get it, because I feel like there's something called Zaxby's. That's like a fast food restaurant. I think Zaxby's is much better than Raising Cane's, right? But they have not opened any Zaxby's or Zackabees in New York as of yet, right? So for Canes, you definitely do need the sauce. You need the sauce. You saw my TikTok video. Very nice, very nice. Did you thank you. Did you follow? Hopefully you followed and supported. Go wash your hands. Gee, go. He don't be washing his hands. Nasty. Don't touch me, man. What are we saying? Are you gay? No, I'm not. Evan said, if you are gay, though, you are still more than welcome on the channel for your positivity and uniqueness. Evan said, I added bell peppers, stir fry mushrooms, mixed mushrooms, and 1 egg. Okay, with plenty of peppers and peri peri spice. What is peri peri spice? Like, what is it mixed with? And cheese? Sounds good. Sounds good. I got Rosslet and what are you saying? Good morning / grand rising to you. My name's Mia, also known as Uniquely Mia. Y'all can refer to me as such. How are you doing today? Double O JJ. Glad you could be here. Sarah said your voice sounds like Alvin and the Chipmunks. Thank you. I love Alvin and the Chipmunks. You got Simon. You got Alvin. What's the other guy's name? Theodore. Oh my gosh, Theodore's so cute. Alvin and the Chipmunks. I don't remember any of their songs. I loved Alvin and the Chipmunks. My mom had to take you to see all the movies. Before I became obsessed with Twilight, The Hunger Games, Divergent, even before I was obsessed with the Harry Potter franchise, Alvin and the Chipmunks. Anytime the movie came out in theaters, I would always ask my mom to take me. And luckily she took me. And it was cool when the girls were introduced, like the girl versions. Huh? What happened? What, they didn't? Well, my mom said you didn't mean that as a compliment, but once again, what did I always say about compliments? You interpret it how you want to interpret it. So you know what? If my voice sounds like Alvin and the Chipmunks, that means I can sing too, right? I'm not gonna sing yet. Really, Bob? My mom's singing. They said I sound like Alvin and Chipmunks, which means I can sing, not you. Alvin and the Chipmunks, bound chicken wow wow. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I made your ears hurt, I apologize to y'all. Does my voice sound better on the mic? Let me know. Nobody left, so that means I sound pretty good. Somebody joined. Welcome. So welcome to the live stream. It's Uniquely Mia here. I was recently told I sound like Alvin and Chipmunk, so I was practicing. See, restaurant is in Utah. I'm in Oregon. Yeah, Zaxby's is more so consolidated to like those southern, eastern, western states. Brandon said that looks amazing. Is it? Ooh, I do. I like toaster strudels. I had like one. I had some like I had one like one time when I was younger. My mom bought a pack, so I had it more than once. But I had the pack of it once. It was really good, but she never bought it again. I think because she's the strawberry ones. The reason why we bought it was because a little bit, a little bit. Oh, geez, lagging as well. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? So
Can you hear that?
you can't sing. I can sing. Oh, I'm back on. Okay, nice, nice. I'm just working off of my Wi-Fi that I have on my phone right now, so it was reconnecting. But we are back. We are back. Glad you guys could be back on. But let's see the fun fact. I always forget. Anytime I have Snapple, if you read like the top of the Snapple, guys, it has fun facts, right? So according to Snapple, oh snap. According to Snapple, it is a fact that sweet corn is actually a type of grass. What? Sweet corn is a type of grass? That is so baffling to hear. Thank you so much, Hallie, for donating a floating heart. Jazz hands to you, jazz hands to you, Hallie. She just said don't do that. You're not listening. Jazz hands to you, jazz hands to you, Hallie. I really appreciate your donation. You're helping me get one step closer to paying off my student loan debt. All income made off of social media goes in its own separate account. Thank you so much. Thank you for sending a thumbs up, Hallie. Clock it, as G said. Thumbs up to you, Hallie. Thank you again. Vernon sent a floating heart. Floating hearts, clock it, as G said to Vernon and everyone who has donated. Slay.
Keep donating. Clock it.
So clock it to Hallie and Vernon, King of the Weather, everybody, Dr. Jonathan, who donated today for today's live stream. I really do appreciate your generous donations to the Uniquely Mia channel. You're helping me get one step closer to paying off my student loan debt. Thank you so much. Vernon said presentation is nice. I bet it tastes even better. Oh, Evans, you went and looked at the food. Okay. I'm excited to look at it then. If you guys saying it looks good. Vernon said, tell G don't say that and definitely don't say it to me. Why not? Why shouldn't he say it, Vernon? But G, Vernon doesn't want you to tell him clock it, so he won't say it to you. Why not? Did you send a happy poop? That's funny. Thank you so much for sending a happy poop super chat, Hallie. Really appreciate it. At least it was golden and it looked like they put like some sprinkles on it, which was pretty cool. Hey, I don't feel bad because I donated. Exactly. And King of the Weather, never feel bad. When you come on stream and you donate, as I always say, I appreciate everyone who goes that extra mile and purchase gifts and super chats. I really do appreciate you. Hey, Charisse, how you doing today? It really means a lot. But at the same time, guys, King of the Weather, anybody who's on the stream and who does not donate, right? I appreciate you guys for being here. You're donating your time. Make sure to like the video, consider subscribing, and watch, like, go through my full instructional YouTube videos, the YouTube shorts, to the live streams, right? So I appreciate everyone. So never feel bad when you don't donate, and never feel bad when you do donate. Because when you do donate, you're going that extra amount, and I really do appreciate it. Brandon said clock it is a girl term. And to other girls. Well, a guy created clock it. We learned it actually yesterday. So, yeah. Words don't have gender, guys. I mean, she, her pronouns have gender. But it's my opinion, words do not have gender except for pronouns. But, yeah. What are we saying? King of the Weather said thank you. Thank you. You're most welcome, King of the Weather. And thank you for your donation and for your time on the live streams. Really do appreciate it. So I know that you guys said that you're gonna get canes today. I know what you guys ate for breakfast, so the people who answered. Have you guys seen any recent TV shows that y'all like, that you find enjoyable, entertaining? For some reason, when was it, like 2 days ago? I guess I was bored. I was really bored, so I actually did log on to Netflix. I did not watch the shows y'all recommended as of yet. I did watch The Walking Dead. I didn't. I saw the Maggie and Negan version of The Walking Dead. I forgot the name of it. Dead City Rising, I think. So yeah. So the stars of it was Herschel, which is Maggie's and Glenn's son. Oh my gosh, Herschel. Like, Glenn, why do you have to do that to Glenn? Herschel was annoying. Herschel was annoying. Glenn would be disappointed in Herschel. He really would be. But they took out Glenn in The Walking Dead. And then Negan was the character who took out Glenn. And for some reason, Maggie keeps finding him redeemable, which I don't get. But yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. It's my opinion that the best spin-offs of the Walking Dead series was Daryl's. Daryl's season when he's in France because he has his own TV show. Love it, love it. Great show. And then there's Michonne when Michonne finds Rick again. That's a good spinoff, but Rick Grimes was a little bit annoying in that spinoff, but the end made up for it. All the other spinoffs that they've made, I really don't like them. I don't like them. Even the one with Morgan. I don't like those spinoff that they did with Morgan. I didn't like that one. What are we saying? Hey, Kamori, tell Kamori I said good meow, good meow, meow to them, king of the weather. What's for breakfast for Kamori? Hey, how are you doing, Croc? Glad you could be here. Knock knock. Man, Tubai. What? Oh, like the streaming platform Tubi? Oh yeah, that's where they had like the free TV shows or some of the movies. I downloaded that app when I was at school. They used to have some good movies. Like they used to have like Buffy the Vampire Slayer on. I haven't really watched the Tubi produced movies because people often those are really funny. So yeah. I've seen season 1 of Stranger Things. I haven't seen the other seasons as of yet. I found season 1 to be very boring. One day I will watch the other seasons and I'll talk about it on stream for you guys. I know you guys say, Mia, you're moving so slow because normally I'm not on Netflix. And when I do go on Netflix, I guess I just gravitate towards a show I want to watch. But I will go back to Stranger Things and see. Some people said the season 5 finale was really good. Other people said they really didn't like it. But yeah. But King Weather said, like the stream and subscribe to Mia. Get her to 10K 100%. Support Uniquely Mia, where you are welcome for your positivity and uniqueness, guys. This is a safe space where we can engage in discussions, where you guys can see how somebody else lives their life, gain cross-cultural experiences and knowledge, right? So if you guys feel down, if you feel positive one day and you watch the stream, I do hope by watching the full nutritional YouTube videos, YouTube shorts, prior live streams, you guys learn something, right? And at its core, and you are entertained. So yeah. Vernon said, thank you so much, Vernon, for sending another floating heart gift. Really do appreciate it. Jazz hands to you, jazz hands to you. Floating hearts to you. Thank you so much for your generous donation. Once again, it really means a lot. Jazz hands to you. And thank you, Hallie, for sending another gift. Really means a lot. If I could do the 100, but I can't. I could do 10. I can't do 100, right? But thank you so much, Hallie, once again for donating another gift to the Uniquely Media community. It really means a lot. Thank you again for your generous donation. Really means a lot, guys. Braden said, okay, you saw the first season, okay, but I didn't keep your interest. I would like to see Daryl's only because Carol is back. Yes, watch it, Vernon. I can understand. So you said you saw the first 2 seasons of the first season of The Walking Dead, okay? Or do you mean the one with Negan and Maggie? Yeah, the one with Negan and Maggie. It is kind of boring. I just stuck through it the first season of the one with Negan and Maggie just because I wanted to see what happened, right? Because like they're characters that I knew about from The Walking Dead, but like it's not for me. I saw season 2. It's not worth it, honestly. The storyline is so weird because in the whole entire series, The Walking Dead, after they took out Glenn, Maggie was known as the widow, and you were supposed to get Negan. Like you were supposed to get revenge for Glenn. Like, what do you mean? Glenn was my favorite character. Glenn is my favorite character. Without Glenn, there would be no Rick Grimes. I spoke about this numerous times before because in the first episode of The Walking Dead, season 1, episode 1, when Rick gets to Atlanta, he is surrounded by zombies. If Glenn did not risk his life, the show's over. Episode 1, right? And they just took him out. So yeah, but definitely watch Vern and definitely watch Daryl Dixon's season. His own spinoff. Love that show so much. And just because Daryl Dixon is a fun character, right? I mean, I'm really sad that they took away one of the main characters. Not gonna spoil it 100%, but like, I'm like, why did you do that to Daryl for? Like, that was his redemption or whatever, right? But yeah, Carol is in season 2. Season 2 is really good. You get to see the zombie apocalypse in France, right? So it's a new take on it. I'm just really curious to know, how are you gonna get back to America? Right? How are you gonna get back to America? And when are you gonna meet Rick again? Like, you need to bring the band back together again. They really just need to end the Walking Dead universe and bring everyone who's alive back together, right? The original group. And the whole time I was watching, the Walking Dead TV show, the spinoff with Negan and Maggie, I was like, Maggie, why aren't you like with Michonne and Rick? Why aren't you like, why are you by yourself, right? I understand why she was by herself initially in The Walking Dead, but like now, go back to your like family, like do that. Kamori said good meow. Okay, nice, nice. Okay, usually cat food she likes. Nice. Season 4 is good. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out. King of Weather said, I like when people donate, but I also donate. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, yeah. I like when people donate to their time and gifts. Really, really means a lot. Yes, Drake, I did have black nails yesterday. I decided to change my nails. I changed my nail color 2 times yesterday. First I put on this green, and I did like the green, but then it dried very weird. Like it dried grainy. So then I changed it to pink. But I liked the black. The black was pretty, but then the black polish on my thumb, it actually started to peel. I don't know why. Sometimes I guess my nail polish is just old, so it peels. And I could, and you guys like, Mia, why don't you just put black nail polish on again? Because my black nail polish bottle, I only have one, which is surprising because generally I have repeat colors, but I only have one black polish and it's practically finished. So I need to get another one. But yeah.
No, because I.
This stream is positive. Nice, nice, Evan. Glad it's positive. Do you skirt? Accent if I wear skirts, yeah, I wear skirts. Brennan said the one with Negan and Maggie. Okay, both of their characters. Yes, became annoying, right? Yes, Glenn is the goat, Vernon. Glenn is the goat. And you know it's so funny because like I saw, because obviously The Walking Dead is an old TV show, right? So I saw it when it was like somewhat like when it was already on Netflix, right? So when by the time that I saw Glenn's death, I had to Google like why did they take out Glenn? Anytime they take out a good character who you didn't think they would take out, I Google. And they said Glenn wasn't even like Glenn. I don't think did they say Glenn wasn't supposed to die in the comics? I don't know. They had to say Glenn was not supposed to die in the comic books, or Glenn was a new character they made. And it's so funny because the actor said he really didn't want to leave, but the show made him leave. So it's like the actor said he changed his mind last minute that he didn't want to leave the show. But I guess by that point in time, it was too late. So that shows you always think your decision through very thoroughly before you commit, right? Because by that point in time, when he was like, I actually want to stay in the series, they were like, oop, too late now. And then they just take out Carl. Like when they took out Carl, I'm like, what are you doing now? That's when I stopped watching. Because so what happened with me, The Walking Dead universe, love The Walking Dead show, like ultimate zombie apocalypse show. Love it for the realism of it. But like the minute they took out Glenn, I'm like, okay, I don't want to watch. I did take a little bit of a break, and then I went back to the show. But then when you took out Carl, what do you mean, Carl? Like yeah, the meme. You know, Rick, anytime he calls Carl's name, he always bends his head. He's like Carl. His like the accent's funny. But like the minute you take out Carl, I'm like, what is the point? What are you doing? What are you doing? So I stopped. People said Carl got taken out of the show because they didn't want to pay the actor as an adult anymore. I mean, because he was a child actor, so he had to transition to an adult. They took him out for that. And then I did go back. I did go back after Carl died. I was like, let me commit and see. And then the bridge scene, they blow up the bridge. And then Rick and Michonne are separated. No. So that's when I honestly stopped watching The Walking Dead. So there's like 10 to 11 season of The Walking Dead show. I haven't seen all seasons, but I have jumped to the spin-offs. So Vernon, if you're thinking about watching Daryl Dixon's own like TV show, the own show that he has, watch it. I do think that's a really good show, especially if you like his character. It's a really good show for sure. It's more action in there. Like I feel like Negan and Maggie's show, it was a little more boring, in my opinion, a little bit, right? And then Herschel, I don't like Herschel. Like, where's your back, Herschel? Why did Maggie raise him like that, right? Yeah. Like Herschel should know how to fight. Like, there should be no excuse. Like, do you know where you came from? Like, you came from the original, like, Walking Dead. You had Rick to teach you. You had Daryl, right? You had all these people, and then Herschel just make all these decisions. But if you see season 2, if you can push through to season 2, you'll know why I'm saying all this. But like, it's boring. It is boring, but you gotta push through. But yeah. Jake said, "Never really. You've never seen one episode of The Walking Dead? I do recommend the show, Drake. I do recommend it. I know you said you don't want. I know you said you would never really watch Harry Potter the movies because you said it's a little kiddie. But I feel like for The Walking Dead, if you want to try that show, it's a little gory, right? Because it's a zombie apocalypse and they show you like the zombie apocalypse, right? So, but I do recommend watching the show. It is a good show. I like it. It's good." I always say I think it gives me nightmares a little bit though, because anytime I watch The Walking Dead, I'll go to sleep. And I always tell y'all, I dream that I'm in a zombie apocalypse. And the minute before I unalive the zombie, I always wake up. So, it's a good show. Vernon said, everyone, please acknowledge King of the Weather donating 99 cents. Yeah, shout out to King of the Weather. I really do appreciate it. It's really awesome. And shout out to everyone as well. Evan said, which one is Glenn? Glenn is the Asian one. You stopped watching after I had nightmares of Rick and zombies. I remember you told me that when I was at school, Evan. But Rick is the Asian character. He's like the only Asian character in the whole Walking Dead universe. So he's a real no. He was Korean. No, yeah, he was Korean because somebody called him Chinese, and he was like, "I'm Korean, dude." So yeah, but yeah, it's a good character. You like Negan? Okay, okay, let me. Okay. I dislike Negan because he took out Glenn. I dislike Negan because he took out Glenn. I could never forgive Negan because he took out Glenn. The whole time I was watching the spinoff with Maggie and Glenn, you know how you can tell when writers are trying to build like that redemption arc? They were doing that. I was like, I'm not forgiving Negan. I'm not forgiving you, Negan. The whole time I'm watching the show, when Maggie kind of like sits next to him and talks, I'm like, Maggie, get him. What are you doing, Maggie? Like, so I could never forgive Negan because he took out Glenn, right? I will say, Evan, Negan is a good character in terms of his ability to survive. His ability to survive, right? So, as I will say, I said in the past too, Rick and Negan are the same. They're very similar, Rick and Negan. That's why in The Walking Dead, when Rick and Negan met each other, they were very similar. Like they had talks with each other in the show. Their characters are very similar because they're both the villain. Rick Grimes is not a hero. Rick Grimes is a hero for his group and the people he consider family because Rick was taking out humans. Rick was doing some crazy stuff. So Rick Grimes is very similar to Negan, right? The only thing with Negan, why I don't like Negan, is because he took out Glenn. If he never took out Glenn, I'm like, you're cool, Negan. I can get behind you, Negan. But like, no, you took out my character. So yeah, but they're very very similar because they survived the apocalypse and they literally led groups. They built sanctuaries for people, right, to protect these people, right. They're good characters to survive the apocalypse. If I'm with Negan or Rick Grimes in the zombie apocalypse, I know I'm surviving, right, as long as I don't get bit. I'm surviving for sure because they can protect you. But like in terms of the villain aspect, they're both equally bad. But you took out Glenn. Negan, can't forgive you for that. Yeah, I do agree, Evan. Rick is a little hot headed. He is a little hot headed. Oh no, you did not say hot headed. Evan said Rick is hot and a real man. I saw that Rick Grimes is hot headed. I read that comment totally wrong, Evan. That's funny, Evan. I read that comment so wrong. Meredith said Glenn was in the okay, so he was in the comics. Okay. Oh, Abraham was in the comics too, and Carol? Really? Yeah. Okay, so oh no, you said okay, so no, you only said Glenn was in the I have to read slower. Glenn was in the comics, and then Glenn, Abraham, and Carrie are top three characters. That's a good top three. That's a good top three. Who's my top three? Glenn, obviously. Glenn's my top three. Okay, Glenn is one. Carol, you got it. She's Carol. Daryl. Daryl. I can't I would do Rick, but like I would choose Rick, but like I'm not. But Rick turned into a chicken when Rick was captured. Like you had so many opportunities to escape, and yes, he did try to escape, but like when Rick met Michonne, that was your way out, and he was making a whole bunch of excuses to stay. And you will only know what I'm talking about if you watch this spin-off with Michonne and Rick. So that's why Rick is not my top three. Because in the spin-off with Michonne and Rick, I'm like, this is not the same Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead. And that made me really upset. Like the whole time he was on screen, I was skipping. Like I was skipping. I'm like, Rick, get out of here. You're annoying right now. You're annoying me. So yeah, my top three has to be Darrow, has to be Glenn, and definitely Carol, because Carol's the underdog. Like even myself, I will admit, Vernon and everyone else on stream, I will admit, when I first saw The Walking Dead and I saw Carol's character, I was like, you ain't surviving, girl. I was like, Carol, you are not surviving. I did not think she would survive. Season 3, Carol? Don't know. Season 3, Carol, she taking everybody out. You zombie, you human, she taking everybody out. Season 3, Carol. Nobody ever expects her to like be as surviving and be as good with the weapons and everything as she is, right? So yeah. And then Daryl, like obviously first, like the first time Daryl was introduced in season 1, he was a funny character, right? But like he was kind of like a mean character. Like no, but I don't think I liked him when he was first introduced because like the writers like they did a great job and he did a great job showing his meanness. But he was always a funny character, right? like like remember that scene when he was speaking to what was Rick's wife name? Lori. I do not like Lori. Do y'all like Lori? I could not stand Lori. And Shane, don't even get me started on Shane, man. Don't even get me started on Shane. But like That scene when Daryl was talking to Lori, and he was something like, he was like, "Get out of here, olive oil." I was looking for that little girl every day. That was so funny, man. I mean, it was sad because you know what little girl he's referring to, but like when he called her olive oil, that was funny, man. Jake said, "But wait, I thought you said you don't dream." Yeah, I don't dream. Like normally, like I don't dream. So the only time I dream is like when I watch The Walking Dead. I know if I watch The Walking Dead today, I go to sleep tonight, I'm gonna dream. I know I'm gonna dream about the zombie apocalypse for some reason. So it's really weird. But normally I go to sleep. I didn't dream last night. I didn't dream for the whole week. I haven't dreamed in months, honestly. So yeah, when I sleep, I just sleep. Thank you, Hallie. Really, really appreciate the donation again. Thank you so much for your generous donation. It really, really means a lot when you purchasing gifts. I really do appreciate it. So, have you seen the show The Walking Dead, Hallie? Which show have you seen that you like outside of Stranger Things? Thank you so much for that donation again. Evan said they also killed. Oh yeah, the black dude in the first episode. Oh no, they didn't kill Morgan. No, Morgan's still alive. Morgan has his own. If you're talking about Morgan, Evan, Morgan has his own show. So what happened is it's all on Netflix. So if you guys have Netflix, I forgot the name of it. For some reason, I don't remember the name of these shows, man. I only know The Walking Dead, but there's a lot of spin-offs. But there's this one show that's in the Walking Dead universe. It had so much potential. And you guys may know what I'm talking about if you've seen the Walking Dead show, if you've been on Netflix. So there's what is it? Fear of the Walking Dead? I think it's Fear of the Walking Dead. If I'm correct, Fear of the Walking Dead, it had so much potential. When I saw season one, loved it. It was a new family. It was a new family in the same zombie apocalypse universe, right? But you know what they did? They slowly killed off the characters. One of the character names was Alicia. She was part of the original family. They slowly killed off each family member in like for no reason whatsoever. It made no sense. And then they introduced Morgan. And when they introduced Morgan and they turned Morgan into the main character of that show, I'm like, I don't like the show anymore. Because I don't know, something about Morgan's character in The Walking Dead, Morgan was a good character, but like in Fear of the Walking Dead, he's so boring to me. I don't like it, so I stopped watching it. But season one to two of Fear of the Walking Dead, so good. Love the show. Vernon said I stopped watching when the group wore the zombie skin. That where the zombie skin showed up. Okay, I haven't seen that one. A group wore the zombie skin. Ew, I know they wore the zombie guts to like stay away from the zombies. I don't know one wore the zombie skin. You ready for a high school reunion? Who are you? I don't know who you are. I'm not going to no high school reunion. Do you guys go to those things? Evan said the black man with the kid. Yeah, he's still alive. Unfortunately his kid didn't make it, but like he's still alive in Fear of the Walking Dead. Black man with the kid made it more interesting, but for the life of me, I never understood why we never saw them again. Yeah. So what happened? Oh, because you said you stopped watching early. That's why. Okay, so what happened? And a little bit of spoiler for the people who haven't seen it, but like the kid didn't survive. Obviously, unfortunately, he didn't survive, which is sad. And then he kind of went crazy, Morgan, because obviously you lost your kid, right? After you lose your wife, you lost your kid too, right? So he went crazy, and that's when he went on the walk, and then that's when he got to like Alabama, I feel like. It's one of those southern states he walked to. It was a long walk, and that's when he entered the Fear of the Walking Dead universe. Thank you so much for subscribing, Hallie. I really do appreciate the kind words, your donation to the channel, and your subscription. It really, really, really means a lot, Hallie. So I hope you enjoy the content you see. Remember, you are welcome for your positivity and uniqueness. So take a deep dive into Uniquely Mia content, enjoy the videos, and if there's any content you'd like to see from me, just let me know. And if I'm able and comfortable to do so, I'm more than happy to do it for you. Make some videos related to about it. Evan said, if Negan unalived Glenn, I don't care for him either. Yeah, he did it. I don't like it. Vernon said Negan, yeah, he's charismatic. Yeah, villain, yup. A bit, okay, but a cool character. Then they try to make him more of an anti-hero. He got bored. Yeah. You phrased it so good, Vernon. You phrased it very perfectly. That is a great sentence right there. That is true. And you put it into words because I didn't. You honestly put it into words because when I was watching the show with Maggie and Negan, like I understood why I found it boring, but I kind of didn't understand until you just wrote that. You're right. Making Negan the anti-hero made him boring because in The Walking Dead, he was never seen as a hero, right? Yes, we knew he was a villain in The Walking Dead, and he did some good things, but at its core, he was always a villain, right? Yeah. Yeah. So in the show Maggie, yes, they're making him an anti-hero and I don't like it. I don't like it. They're kind of making him a hero now. And I don't like it. I want him to be the negative. I want him to be the bad guy, right? Cuz they did bring his bat back out in like in season 2, and when they did that I'm like, okay, this is getting interesting. We're getting Negan back, right? So like I don't like the character, but like if you're being a villain Negan, you're good, right? So I don't know. Maybe though, I don't know. I don't think they're going to give us what we want. Because what I want Maggie to like get revenge for Glenn. I want you to get revenge for Glenn, Maggie. But like, I don't think they're doing that. I don't think they're doing that. So I don't know. Like I said, when season 3 comes out, I don't think I'm gonna watch season 3. If it's on Netflix, maybe I'll watch it, maybe I won't. But I have no desire to like research when season 3 is coming out because it's not that good in my opinion. Season 1 and 2. Hey Rex, how you doing today? You're new here. Glad you could be here. Your local bestie Bailey Williams. We're talking about The Walking Dead right now, just TV shows. If you want to contribute, if you've seen it, if you want to talk about another show, another conversation, feel free to type in the chat. I'd be more than happy to do so. Have you seen The Walking Dead? Do you like it? Really? Really, Lex? You like Daryl's brother? Okay. I'm not okay. Yeah. I didn't like his brother, but like he was a good villain. He was a good villain character for sure. It was really sad when Daryl went to try and find him and he was a zombie, right? That was kind of sad for Daryl. Not sad because of him. He being a zombie, you were like an evil character. But like it was sad for Daryl, right? Cause he was going through the redemption period in that point in time. But yeah. What's his name anyway? I forgot his name. I forgot Daryl's name, brother. But yeah, he was funny, his brother, I will say. A little racist, but I don't like you. That's mostly why I don't like the brother, because he was racist. But yeah. What do you say? Vernon said, I like Psycho Rick. He gives too many speeches. Yeah, Rick does give too many speeches. Like, you remember that episode after he took out Shane? That was like his introduction to Psycho Rick, like that last episode of season 1 episode run. And everybody was staring at him when after he took out Shane. And Rick looked at them and he was like, y'all think you could survive without me? Rick was like, okay, you don't like me now, go by yourself. Nobody moved because they were like, you know what, Rick, even though you going crazy, Rick, even though you took out this member of the group, we still need you to survive. So Rick just gave all these speeches. Yeah, anytime he gave the speeches, it was always kind of like, I don't want to say funny, but like when I think back about it, it was always kind of like obvious speeches. Like, because that speech was like, what? Y'all looking at me. Yeah, I took out Shane. He was an enemy to the group. You don't agree with what I did? Then go by yourself. Y'all think you can survive without me? That's essentially what Rick told them. Y'all think you can survive without me? Go. Go and see if you can survive. Nobody moved. They all sat there and they all looked at him because they knew they could not survive without him. But yeah, Psycho Rick was just unhinged, man. But you know what? People survived when they were with him, right? But then obviously Carl. Like, you turn on negative time I say Carl because they have the meme going around, guys. It was sad when they took out Carl though. I was sad. I was sad. But yeah, you couldn't protect Carl though, Rick. Couldn't do that. But Carl was rebellious, honestly. He like, you never listened, dude. Like, really?
I know, right?
Brandon said Carol and Glenn both started off as weak. Yeah, became the go-to. Yup, exactly. What if I donated $50? Would greatly appreciate it, Hallie. Yeah, you would be contributing a larger chunk to me being able to pay off my student loan debt. Would greatly appreciate it. But you can also donate $50 by, since you subscribe, you can donate $50 by watching my full nutritional YouTube videos, watching the live streams, watching the YouTube shorts, and it'll accumulate over time for sure. The spinoff sucked. Yeah, some of them sucked for sure, Rex. Yeah, like I was talking about earlier, I think Maggie's and Negan's spinoff, I feel like that's at the bottom of the barrel for me. The number one spinoff for me is Glenn's. No, not Glenn's. Glenn didn't get a spinoff. But the number one for me is Daryl Dixon's spinoff when he's in Paris. He's still there now, but that's a really good one. And then they introduced Carol to it, as Vernon said. The one I did see season 2. It's really good. I do like that one. So yeah, I don't know if Carol has her own spinoff. I have to see if Carol has her own spinoff, actually.
Yeah. Now it's kind of
Use black magic in The Walking Dead, Evan said. You like One Piece? I've never seen that show before. They turned Morgan into Kung Fu. Yeah, with the stick. Yeah, peaceful. Yep. Vernon said, Daryl is a fake Wolverine. He became more and more emo. You remind me of Jaden Smith. Oh, okay. I'm not. I'm uniquely Mia, also known as Mia, though. Evan said, "Did you know there was a whole channel on YouTube that is directed to Walk?" Now, I'm not surprised. I didn't know about that, Evan, but I'm not surprised about that at all. They do live streams and long discussion on the Walking Dead, yeah, because it's like it's so many seasons and so many years, and the shows are still going on. The spin-offs are still going on, so I'm not even surprised that thing exists, honestly. Oh, thank you so much, Hallie, for sending a 99 cents gift. I didn't even see that. Really appreciate it, Hallie, for your super chat donation. I really appreciate all your generous donations for today, Hallie. You're definitely helped me get one step closer to paying off my student loan debt. Jazz hands to you, hearts to you, hearts to you. Sometimes YouTube notifies me, sometimes they don't. So sorry for the late shout out, but thank you so much for that, Hallie. Really means a lot. What's for, well, I guess I can't say lunch, it's still breakfast for people. So if you haven't eaten breakfast yet and you didn't answer me earlier, would love to know what you guys eating. Rex said the writers got ridiculous at the end of The Walking Dead. All the women were the last survivors hanging around a fancy kitchen, drinking Merla. I didn't see that episode. Vernon said, I hated Morgan's character. He was supposedly this huge bada in the comments, really? Oh, I get what you're saying with the bot. Okay. In the comments, really, he did not seem like that in the show. But both the shows made him so annoying. Yeah. You get tongue tied. Philosophical, like a little tongue tied with that one. Monk like character, yeah. I didn't know. That's why reading the books are good too. Yeah, you're right with that one because he does not seem like he could fight. You could fight more. You could survive, but like peace, especially with your enemies, really, dude. I mean, that's good, but like, really, it's a zombie apocalypse. They like the enemies got an upper hand on you twice, and you still want to be nice to them, really. Hey, how you doing, Preppy? Welcome back, welcome back. You love One Piece? I have to check it out, Hallie. I've never seen that one before. What's it about? Hey, Michelle, how are you doing today? Evan said, not gonna lie, there was so much emotion in The Walking Dead. Yeah, related to betrayal. Yeah, excuse me. They literally betrayed out of the other character, out of one another, including Rick's first wife. Yeah, she lost a good. Evan, we know you love Rick. Evan, we know you love him. But yeah, I hated Lori. From episode one, I hated Lori so much. And then Shane, you're his best friend, Shane. And you know, somebody on social media said that like they did like a timeline. Like, so from the point when the zombie apocalypse started and from when Wick woke up and found Lori and Shane, they said only like 3 weeks passed. So you're telling me, what in a 3 week span, Lori, you think your husband is dead, you're mourning your husband, and then you move on with his best friend? Like what? What do you mean, Lori? So I hated Lori so much. I hated her character so much. And then Shane, like I really despise Shane because that's your best friend, dude. And like when Lori told you no, no means no, Shane, and Shane didn't listen to that. So even though I hated Shane, still a girl's girl, as the saying goes. So no means no. And Shane did not listen to Lori when she told him no numerous times. That was messed up, right? But Shane, his character, if the writers did not write Shane to be like a betrayer, you can say, he would have had a lot of potential, right? If Shane just listened to Rick and Lori and left them alone, I think Rick would have kept him alive, but Shane kept butting in and like was becoming very dangerous, right? But like Shane had a lot of potential to survive the zombie apocalypse. He really did have a lot of potential to survive, right? And then Angela was another character who was a really great character. Did like Angela. I mean, she could survive a little bit, but like when she met the governor and then she became kind of dumb because she met the governor, right? And then in the end, that's when she realized the governor's betraying you. You should listen to your friends from the get-go, Angela, right? She had a lot of potential to survive the zombie apocalypse. So yeah, there was a lot of that happening. A lot of betrayal and emotions in there for sure, for sure. I guess they did that to try and humanize it to the show a little bit. So yeah. Yo, guys, y'all saw that? Can you shout out One Piece? Shout out to One Piece, Hallie. Michelle said you kind of look like Harry Washington. We are having a morning talk. Uh, um, her name sounds familiar, but I'm not really sure who that is 100%. But her name sounds familiar. I know she's a famous person, probably. But yeah, this is what it is on Saturday and Sundays. Most Saturdays and Sundays, starting between 8 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I like to live stream if we're at the gym or if we don't go to the gym and we have to have like an in-house, uniquely me a studio live stream. It is a morning talk, morning discussion for sure, for sure. You know, fantastic.
What? No, I was not.
Good.
No, I was
Well,
not.
I very much enjoyed the company, much needed. It's a pleasure having you on, Michelle. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. So thank you for being here, right? I hope you subscribed and consider liking the video. So I hope to see you in the next live stream or the comment section, my full link for my YouTube or YouTube shorts for more discussions like this. Always a pleasure when you're on. Said poor Rick had to get these speeches and it wasted time. Evan said funny. In the second episode, I thought it was all over when they find the lab. Yeah, me too. I really thought that too. Yeah. For me, I think The Walking Dead lacked the 28 days later post-apocalyptic vibe. Yeah. Well, that's what the spin-offs are for, Evan. So yeah, in the Walking Dead universe, I do agree. They don't really show how, because in 28 days later they find the island to survive, right? Where they isolate themselves, right? However, in the Walking Dead show, it's a lot of surviving, right? Yeah, they find the prison for a little bit and they clear it out, but then it gets overrun with zombies again. And then they find a sanctuary, but then Negan comes in and has to ruin everything, right? So, and then they tried building the bridge to like bring back human life and like trading, but then the zombie horde happened and they had to blow up the bridge again, right? So they did try a lot of that, but all the civilizations that they quote unquote made safe, it always got overrun by zombies. So if you want more of that 28 days later, I think that's Evan where you have to go to the spin-off shows, right? Particularly for Rick and Michonne's spin-off, that's where you get the more so 28 days post-apocalyptic survivor type vibes, right? For Negan and Maggie show, it's a little bit in there because you do find them in their own sanctuary for a while, but it's more action packed. For Daryl's show, Daryl is action, but remember he's in a foreign country, right? So he's going more so on a quest and he has to get back home, right? So it's more so Rick and Michonne's spin-off where you'll find those 28 days later vibes.
Like, bro,
Brandon said, did Rick ever lose his hand like in the comics? No, he never. Wait, did he lose his hand? Did he lose his hand? I don't think he lost his hand. I think he got his hand injured. I think his hand was injured in his spinoff, but I don't think he lost his hand. I don't think. I could be incorrect. I don't think he lost his hand though.
I want you to fry it for me. I want you
The Handmaid's Tale didn't disappoint me. You need to watch that. I feel like, but I like that's the thing, like, because my sister told me to watch it. You're telling me to watch it, but I'm like, when you guys tell me that, I asked her what's about. She's like, oh, it's kind of like a world where like, oh, females are very like men really take over and men really make it a patriarchy, right? And the Handmaid's Tale, right? And she's like, there are different categories for females where some females have like some females are the wives and the wives can't have children, so they have other females who have the kids and they take the kids away, and then there's other females who have the servants, right? So I feel like it would definitely be a good show to watch. But like, imagine if people already find problem with me having my feminist discussions, right, just to share my opinions, imagine when I start watching The Handmaid's Tale and connecting it to the real world. People are really hating Nicklumia for that one, right? I'd be really annoyed with me. So, and I just can't do like I can't do like emotionally draining shows. So perhaps one day I'll watch it, Evan, but it's not on the top of my radar just because I feel like it'll be a very emotional show to watch because like there are people said there are different scenes that like are just very emotional heavy and it could actually happen, especially like in modern day based on what lawmakers are trying to get implemented in society. So yeah, but perhaps one day I'll watch it, but I have to see for sure, for sure.
Not obsessed with it.
Um,
I'm good. I'm good.
Evan said they need to stick to the 90s vibes. Everything is better in those times. The zombie vibe was better back then too.
Sorry.
Let's see. You ran out of diamonds. It's okay, Hallie. Thank you so much for all the gifts you donated. You are more than welcome on the channel when you donate and when you don't donate. I really do appreciate all your generous donations in the past. So thank you so much. Huh? Yes, your time is the most important donation, though, as always. Kat said, I gotta be a background watcher because I need to see my chores. All right, Kat. So thank you so much for being on and for having a live stream playing in the background. Hopefully, get the chores done. All right, soon. Yeah, sometimes chores can move fast, sometimes they can move quick. I mean, sometimes you move quick, sometimes you move slow. Just depends on what you gotta do, I feel like. James said, sometimes I feel like a black woman trapped in a white man's body filled with Krispy Kreme in my heart. I'm not sure that's possible. I don't think that's possible. Um, it's a compliment. We are famous too. Okay, cool, cool. Brandon said, I really, really dislike. Yes, the preacher. Good, like glad you mentioned the preacher. Yeah, and the one who lied about having the cure. Forgot his name. I know who you're talking about. What's his name? The guy with like the mullet, like the bangs and the long hair. And I know who you're talking about. I forgot his name. What is his name? Forgot his name. I forgot his name, but I know who you're talking about. Yes, I don't. Yeah. I don't like when I first met the preacher, I was like, okay, the preacher, you're kind of like a chicken. Reverend? Is that no, it's not the Reverend. The Reverend is like the other name for a preacher, but that's not the other character who lied about having a cure. Egon, no, Eugene. That's his name, I think. Eugene? Does Eugene ring a bell? Yes, Eugene. You typed in the chat, Brandon. I did not see your comment before I discovered Eugene's name. But yes, his name is Eugene. Yes. Yeah. But yeah. But the preacher, when I first met the preacher, also known as the Reverend, I just thought he was a scaredy cat character. And what he did was bad because he locked his congregation in like the church when he could have saved some people. He did that. He ran away. But he had a lot of potential, right? Because you saw how his character developed, right? Obviously, he didn't want to kill zombies, but you realize you got to survive to kill the zombies. He became a really good character. But then he met the girl, and he saw a lot of red flags, which could have potentially helped the group, and he didn't tell nobody, right? So I didn't like him for that. And then Eugene, the minute I saw Eugene, and he's like he has a cure. I was like, are you sure? Are you sure? But then I believed him because I'm like, you know what? In earlier seasons, the writers are like, yeah, there's a cure. A cure is possible. So I was like, okay, yeah, Eugene has a cure. And then you figure out Eugene actually lied just so he could survive, right? Like, really, dude? Is Eugene alive? I don't know if he's alive still. He's not in any of the spinoffs. And thankfully, they didn't make a spinoff for him and himself. But I don't know if Eugene is still alive. I don't know. Did you see the spinoff with the teenager? With the teenagers? I think I teenagers. Two spin-offs that I've seen in The Walking Dead version that has teenagers is Fear of the Walking Dead. That's the one with the family. They have two teenagers who are the kids in that show. I've seen that one if that's what you're talking about. And then for Daryl Dixon, I know there's a lot of like kids slash teenagers in that episode who's in the season who's like fighting the zombie apocalypse in France. If there's another one, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't see no one. Hello, hello, D Support. Welcome, welcome to the stream. Glad you could be here. How's everything going? D Support said, if you suddenly woke up like Rick, okay, like in the hospital, right? Did in the first episode and realized the world had already fallen into walkers. What was your first three moves to some? Okay, so I have to survive because I'm about to say I'm surviving, man. But I have to survive. Okay, my first three moves. And I know I'm in the zombie apocalypse. Grab a weapon. You can use that morphine stick as a weapon. Um, the only exit is the stairs, so you gotta exit the stairs very quickly. Make it to the sheriff. Make it to the sheriff's office or the headquarters to get some weapons and some clothes. This is my and a car. Those are my three. Those are my first three moves. First three moves. And I guess Rick did do that. The only thing he didn't do was get the weapon, like the morphine stick as a weapon, because he didn't know it was a zombie apocalypse. But yeah, because you need weapons, and the sheriff's office in the first episode they had everything. They had clothes, they had cars, they had everything, right? After that, my plan, if okay, I always say I'm not surrounded by zombie apocalypse. My honest plan to survive the apocalypse is to get on a boat and get like to an island somewhere. Clear out the island, you'll be safe. Honestly, that's why you need more than one person with you. Because imagine this: a zombie apocalypse. You find a small island and you clear out the island of all zombies. Now you just have to contain the infection within. The only way once you clear out all the zombies, the only way people get infected now is if like obviously people die and they turn to zombies automatically, or if somebody lied about being infected. But like once you contain the infection on an island, it's very easy to like keep everyone safe. I feel like. I will alert you if there's bad activity, King of Weather. Will do. Hey, LTV, it's been a while since you've been on stream. How are you doing today? Glad you could be here. Evan said Handmaid's Tales. Okay, does correlate to real world. It's a feminist empowerment series, but it is more focused on abuse of women. However, it can be difficult to digest if you have faint of heart. Yeah. So yeah, I don't want to see the abuse of women, right? Because we do know it's a valid thing that happens, unfortunately, in the world, right? Even in 2026, right? So that's what I'm saying. I feel like it will be definitely a good show to watch. So one day I feel like I will watch it for sure. But I don't know. Just at this current moment of time, right? Especially with like, I don't know. I don't think I could watch it now because I would see how much it correlates with society a lot, I guess. So yeah.
You were guarding me too.
Evan said, I got some hardly okay. I got some hardly any chores. Okay, today. I did them yesterday. I'm finished up now. Okay, nice, nice. Which preacher? Yeah, that's Evan. You stopped watching very early. So all these other characters that we're talking about, they come in like season 4, honestly. Maybe season 3 later episodes, but mostly season 4, 5 is when these characters come in. So if you stopped watching, because I think you said you stopped watching season 2, Evan, or season 1.
You made it.
You don't watch that far. So I do recommend if you can stomach it, try and watch the show a little longer, right? Because it's good. They do introduce a lot of like interesting characters for sure. Beth, I'm sad. I'm sad that they took out Beth. I did like Beth's character though. She was nice. She was nice. But yeah. But yeah, they do introduce a lot of new characters later on after season 1. Hey Hallie. 8171 said, do you I'll read the next comment, show his name.
Or
Look at the gym.
I know. And then the
Gabriel.
one where you pull stuff and then you get
Gabriel?
angry and then you work out.
Who's Gabriel?
Me and Noble.
That name sounds familiar. I feel like there was a character named Gabriel. I don't really remember him.
Strong man simulator things.
Brandon said no, there was a whole spin-off with Tina and Collins. Really? I have to find that. Let me take a screenshot of that one, Vernon. I'm gonna take a screenshot and Google it. I'm actually Google it. Walking Dead spin-off with teens in a college campus. I haven't seen that one. I have to watch that one. I saw All of Us Are Dead. That's not in the Walking Dead universe, but that's like the zombies of Korea. It's really good. I do like All of Us. I feel like the Korean TV shows, they do zombies really well. Really, really well. It's not as much. It's not really. They do have like the realism aspect in, but it's very different from like the Walking Dead universe. But All of Us Are Dead and like even other Korean zombie apocalypse shows, they really focus more so on the zombies and like surviving the zombies, not a lot of on relationships with like people and the emotional aspect of it in the zombie apocalypse, and it's really good. So I do recommend that show too if you guys haven't seen it. It's a Netflix like original show. All of Us Are Dead. That's a good one. Evan said, Mia, with 3 moves, I think you'd fall down the stairs. You know what? I mean, that's valid too. And Rick walked like I think didn't he step on glass without shoes at one point in time? The minute glass get in my feet without shoes, I'm screaming and the zombies are coming at me. So yeah, that's funny. Michelle said, thing would just happen when I wake up. Does that count? Oh, you'll just wish when you wake up. I mean, it counts, Michelle. It counts. It counts. I'm not marrying you, Stacy. Michelle said, look at y'all just having fun. Y'all have a good day. Same to you, Michelle. Always a pleasure when you're on. Excuse me. Who is lettuce? Evan, who's lettuce, Evan? Brennan said, I understand humans intrinsically try to survive, but there's no hope. Yeah, in the Walking Dead universe, everyone already has virus. Exactly. So it's just surviving the long because the minute you die in the Walking Dead, you turn into a zombie, right? So yeah, that is true. But I guess it's just I don't know. You know what I feel like too, Brennan? I think they're in hopes of a cure. That's what I think too. I think they're in hopes of a cure. Because even when they met Eugene, I'm sure they had some inkling thoughts that this person is not being honest, but I guess they did persevere with it just to see, right? So I don't know. Yeah, just sustaining it, right? Because like they know they're gonna turn into a zombie anyway. It's like you know the way to think about it, it's like we know we're gonna die as humans, right? We know that. Not to get more, but we know we're gonna die one day, right? But we try to live a healthy lifestyle to kind of delay it, right? So it's the same thing, I guess, in the zombie apocalypse. They know they're going to turn into a zombie anyway when they die, but at least for their human life, they want to fight and survive as long as possible in their human life, right? So I guess that's similar in a way for them. I guess turning into a zombie is the new inevitable in the zombie apocalypse, right? So I guess that's where the humanism, realism, and I guess the emotional I guess communication between the actors and characters occurs too a little bit. So yeah.
Yeah.
My hair scared you? Well, don't worry. It can't hurt you. It's all good. It's all good. But it's in curlers right now, as you can see. How are you doing today? You're average. Glad you could be here. Oh, your shoes are gonna arrive in a month. King weather. Very nice. Very nice. Are those the soccer cleats? You just came back from deployment, LTV. Okay, okay. Well, glad you got back safe. Okay, Gabriel's the preacher. Okay, thanks. Thanks for reminding me of the name. Evan said. It's a big hair net. Yeah, it's a big hair net. Evan said The Walking Dead scared you. If I didn't. I would be a big Walking Dead fan.
I'm ready.
I feel so left out now. I feel like if you watch, I mean, if you, since you said there's a lot of other YouTubers too that like have their YouTube channel dedicated to speaking about The Walking Dead and stuff. I feel like if you watch that, summaries are also good to get some good information too about different things that happen. Because like I haven't seen all the episodes, but I know Carol adopted like a son. I didn't see that episode, but I saw somebody's else summary that they did on social media about that. So yeah, so like that's a good way to get some information too, a little bit about some stuff that's in the Walking Dead world. Vernon said, I don't like zombie movies slash show. I only like The Walking Dead because of the strong character development, understandable. And yeah, the human nature slash I can't even talk. Socializing, okay, aspect of the show. All right, that makes sense. I can understand that perspective for sure, yeah. Okay. So yeah. What is that? Oh, thanks. So I guess, yeah. The Koreans, they do good with the show. But yeah, as you can see, we do like The Walking Dead over here. And it's cool to find out we have some supporters who like the show as well. So we can definitely make this, I don't know, conversation thing. So Vernon, I know you said you haven't seen the show. You haven't seen season 2 of Daryl Dixon show yet. So when you watch season 2, if you want to come back on stream and we can talk about it, we can definitely do something like that for all the other supporters, right? If you guys have never seen The Walking Dead and this discussion, hearing about us talking about it, motivated you guys to watch the show. If you guys watch it and you want to come back on stream at any point in time, you guys can always come back, ask me a question about it, and we can start a new conversation about the Walking Dead universe. But it is a good universe too. I guess it's like the Twilight. No, it's not Twilight. It's like the Vampire Diaries, but for people who don't like vampires, because like the Vampire Diaries is like 11 seasons too, right? A lot of different characters, a lot of different character development, but not everybody likes vampires. So The Walking Dead is the new thing. But they need more romance, really, Evan in The Walking Dead. I don't think so because like it's the end of the world, right? It's just my opinion. Like it's the end of the world. There are zombies. They're surviving. Why do you need more romance? And like even when Maggie got pregnant with Herschel in The Walking Dead, I'm like, what is wrong with you, Maggie? Oh my gosh, Maggie, really, dude? Really? It's a zombie apocalypse. What's wrong with you, right? It's like that doesn't make any sense to me, right? But I guess that was their take on emotions for sure.
And we both have LeBron. Yeah.
Okay, what are we saying? Evan said,
Why did I do that?
I think the men will talk about The Walking Dead so they can stop talking about feminism. Yeah. But I do feel like, though, I do feel like Rick Grimes, Daryl Dixon, Glenn, they're all feminists. Negan is a feminist. I think I could say that. Even though Negan is a villain, he's a feminist, right? So I feel like all of them, they're all feminists, right? Even Daryl Dixon, he is a feminist at its core because he like kind of adopted Carol and he taught Carol how to fight and do all this stuff. He's a feminist for sure. So yeah. Um yeah, it is a good pivot, Evan. It is a good pivot. Vernon said, um, okay, stop watching the main show. Oh, you stopped watching with a season and a half left. You got far then. You got far in the show. And I never seen any you've never seen any of the spin-offs in its entirety. Yeah. I think if you wanna, yeah, I can understand. I think if you want to see one spin-off in its entirety though, definitely watch Daryl Dixon. That's a good one. But yeah, like The Walking Dead, like I said, I saw up to season 5 or 6, I think. And then I stopped because I got fed up when they started killing my characters that I liked. I'm like, what's the point at this point in time, right? And then like I hate when they do that with shows. Like when they take out a character, it's like when they took out Rick, they wanted to make somebody else the new main character in The Walking Dead, and I didn't like that. I'm like, yeah, I like all these other characters, but Rick Grimes is the main character. That is the main. It's like the Vampire Diaries. How many of y'all have seen the Vampire Diaries? But like in the Vampire Diaries, there's a main character. Her name's Elena Gilbert, right? She starts as a human, she turns into a vampire, and she turns back into a human. It's very confusing, I know. It's not supposed to be possible, but they make it possible for her, right? And in like season 5 or 6 of the Vampire Diaries, they kill off Elena Gilbert. Like literally. Elena's gone. They kill off the main character and they pivot to like making Caroline Forbes, Bonnie Bennett, Damon Salvatore, no, Damon Salvatore, Stefan Salvatore. They're the main characters now. And I'm like, you're cool, Stefan. Like you, Stefan. Stefan is better than Damon. Don't like Damon. Stefan, you're cool. Caroline, you're cool. Bonnie, Slake, say Bonnie, you're a queen, Bonnie. Love Bonnie, right? But like, love y'all, but like, you're not the main character. I hated Elena. I don't like Elena Gilbert. I really don't like you, Elena. You are annoying, Elena. Elena's so annoying, right? But you are the main character. So when they took out Elena Gilbert, I stopped watching. In my defense, that is when the originals became prominent. So I transitioned over to the Niklaus family. Transitioned over to the Michelsons. Love the Michelsons. They're really cool, really cool. But yeah, so but yeah, I don't like when they kill off main characters and they try to give us a new main character. I don't like that. Okay, what are we saying? What are you gonna do today, King of the Weather? You asking me? Nothing much. I'm gonna stay in the house again today. Yeah, on the weekends we stay in the house mostly because it's cold, like I said. So nothing much, nothing much. Evan said live stream, obviously, right? Evan said the end of the world makes people crazy, and that, yeah, that is true too. That's why I like. That's why once again, that's why The Walking Dead's really good at Evan too, because like we see all these people doing bad stuff, but they have extreme mental health conditions. They're all suffering from mental health conditions. So I guess that's kind of like justification for their behavior, right? Um, they might they want the hey, we gonna die anyway, so in short terms relationship and it will distract them from the apocalypse. Oh, okay. But yeah, and you see mental health represented a lot in The Walking Dead in particular when Lori dies. When Lori dies and when Rick finds her, when he finds her body, he's hallucinating Lori. So that is like a perfect example of like mental health and how much it like I guess hit Rick that hey, your wife died and a zombie ate her body and you have to see that. Like what? That's crazy, right? And your son had to take out the mom because it was Carl. Carl had to take out his own mom because his mom turned into a zombie. It was so terrible. I don't know why the writers did that. It was so terrible when they did that to Carl. Like really terrible, right? So even Carl himself, like you understand, even though the actor himself didn't want to die, leading up to to his character dying, you understand a little bit why Carl did what he did because he was suffering from extreme mental health conditions, right? Extreme. What he had to do with his mom when she turned into a zombie, right? The zombie apocalypse started when he was like a kid in elementary school, right? So he grew up around zombies. That's not normal, right? That messes people up, right? If zombies were real, right? So it's represented all around the Walking Dead universe, the mental health, right? So Evan, I guess what you're saying makes a little bit of sense. I guess having the romantic relationship for people or just friendship relationship for people, it just helps them, I guess, have a sense of normality when they're suffering from all that. So that's a good take on that too, Evan. Brandon said, Negan had multiple wives. He has to be a feminist. But yeah. I feel like Negan would definitely be a feminist, right? But yeah, that multiple wives idea was crazy to me. Crazy to me. And it wasn't even like it was just a brush over storyline for it, right? Because he wasn't the main character. Because even in the spinoff with Maggie, he has a wife, and he only has one wife, and he has a son too. In the spinoff character, in the spinoff, and I'm like, why are you showing me all this in like the spinoff? I'm like, you want to humanize Negan? You want to humanize him for me? So no, but yeah. Evan said, what's hair? What is that? Evan said, the men are more appealing because they were men, and that automatically make them feminist. They are the definition. Excuse me, if real men. It's astonishing that I am saying they're real men because I never say that. Okay, cool. Hey, Hallie, how are you doing today? Glad you could be here. What's your breakfast? You're back. You just got back from breakfast. What'd you eat for breakfast, Hallie? Can I take a plantain from your hat? This isn't plantains. This is curlers. Brandon said, I think I'm over The Walking Dead back when everyone was over it. They did drag it out for a long time. The spinoff seems low budget and underdeveloped. Okay. Hey Cheetah, how are you doing today? Glad you could be here. It's uniquely Mia, also known as Mia, the algorithm you who wants to be part of a community where you're welcome for your positivity and uniqueness. Levin said, I want to watch the series 3, but stop due to the nightmares. Carl, like no, it's so funny. They have the meme. Carl. Carl. Like he always calls Carl. It's like he has to turn his neck. No, because anytime he yells at Carl, he turns his neck. Like, Carl. Didn't I tell you this, Carl? Like Carl. And then he does the southern accent. It's really funny. People have actually edited videos where Rick calling Carl's name and literally his neck is leaning. Like Rick Grimes, anytime he talks to Carl, his neck is leaning. It's what are you doing? Why are you leaning? And it's so funny, guys. It's really, really funny. Um, but what'd you eat for breakfast, Hallie? But I love Michonne. Michonne is a really cool character. The minute Michonne walked on the screen, I'm like, slay to you, Michonne. You're great. And she got dreads, so Michonne could be like Queen Mother, right? I guess Stu would have to be Rick Grimes. Would be Rick Grimes. Right? Because Michonne be Queen Mother, and Michonne uses the katana. She has the sword. Like Michonne's pretty cool. Like the character. And then like she's the smart one too, because she like looked at the zombies and she critically thought. Because no, not Carl. You know how Rick in like episode 1, he takes out the zombie guts and he puts it on them. Michonne, she just like cuts off the zombie mouths and uses them as a leash, so no blood and gore is getting on her, right? So yeah, Michonne is a really cool character too. Um, Can't believe this said they're just watching the funniest airsoft moment on my iPad. Okay, cool, very nice, very nice. Brandon said, I will say, Walking Dead had some horrible acting. I have to rewatch it, honestly. I never really paid attention to the acting of it. I didn't really pay attention that much. Evan said, weather is gross here, is not good. Yes, Evan, that's true. That is so true. Michonne saved the series. She really did. She really did because I never liked Lori. So when they introduced Michonne, I'm like, okay, you're a cool new character. And like I said, I still prefer like when the main characters are on screen, but like when Michonne was on screen too. And Michonne never did nothing stupid. That's the thing. Some of the Walking Dead characters, they did stupid stuff for no reason and they made really bad decisions. Michonne, it's like even when a decision, even like when she was in a situation that could have been avoided, you didn't really see her as stupid for some reason, right? It seems like she just critically thought about everything, right? So I don't know, she was just a really well written character. And you know what I feel like, because she produced some of the episodes too, so I guess she had some bias towards her character. So the actress who plays Michonne, she produced some of the episodes too in the Walking Dead series, right, where she was there. So she was like, you know what, I'm not making my character look stupid. So she probably did something. She probably critically looked at that script and was like, let's make sure this thing is right here, right?
Y'all know what it feels like you have.
What do you mean? How's Michonne masculine? I don't think she's masculine. I don't think she's masculine. If anything, I think Michonne is just, obviously she's muscly, right? Slated to exercise, she gotta carry those swords. But I just think she's just headstrong. That's what I more so feel like. Because if you think about it, in the zombie apocalypse, right? Why, like, Michonne showed a, you know why I like Michonne too? She's realistic. Because in the zombie apocalypse, so for so long, prior to Michonne being introduced, in my opinion, we saw females. We saw Carol. Carol's a great character, right? But Carol was able to be coddled a little bit, right? Because she had Daryl, she had Rick. Because remember, for most of season 1, for most of the Walking Dead, they moved together as a group, right? They moved together in a group. So like, if the females had to learn how to like shoot a gun, right, or how to fight, the males were there to like pick up the slack before they got good. Carol had to build her way up. But I feel like when Michonne was introduced, yes, we got backstory on Michonne, but when we first met her, we already saw her as a strong character, right? She already knew how to fight. She was alone for most of the Walking Dead series by herself, right? So she learned how to survive, right? So when she met Rick and when she met Rick's group, she wasn't going to like let them take the lead for stuff, right? She was still being her independent, cool self, right? So yeah, I don't think she was dominant. I think Michonne was realistic. I think she's a realistic example of what happens when, if you're in a zombie apocalypse and you're surviving, you meet this group. Just because this group has been successful doesn't mean you're just gonna lower yourself, or not lower yourself, but just like change a little bit and let them take the lead, I feel like. So yeah, I like Michonne. Brennan said she was until she fell for Rick. I didn't see how they did all the kissing and stuff without bathing and brushing their teeth. Yeah, that was nasty. That was nasty. Yeah, and I really didn't like that too, that romantic storyline. But like, at least they didn't show them kissing a lot and all that. I don't like when they do stuff like that. And and I guess the longer the story went on, I guess it somewhat made sense, I guess, in the storyline. But yeah, but even then, even when like her and Rick went into a romantic relationship, Michonne still didn't like change her personality. She was still like her headstrong self in a way, right? Which I did like about her. Vernon said the blonde was hooked up, yeah, with the governor. That's Angela. Yeah, Angela. With the governor was better than Michonne. Okay, so you like Angela better than Michonne. Really? Okay. I can see that perspective for you. Okay, cool. Very nice, very nice. D Support said, if you had to survive the apocalypse, okay, with a team of 3 characters from The Walking Dead, who would you choose and what role would each person play? Okay. So it might be a little different for my top 3. So if I had to choose characters to survive with, I'll choose. I have to do. Do I just choose characters I like or the characters I think I'm gonna survive with? That's a good question. Because for my characters that I like, obviously I'm gonna choose Glenn. But can I survive with Glenn? Glenn can't really fight. He's good at like scavenging. He can't really fight. Okay, Michonne could fight. I'm choosing Michonne. I'll choose Daryl. Daryl could fight. And then
That's real weird.
Rick is a hothead though. I'll choose Michonne. I'll choose Carol. Michonne, Daryl, and Carol. I'm surviving. Ain't nobody getting past that group. Nobody's getting past that group. Yeah. So it's different from my top 3 because I said my top 3 earlier was like Glenn, Daryl, and somebody else. I forgot who else it was. But if I have to answer the support question, if I have to choose 3 characters to survive, I'm choosing Michonne, Daryl, and Carol. Because they're all really good. They all can really fight. They all can hold their own. And they can all strategize and think together. I don't want season 1 Daryl. I want season huh?
I'm not ready.
What happened? I want season 4 or 5 Daryl though. Rick is a little bit of a hothead though. Oh, that's why I didn't choose him. He'll take control of the group. Evan said, Vernon, no one is better than Michonne, bro. She has aura. She really does have the aura. Yep, she does. Don't call yourself pathetic, Lexton. Don't call yourself pathetic, all right? If you think you're pathetic, then you are pathetic, but you are not pathetic, right? Because I don't think you're pathetic, but if you think you're pathetic, only your thinking impacts your life, right? But yeah, think positive about yourself. Positive affirmations is key. Kat said, I love Michonne. She's such a baddie. Yeah, she is. She's cool. Do you like Michonne? Yup. Kat said, and remember, she used her free time to work out and practice. That's what I'm saying, right? So Michonne is like committed. She's like, I decided, Michonne is black excellence. That's what Michonne is. Because she's black. She's a black character, right? But she's black excellence. If you look at the definition of black excellence, at least in the zombie apocalypse, that's what Michonne is, right? Because Kat, you just remind that she did practice in her free time, right? Black excellence when it comes to the world of academia. When you are in the world of academia, you are studying, right? When I'm in school, guys, I am literally waking up at 6 a.m. every morning. Some mornings I wake at 5 a.m. 6 a.m. every morning. I'm working straight until 6 a.m. On the weekends, I take break on the weekends, but I'm doing schoolwork on the weekends, right? That is black excellence. When you do something, when you commit to something, you give 100%. Huh?
Just excellent. YouTube is fake. Well, YouTube is fake.
Why would I do that? Why, Mom? Like, so
Excellent. Any race can do it. Anybody can do it. It's just a great school.
So yeah, Michonne, I think, is an example of black excellence, honestly, because she's gonna put in the work and she's gonna commit to it a lot, right? And she's gonna excel at it. So that's what it is. I feel like. Evan said, right, Cat shows how men pick. Learners who meant to think. What are you saying? Can I put Lexton in timeout? What did they say? No, King of the Weather, they call themselves pathetic. So let's not put somebody in timeout for calling themselves pathetic, alrighty? Because that's their way of thinking about themselves, King of the Weather. So, yeah. I mean, if it would be a cool world if we could put somebody in timeout for the way they think, right? But alas, we cannot.
Guys, don't play Eternal.
Kat said Glenn, Daryl, and Michonne is an A team. Okay. Yeah, I can see it. I can see that team, yeah. Glenn is like the scavenger. He can like choose, like go get the food and like come up with the creative ideas when they're stuck in jams. Daryl, Michonne, they can fight everybody off. I can see that. Hey Trey, how are you doing today? Glad you could be here. He support said, how do you think The Walking Dead would feel different if it were told entirely from Negan's perspective instead of Rick's group? From Negan's perspective. I think, but you know what? Negan would still see them at the way he always saw them. I feel like Negan sees them as like something he could take over, right?
Wait.
Negan would not see them as a villain, I don't think. Because remember, Negan went after them.
Oh, no, that
Like,
means-
yeah, Rick and his group, they took over that area that wasn't theirs. They stole it. That's why I didn't like Rick. Why did you have to take over everything? And anytime Rick took something over, he always lost it, right? So, but like, Negan went to war with them. They did not go to war with Negan. So Negan just always saw them as something like he could conquer, right? So I feel like that he would still see them the same way, honestly. King Mother said, but I think she's maybe calling you pathetic. Or herself, I'm not sure. Yeah. I mean, it's all there for interpretation, for sure. I mean, kidding like that, I will say she is trying to call me pathetic, right? I'm just elaborating because yeah, she is trying to call me pathetic. But remember, King of the Weather, what I've told you guys in the past on my streams multiple times, right? You choose the compliments you would like to accept, right? And some people like Mia, that's not how it works, but that's how it works for me. How it works for you, that's your life. But this is how it works for me, right? So I'm choosing to say you're not calling me pathetic because I'm not pathetic. Who are you to me to call me pathetic, right? So I am instead saying that they are calling themselves pathetic, King of the Weather, right? So yeah, because whatever you put out comes back to you, right? So yeah. Hey Squirrel, how are you doing, Squirrel Kelly? It's been a while since you've been on stream. Glad you could be here. Glad you could be here. No need to apologize, King of the Weather. You're all good. You're all good. So yeah, if there's anything that I confuse you guys about and you want me to clarify on, I'm more than happy to clarify for sure. But how are you doing today, Squirrel Kelly? It's been a while since you've been here. Kat said, I think.
Well, the next time he see a somebody calling themselves thing, send out positive,
Yeah.
negative to them.
Yeah. Yep. Kat said, I think I'm just a black centered person. That's why I say things like black girl magic. Yep. And a black excellence. It doesn't mean I don't see excellence in other things. I just highlight people. Exactly, Kat. That's how I see it too, right? So I'm sure you guys heard my mom too when she was like, why can't you just call it excellence? Right? Because the character is black and it's black excellence. That's how I see it, right? As Kat said, I'm black centered. At least I'm trying to be a little bit more, right? I mean, I've always been black centered, but now that I know the terms on how to utilize them, I'm going to use it when I can, right? So it's not to say that I don't think you can be excellent if you're not black, right? There's white excellence for you. If that's what you want to use, go ahead and use it, right? People use it all the time. Go ahead and use it for you, right? But yeah, like I said, when I say black excellence for my degrees, I think I have black excellence because I am black. As I said, I am black. I identify as black. So it is black excellence for me, right? Because there's not a lot of African American people who has accomplished what I have accomplished, right? So when I post videos on my degrees, yes, I'll use hashtag black excellence. But when we're looking outside of my race, my degrees are still excellence because there's a lot of white people, a lot of Asian people, a lot of Hispanic people who do not have the degrees that I have, right? Who do not accomplish things that I have accomplished, right? So the reason why I more so am black centered, as Kat said as well, is because of that history, right? Because for so long we have been excluded from this, right? And my ancestors were not able to accomplish what I have accomplished. So when I say black excellence, it's playing honor to them a little bit and to inspire people who look like me to accomplish this, right? And once again, as I said, I have a criminal justice master's degree. I will be entering into a criminal justice PhD program very soon. And when you enter that space, and when you look at the statistics, disproportionately there is a lot of low income minority individuals, right? So if I'm able to be that source of black excellence for that minority individuals who I will be working with, that population, those youths, right? I can hopefully motivate them to accomplish black excellence as well, right? Because you see somebody who looks like you accomplish those degrees as well, right? I could say excellence if I want, but I like to add that little black excellence to it too, because that's what my degrees are. And outside of my race, they're still excellent too. So yeah, that's a great way that you phrased it, Katz. But my mom is right, right? She said, why can't it just be excellence, right? That's a good way you could say. But for me, try to be black center when I can, right? Obviously, when you code switch, I don't take it everywhere, right? If I'm in the world of academia, we don't really speak about excellence in the world of academia. When I get A's, I'll say, okay, I got an A. My teacher just said, okay, you got an A, Mia, great job for performance. She doesn't have race in it because she doesn't have to, because she knows that, right? But when you talk about something personally for you, you could do whatever you want to do it and describe it however you want to describe it, I think. So yeah, that was a great sentence. Great summarization, Cats, of it. Um, Evan said the white female characters were forgettable, and I said, I said from the first episode, this show needs black characters, but they really disappointed me by all mainly white cast. It was boring for me. I mean, I don't think in my opinion, I don't think the white characters were disappointing, Evan, because there were some good characters who were white. Most of the favorite characters, almost all the characters are white, right? There's not a lot of black characters. But I feel like we got the show is set in Atlanta too. And yes, there's a lot of black people in Atlanta. So it is surprising that they don't have a lot more black people in The Walking Dead if they wanted to make it realistic, because there's a lot of black people in Atlanta, right? But then the show is mostly based in the rural areas of Atlanta, right? And I don't think there's a lot of black people in the rural areas of Atlanta. There could be in Georgia, right? But so I guess that's why they more so went to that route. And then we also got to remember the era in which the show was filmed, right? It wasn't filmed in the 1990s, whatever, but it was filmed like in the early 2000s. I feel the early to mid 2000s when the first episode aired, and I don't think there was a lot of diversity in TV shows around that era too. So yeah, it just relates back to what was accepted, I think, a little bit too then. But there were a lot of good white characters in the show, I think. Found the white characters overly emotional and just lame. And they're to be petty, where the black characters are ethnic characters being in a sense of but that I feel like that's not more so on the race. I think that's just the writers too, I feel like. But yeah. But I think it's just like how they write it. Vernon said you can't be pro black and not anti anything. Sorry, I read that so wrong. Vernon said you can be pro black and not anti anything else. Yeah, that's a good take. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Okay. Evan said they never really bring in ethnic characters. Just in case they override the white characters. So you think that's why they don't do it a lot in the shows? King the Weather said, just alert me if there's someone saying bad things or bad activity. We'll do King of the Weather. Kat said, I agree, Evan. That's why diversity is important. Yeah. Yep. And run back public administration. I always try to put education, everything that I say, at least on stream sometimes. And that's why diversity is important everywhere, right? In the shows, in the workplace, right? Diversity in the workplace will contribute to just change being made in society and just new areas of knowledge being made, right? Diversity is just not race. Diversity is the jobs that that person has had, the education that person has had, the age of the people, right? If you look at the government, we need more diversity in terms of age, gender, job, race, job background, race, and a lot more, right? We don't see that a lot in the government sometimes, that diversity, right? So diversity is very important to just understand people better, engage in critical thinking much better, and allow things to be better from like a educational public administration standpoint when you look at the hiring process, right, of different things. So yeah. Evan said, I think when ethnics are given a chance in anything, you can see the difference. Period, but to something you've never seen people have or given I can't even talk, people have or been given a chance. Yeah. Hey Josh, how you doing today? Josh, glad you could be here. Brayden said there was a lot of boring and unlikable black characters in The Walking Dead. Yeah, that lasted way too long in my opinion. Yeah, but I do agree. There were some dumb boring characters. Like I said, I just find characters boring. Honestly, when a character is boring, I don't look at their race. I really don't. I just look at like their, because remember, like people, when we see a character, guys, it's not the real person. It's the script they're reading, right? So if we don't like if we don't like a character, it's not that we don't like the person. It's that we don't like the character because we don't like the script. The person, they're doing their job great then, right? If we don't like them, that means their character is being fulfilled, right? It's not necessarily their race, at least from my perspective. I know there's some people who watch a show and like, I don't like the character because of their race. That's not me. If I don't like a character, I just don't like your character. Right. That's why sometimes when you look at celebrities who receive debt threats and stuff from shows, they're like, why are you attacking the celebrity? And because you don't like their character, that doesn't make sense. You can't attack a celebrity because you don't like their character, because you don't like their character. You could attack the character, not necessarily the celebrity. If you don't like the character and the character's a villain, they did a great job, right? So yeah. King Wada said, not to brag, but I have a Gucci glasses for some reason. Very nice, King. Wow, that's really cool, really cool. The support said some people say black excellence puts pressure on black people to always be exceptional. How do you feel about that? That's a great question. That's a great question. I can't speak in terms of all black people. I can only speak for me. For me, black excellence is just I don't know. Like it doesn't put pressure on me at all, honestly. Like prior to me getting my degrees, I really wasn't big on black excellence. Like not say big on black excellence, I really didn't know what it meant, right? More so that's the correct terminology. So yeah, prior to me getting my degrees and being on social media, I heard about black excellence before, but I just looked at it, I'm like, okay, what is like okay, it means what does that mean at its core, right? But once I got my degrees and like I would research what it meant because I saw like for people graduation videos and pictures, they would always hashtag black excellence. I looked into it. I'm like, oh wow, okay, so it just means black African American people, black people who have accomplished just great things. Whether you started a business, whether you made a lot of money, whether you got another degree, it's black excellence, right? It's a little bit not to get back to feminist, but it's a little bit about it's very similar to feminism too, right? It's very similar because, as I said earlier, it's just excellence of this own race. And it's not saying that you're being racial or anything. It's just saying, once again, for so long, this one racial group has been oppressed and this one racial group has not been able to get the same opportunities, right, as another racial group. So when they get this, it is excellent for that racial group because you're seeing the diversity and you're seeing the representation, right? So I don't think it puts pressure on me, right? I feel like for something to put pressure on you, you either have to internalize that pressure or you have to put that pressure on yourself or that pressure has to be placed on you from like a child. And my mom never placed that pressure on me. I mean, my mom always placed the idea of saying try your best, right? If I get a C, my mom's gonna be disappointed in me because she know a C is not my best, right? Because it's not my best, right? Unless the class is ridiculously hard, the C is not my best, right? But yeah, so black excellence is just I don't know. For me, it doesn't put pressure on me because I don't see black excellence. At least I don't see it until I get the degree or until I accomplish something that somebody else has not accomplished as of yet, right? So yeah, that's how I see it. That's how I feel about it a little bit. But I guess for some people it can place pressure on them, I think. But for me, it doesn't place pressure on me to always be exceptional because what is exceptional to? You define what exceptional is, right? Because it's your life. Obviously there's a definition, I feel like there are words, but you define words because what's exceptional for me may not be exceptional for you guys on stream, right? So yeah, it just depends. It just depends. But yeah. For Evan said, for an I didn't watch the rest, but I did like the diversity in the first episode. It added good dynamic to race relations. Hey, Eric, glad you like my nails and my rings. How are you doing today, Eric? Glad you could be here. D support said, if all people are made in the image of God, what does that say about how God feels about both black, white, and other races? That means God, who put race to God? It was humans who put race to God. When you watch the movies, God's always white for some reason. When you go to African cultures, God is black there. Who put a race on God? Us as humans put a race on God. And what humans do is flawed. Humans don't do anything 100% correct. If we do something 100% as correct as humans, then I think that is because we set the standards to say this is 100% correct. And it could still be flawed in that notion, but it's correct for us because the rules say this is correct, right? So, yeah, I don't think God has a race. If ever since when I was a kid, I just always thought God was just a rainbow. Honestly, if I'm being honest with y'all. I just thought God was all colorful. Like I never put a race to God. But yeah, as I grew up, I was like, God is black, human life originates from God and all that. But like ever since I was a kid, God is just an thing, just something floating around that you can't see. But if I had to put a color to God, God is all colors, right? Because humans is all colors, right? So yeah, I guess that's what it says about God. God finds beauty in all people, right? In all things. But once again, us as humans, maybe not my people, but like us as humans, there are people who will be like, oh, just because you're this skin color, you're less than because you're human and you're flawed and you want to make rules that are flawed as well and you want to say things that are flawed as well, right? But for me, God is just all color, honestly. So, yeah. And Kat said, I don't think black excellence should make black people feel like they have to be exceptional. Yeah, but because of our position in society, it's good to highlight black excellence to show what people can do. Exactly, exactly. Show our people can do exactly, Cats. You phrase that really well. You're good at phrasing stuff, Cats. That's why you're press secretary. But you're really good at phrasing stuff. But yeah, I do agree with that statement. That's a really good statement right there, right? So no pressure, but it's just to show that when given the opportunity, this is what you can accomplish, right? Like as I always say, my degrees don't make me ultra smart on everything. My degrees make me knowledgeable and smart on what I have studied and what I have perfected, right? So yeah, like I always say, somebody who doesn't have a public administration degree, somebody who doesn't have a criminal justice degree, somebody who doesn't have a psychology, bachelor of science, or public and professional writing degree, comes and tries to tell me that they know more than me about this topic and they don't have the degree or they never studied it, don't even talk to me, because like you didn't study it in an academic setting, you didn't work in that field, but yet you think you know more than me about it. No, right? What I think my degrees do for me is just make me smart on it. And my degrees, I have these degrees because I had the work ethic, the motivation, and the opportunity to get said degrees, right? My mom does not have a master's degree, but she is very smart in her own right. She has other degrees and other certificates that I do not have. Why does she not have a master's degree? Because she was not in the opportunity to get them. And if she was in the opportunity to get them, she did not want to pursue them to get them, right? Right? So your degrees don't necessarily make you smart on everything. It doesn't make you better than another person, right? But it is a form of saying excellence because I had the commitment and the knowledge to do this. And it shows, as Kat said, somebody who is younger than me, a little girl who is of African American descent. What imagine the scenario. A little girl, African American descent, low income community. She has a whole bunch of negative social controls, negative social peers around her. And she has somebody in her life telling her, you are nothing. You're just going to grow up and get a boyfriend and you're going to have kids, and that's your worth as a female. Imagine she has somebody telling her that in her life, right? That's what she's going to think. But imagine I come into contact with that little girl and I show that little girl all my degrees and I tell that little girl my story and I look like her. What is that going to do for her? That is going to motivate her. As I always say, look at my nephew, right? Look at my nephew, right? My nephew Jay. I spoke to him. He graduated, what is it? Last May, he graduated. So he's not in elementary school anymore. And he was in the car and he looked at me and he was speaking to everybody. He was looking at me in particular. And he was like, yeah, I just graduated elementary school. So now I have middle school and I have high school and then I have college and then I have to get a master's degree after. I'm like, what? You want a master's? He's like, yeah. Why does he want a master's degree? Because he saw I'm getting the master's degree. I'm the only one in my immediate family who has master degrees. It's a norm for him. When I enter my PhD program and he becomes more aware of what that program is, he may add that onto the list and be like, now I want a PhD program, right? It's really amazing to be that person for my nephew and be like, even though he's mean sometimes, that's really amazing that I'm having that positive impact on him to make this his norm. That is Black excellence right there. That is excellence in general, right? Because if I did not go to get a master's degree, right, as somebody who looks like my nephew, he's a boy, but we're Black, right? As somebody who's in his immediate vicinity who has this master's degree, who knows if he would have ever thought to get a master's degree, right? That's Black excellence at its core. And that's why you call it Black excellence, because it shows the younger generations who are of this race that this is a norm and this is what you can get if the opportunity is available to you and if you are knowledgeable about it, right? So yeah, it's excellence for everyone, right? A white little girl, a white little boy can see the same thing with me, but it may not touch them the same way because I don't look like them, right? So yeah. Hey, how are you doing, 1989? Glad you could be here. I find it weird how color is a thing. Yeah, it is weird, but color is a social construct. Yeah, and it was definitely created during the era of slavery to definitely separate people, right? Colors always existed, even in ancient societies, but I wasn't alive then, but there are many historians who often say that it didn't have that much as an impact as it has definitely had during the transatlantic slave trade. It was something else that was created more heavily to distinguish people and treat people as less than Millsy. So yeah. Brandon said to me, Black excellence is as simple as not being ignorant or feeding into stereotypes. Okay. Okay. Evan said Black excellence might be doing what your ancestors didn't. A little bit. So yeah, Vernon and Evan have good takes on it a little bit. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Millsy said white excellence and Black excellence is the same thing. Um Oh my God. Okay. It's similar, yeah. It's the same thing. If you want to say it's the same thing, for sure, Millsy, it can be the same thing for you if that's what you want to say. Kat said that's a term going around called corrective promotion. That's interesting. I never heard that one. It's positive, okay, or honestly, just neutral promotion of people who were previously seen in one way. So showing black people as doctors, as good fathers. Wow, okay, I like that. That's pretty good. And yeah, that needs to be done because like what stereotypes are powerful. We see it all the time in my live streams. We see it all the time. Sometimes I'll just be talking about those random things. You talk good for a black girl. What? Why would you say that? That's a stereotype. Like is that your real hair? What's the other ones that I get?
He's talking.
How many kids you got? You on food stamps? All those are stereotypes. Those are negative stereotypes, right? Negative stereotypes, right? All these negative stereotypes are being perpetuated. So that's a good thing that's happening, Kat. Good thing that's happening that they're having this, what did you say, corrective promotion, where they're saying these. Oh yeah, like all these stuff. Why? But yeah, but that's a good example, that corrective promotion, because stereotypes are powerful, and stereotypes, yes, it affect it, because like remember, black people and white people, if the opportunity is not presented, black people, white people, Hispanic people, Asian people, if the opportunity is not presented to an individual to engage, to speak to somebody who's a different race than yourself, you will not speak to somebody you will not speak to individuals who are a different race than yourself. That is the truth, guys. Right? That is the truth. If you predominantly grew up in a white community, you're a white person, you predominantly grew up in a white community, you're really not going to go out and speak to people who's of a different race than yourself. If you're a black person, you grew up in a black community, you didn't go to a mix, you didn't, not a mixed school, but you didn't go to a school that a lot of diverse people, like people of different races went to, right? Your parents didn't have friends who are of different races often. You're really not going to speak to people of a different race than yourself. And then as the black community, we're often prone to go to HBCUs more often, which are great. Love an HBCU. But I didn't go to HBCU. I went to PWI, right? So one of the reasons why my mom sent me to PWI is because she wanted me to get comfortable around people of a different race. Because prior to going to undergrad, right? Yeah, I saw white people. Yeah, I spoke to white people sometimes when I was in school, white classmates. My mom would speak to white people when she was in public. I saw white people, but I never really spoke to white people often, right? Going to PWI, it allowed me to speak to said white people out of norm, my professors, my classmates, Korean people, Asian people, Hispanic people. They're regular people, guys. Sometimes they'll do some crazy stuff, sometimes they won't. They're regular people. Right? The conclusion at the end is they're all the same, right? Most of the time, yeah. Sometimes they'll say some stuff, I don't know, but that's just how they talk, right? So diversity is very important, right? So
I know you could.
so yeah, so like I said all this to say because that corrective promotion that Catch mentioned is a really good, because 9 times out of 10 these people who will, even white people who go to PWI, sometimes they will not immerse themselves into black culture. They'll make friends that look like them sometimes. Some people will make diverse friends, but not a lot of people, right? The same thing with black people sometimes, right? But for people who grew up and from like K through 12, you communicate with the people that your parents control. And 9 times out of 10, your parents are going to allow you to communicate with the people that they communicate with. And it's just an honest truth that there's something known as the similarity theory from psychology. I feel like I'm getting it wrong a little bit, but it's similarity theory something. You latch on and you gravitate towards people who look like you, which means you're more likely to make friends with people who look like you. You're more likely to speak to people who look like you. And by default, your kids are going to be surrounded by people who look like you, who look like them, right? So when that happens, most people's knowledge about the other race and other racial groups comes from stereotypes, guys, right? So when that happens, if majority of the stereotypes are being perpetuated in society as negative stereotypes, then people will only develop negative assumptions about the other racial group. So that's why when people come on the stream sometimes and they say some racial things about black people, sometimes I'll respond to them depending on the severity of it. Sometimes you get a ban or a straight timeout for that, right? Because I don't want to respond to that day and time, right? So that's why I do like that idea, as Kat's mentioned, of that corrective promotion. It's really good, I think. So yeah. Vernon said, God has a race and gender for the same reason all alien species speak English. Oh, yeah. Evan said just because God finds us all equal doesn't mean there aren't people in the world who won't be racist. God doesn't come into it, to be honest. Okay, nice. Hey, new son, how you doing today? It's been a while since you've been on stream. Hey, Jason, glad you could be here. How's everything going? Why do I have two a masters to teach? That doesn't make sense for a gym class. I'm so confused what you're talking about, Jason. I'm not teaching a gym class. I'm kind of confused, Jason, by that statement. If you want me to respond to you, I need a little clarification, honestly. Yes, Fred, it's breaking generational. It's not generational curses, it's generational barriers, honestly, I feel like. Because lack of education isn't a curse. It's just barriers, I think. So yeah, yeah. So yeah, and other people in my family do have master's degrees, but it's not people who I will come into contact with normally, or my nephew will come into contact with because they're like second cousins, I guess, first cousins, and I don't consider you to be my immediate family. So yeah, but yeah, so like I'm somebody who my nephew has contact with very often, right? And he's aware of what happens in my life like a little bit. So yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that I'm able to be that source of inspiration and motivation for him. And he'll never admit it, but the way he talks sometimes, I see that yeah, I'm able to do that for him, which is really cool, right? So that's why I say I will always try to accomplish as many degrees as I can, right? So who knows? After I get my PhD, it may be my last degree, it may not be my last degree. I feel like I'm addicted to the world of academia a little bit. I could stay in it for a while. So who knows? I'll max out on all the degrees I possibly can max out on. And as I do, I'll continue to update you guys and see if that continues to like build his list of degrees that he wants to add to his plate for sure, for sure. Kat said, yeah, creating wealth, creating wealth, creating a future. Exactly, exactly. And that is how generational wealth is built, as Kat said, right? Degrees is a pathway to education. I don't care what anyone tells you. I'll have people come on stream sometimes when I talk about my degrees, they like to say degrees are worthless and all that. But then again, that same person will not have a degree and they're confined to working in America only at the same job they've always been working at, right? So degrees is a pathway to education. Degrees is a pathway to wealth. Degrees is a pathway to opportunities within America, outside of department, right? Degree is a pathway for more knowledge, essentially, right? So never let anybody tell you getting more than one degree is worthless. It may not do nothing for you now. It may not do nothing for you in the immediate future, but no, one day your degree will pay off, right? And even if it doesn't pay off, at least you got it, right? But yeah. Evan said, I heard one white person say they invented the internet when Muslims literally invented the camera, the first flying machine camera. Let's go back to sleep. Evan said he was trying to say Muslims are dumb. Excuse me. Muslim invention. Okay. Vernon said, you know what I find oppressive when a white or non-black person speaks to me and automatically throws. Wow, they do that? Really? Like they do black accents? Oh my gosh. Really? That's crazy. That's never happened to me, honestly. People be racist on accident. Yeah, and it's like implicit bias. That's what that is, implicit biases. I've never had that one happen to me. That would be crazy. I would walk away from that person, honestly. That's crazy. Wow. King of Weather said, I have no fear showing the state of Oregon with the Mexican flag colors on my New York Yankee red hat because I'm a Latino. Very nice, very nice. King of Weather. Shout out to all my supporters on stream. Somebody said get a job because of all my supporters. Since I am monetized on YouTube, it's like I'm working when I'm on YouTube. I make an income off of it. I don't spend it now because it goes towards my student loan debt. But shout out to you guys as my supporters for allowing me to say when I live stream, when I post my full nutritional YouTube videos, when I post YouTube shorts. I am working when I do that, when I edit videos. So I really do appreciate you guys for doing that, right? Yep. You're managing a whole corporation. Yep. The writer, the performer, the designer, the technician. Exactly. The videographer. Yup. Set designer. Yup. Well, you the wardrobe designer because you dressed yourself. Really, man? Yeah, D Support said, how does it make you feel when people tell you to get a job without knowing your situation? I really don't care. I just find it funny. I don't care. Honestly, sometimes when I respond to comments, y'all can see when I don't care sometimes. But I don't care. It's just funny to me how people can make assumptions without even knowing you. That's what that makes me think. Like, oh, you're just this random person who popped on stream and you thought your words would hurt me, honestly. So I don't care, honestly. And thank you for donating. Thank you, Vernon, for donating. A super chat. Let me heart it. She's working. Thank you so much, Brandon, for donating a $5 super chat. I really, really, really do appreciate it. And as I said, shout out to all of you guys for your subscription and support because yes, I get to work when I live stream and post those videos. Jazz hands to you, Vernon. Hearts to you. You're helping me get one step closer to paying off my student loan debt or income for social media. It goes in its own separate account. So I really, really do appreciate your generous donation. Jazz hands to you. Jazz hands to you. Really do appreciate it. PhD, Vernon said PhD player. Haters degrees. Sorry, I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean when you say that, Vernon. Sorry. D support said, is there anything you wish people understood before they judge you or tell you to get a job? I wish people understood that being positive and nice is free. That's why I wish people understood. Because 9 times out of 10, when people say things like that, they do it they do it from a place of hurt, right? And it makes no sense. Because if you're telling me get a job, why don't you get a job? How are you on stream now, right? Shout out to the sports. I do know there are some sports who are on the stream when they're at their job, right? But I feel this comment's more so for the people who are just typing those comments, get a job, right? Because that doesn't make sense to me, right? Because it can apply the same ways. But I feel like people who type these comments, right, who like to judge me or tell me to get a job or tell me to get this and that. Positivity is free and thou shalt not judge because it's those same people who want to judge me, right? And say these negative things about people. They're the same ones who are hardcore religious people, right? Go back to your own Bible. People like using the Bible as a form of evidence. Thou shalt not judge. Fun fact: you can't use the Bible as a valid source of you can't use the Bible as a valid citation source in the world of academia. There was this college student who wrote a psychology paper. She cited the Bible. She did not use any other academic journal articles, any scholarly work. You know what she got on the paper? An F. An F. Because as great the Bible is, it is not a valid source of information, at least in the world of academia. So you can't cite it. So that was fun to throw in there. Food for thought. Food for thought. So yeah. Evan said, Mia probably sleeps so good. She has a lot of energy. How many hours do you sleep? I go to sleep very early. Sometimes I go to sleep like at 8, 9 p.m. Sometimes, yes, I get tired early. I go to sleep early when I'm bored. I feel like I want tomorrow to come sooner rather than later. So sleeping helps with that. So yeah, go to sleep early and I wake up around 6, 7 a.m. She didn't hear me. He would have heard me. But yeah, so I go to sleep pretty early. Wake up really early. Oh wow, I didn't even see that, Love Positive. Thank you so much for donating $1.99 super chat, Love Positive. Special shout out to Vernon, Love Positive. Thank you, Love Positive. And Vernon, you guys have helped me get one step closer to paying off my student loan debt or income of social media. So it's all separate accounts. They always say hearts to you guys, jazz hands to you guys. I really, really do appreciate your generous donation. How are you doing, Love Positive? It's been a while since you've been on stream. Thank you guys. Thank you. D support said, have comments like get a job ever affected your confidence or mental health? Nope. Sorry. No. Nope, it has not. I did not mean to laugh. I really did. It's just funny. But no, it really hasn't. Because like I said, I'm really good at like not internalizing information because who are you? Who are you? You're this random person. And you know what helped me? Because I know not a lot of people are like that. Like I said, growing up, some people used to be really mean to me who are my family members. So I think from that experience, I learned not to internalize their comments. And when you learn not to internalize family members' comments, because you think family members are going to always have your back and be nice, when you learn not to internalize their comments, it's very easy to not internalize random people's comments. Honestly. So I guess that's why, because I always give you guys the same advice because people are always like, Mia, you're so confident. You're able to do this. How are you doing? I want to get more like you, right? First off, you can't be like me. Everyone's their unique, positive self. So be like you. And I always tell you guys to do positive affirmations, but I guess it's more than positive affirmation. I guess I learned from a young age how not to internalize things, I guess, a little bit. So it's much easier for me not to internalize random people's comments, right? And that's what you got to do too. Like, as I always say, think about it this way. Ask this person, do you know me? Do you really know Unique Lamia? You know what I show you guys of Unique Lamia, right? And for non-supporters who know what I show you guys about Unique Lamia, other people say the most random things. So that means you don't even know Unique Lamia and what I show you guys, right? So you're just saying this from thin air. Thin air. You're lucky I don't got a wand. If I had a wand like Harry Potter, Spelliamus, redacto you right now, right? If you're not a Harry Potter fan, you don't know what that means, right? But good thing I don't have a wand, right? Good thing I don't have a wand. But yeah, so that's how I respond to you. Really just don't internalize it, honestly. I guess I see it as a joke sometimes, so I started laughing. I guess it's funny to me. So yeah. Evan said, Mia doesn't need a job because she's relaxing after a long uni career. And I did the same. Okay, nice. It's fine if she's being supported by various sources. She doesn't have to feel guilty or pressure to get a job. 100%. Like I always say, shout out to God and shout out to Queen Mother, right? Because it's pretty much because of those two individuals that I don't have to feel pressured to that, right? To get a job or do something else before I start my new degree program, right? So yeah, shout out to you guys as my supporters on YouTube. Really appreciate your support. But shout out to God and shout out to Queen Mother, right? Because without God and without Queen Mother, yeah, I'll not be able to say that at all. So yeah. Um, Evan said, lots of us can't find work for whatever reason. Being a good person is good enough moment. And yeah, and that's another thing too. That's why I know sometimes these comments, that's a great statement, Evan. That's how I know these comments are from a form of on education too. Because if you are an American citizen, right, and if you pay attention to American news, you know this is like the worst job market we have ever had. Like this is the highest unemployment rate like ever since the Great Depression, right? For new graduates at least, right? So it's not just saying get a job, right? Like as I said, I have the privilege of saying I had these degrees. I refuse to work work at certain places that are under my pay grade, right? Not everybody has that. I don't have a lot of privilege, but I'll use the one that I have, as I always say, right? So this is definitely one of the worst job markets ever in America. If you are an American citizen outside of outside of the Great Depression, for sure. Multiple news articles have continuously said that, guys, right? So yeah. Evan said, Mia, I've had a lot of jobs and it's overrated. I've even worked 3 jobs. I want any less happy. Any less happy. I had more money. Well, you know what? Money makes you happy sometimes, right? Hey V, welcome back. Welcome back. How you doing, V? Shout out to V. They're a member on YouTube. They get early access to videos and etc.
Tell me be patient and keep coming back. They're gonna get their wish.
Yeah, V, be patient, as Queen Mother said. Keep coming back and you'll get your wish to be moderator. Yeah, being a content creator is a job. Like I said, shout out to you guys on YouTube. Like, I get paid on YouTube, but it's not enough to survive, right? It's enough to buy like a new wardrobe if I'm lucky every month. And I'm grateful for it because it's more money than I had in the past. But like, I don't even spend the money. So like, when I make videos on live stream, when I get money from streams, I do appreciate you guys, but I'm just saving that money to pay off my student loan. So I don't even spend it. So like, as I said, I just do YouTube because like obviously it's a job now. So when it's a job, you try to be consistent with it. But at the same time, do it for fun as well because I do enjoy it. And I do know we've built a positive community here. So I do try to have a little bit of consistency and the positivity for sure. But yeah, all the money I make, it just goes in its own separate account. I haven't spent anything. All the money I've made, really haven't spent it. Really. All the microphones I buy, let's say all the microphones I buy, vacations that I go on, that I live stream or that I make videos on, clothes that I buy. YouTube doesn't pay for it. So yeah. D Support said, do you feel people respect the work you do online, creative, caregiving, etc., or do they only see a real job? I think people only see a real job as a 9 to 5. Why is that? Because that's what society has told people is a real job. So yeah, that's what people tell people is a real job. Now, do I think that only a 9 to 5 is a real job? No, I think a 9 to 5 gives people consistent income, right? So that's what I think it does. But you can have a real job being a content creator. If one day, hopefully, we are gonna be making like I don't know a couple thousands each month on YouTube for sure. Yes. Oh yeah, for sure. We'll be able to employ those individuals, right? So one day for sure we'll be making like $1,000 each month, more than 1,000 each month on YouTube, right? When we get to that point in time, a few thousands every month, that's a real job for sure. For sure, you can survive off of that job. You can buy a house off of that job. You go on vacation off of that job for sure, right? You can hire people, right? But like before that happens, 9 to 5 provides that consistent stream of income and that job security and that health insurance and a lot of other benefits that people need to survive or just to feel comfortable, right? To survive, right? So yeah.
What you're doing is like you created your own business. It's like, you know, in life you go out there and you ask companies to give you a job, right?
Yeah.
But if a company keep rejecting you, right? Then God gave everybody their own grace.
Oh yeah, true that.
You can, if God did not give one person smart than others. Some people, what it is, if somebody keep rejecting you, then you have to analyze and create your own stuff.
Yeah.
Your own company. And anything that you create, you always start from the bottom, unless you have like someone, here's $1 million, Mia, go start a business. But if you don't have $1 million and you don't have the money to start the company, are you going to let that stop you? When you apply for a job at one company and they reject you, do you
Really
stop
sweet.
applying or do you continue?
Yeah.
So you
That's
continue. So
true.
what you do is you don't have anything, but what you have a phone and you have a light, and you started something.
Yup.
You started something, and that could be something even great. Where like in 20 years, you could be telling a bigger story.
Oh
You
yeah,
could be telling
true.
a bigger story, and then you have all your wonderful supporters. Imagine you make enough. We're like, listen, we're having a retreat. These are my
Oh
loyal
yeah.
supporters from the
True.
beginning. They've been with me when it was just two of us, it was just six of us, it was just 10 of us. We are celebrating, and this is celebration. Who can come? You understand?
Yeah.
So that's what life is. It's about you cannot a lot of like I think Kat said a lot of people are applying for positions and they're not getting positions. So you create your position and you won't be making the money as if someone that's already established say, hey Mia, come, here's 100,000 a year salary.
Mm.
You're not gonna be making that, right?
Yeah.
Because you started out with nothing. But
Yeah.
that don't mean the possibility or the opportunity is or the potential is not there.
That is true. Vernon said win W love positive. Nice, nice. Go ahead. Yeah, W love positive. Yup. Yup. Oh, love positive, yeah. Yeah, shout out to you guys for donating gifts.
Don't even ask who hit you.
Keep the money coming, Evan said. Kayla said, bro, V chill. It's not that serious over moderator. Mia gave you moderator. Put everybody time out. Halo positive, Cat said, Vernon said, shout out everyone who donated.
You know what I
Thank
used to
you.
do?
But it really
I know
ran.
people. I know people that were very very talented in their field. They
Oh
were
yeah.
very talented,
Oh,
but
she coming in rant. She coming in rant.
they were very talented with what they did, but they did not have like that proper communication or look the way they supposed to look.
Mm.
And I advise them, listen, create your own thing. Create your own thing,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and make it from there.
Yup. Yeah, Evan. That happened like one time when I was at school. That was a cool stream. We got like $500 in midstream. Yup. That was really awesome. Shout out to Jonte. Yup. So yeah. Yup, that was cool. You donated $10. V, you don't buy moderator status. Okay, if you wanna donate $10, we greatly appreciate the support, but you don't have to. You can donate your time as well, right? But yeah, your time is more precious than money for sure, for sure. Watching the videos, my full nutritional YouTube videos, my live streams, sharing out the live stream uniquely a channel. Marketing for me, that's more precious than your monetary donations, right? But if you just want to donate just so you can become moderator, V, you can't buy moderator status on the channel. Um, oh, thank you again, King of the Weather. I didn't even see it. YouTube did not notify me that you purchased. How do I heart it?
Yeah, you saw that too, right, Noble?
Yes. Thank you so much, King of the Weather, for donating another a gift, a super chat. $1.99. Shout out to you. Shout out to you.
Deduct $2 from your 70,000.
Yes, really, really appreciate you, King of the Weather. Jazz hands to you. You're helping me get one step closer to paying off my student loan debt as always.
Now your loan debt is 68. Did you drop?
I don't, Mom. I didn't drop. Stop talking. I'm gonna do it. But thank you so much, King of the Weather, for the donation. I really, really do appreciate it. As always, it really means a lot. Hearts to you, King of the Weather. Jazz hands to you. Thank you so much for that $1.99 donation. Really means a lot. Love positive said, do you think staying positive is a choice I have? I think it's a choice. If you consistently make the choice to be positive, it will definitely become a habit. Evan said, for me, I told most people to go off out of my life. Hey, look. And you know what? I mean, you gotta do that sometimes. Sometimes you gotta tell people to get out of my life to be positive, right? You gotta do that sometimes. Yeah, shout out to you, King of Weather, for donating. Jazz hands to you, jazz hands to you. Really appreciate it. Evan said, poor Gen Z and Alpha is struggling to find a job. I think we are all in it together. Kat said, also, most people may not feel it because they're not streaming. But the comments are just tiny words on the screen. Yeah, it's words to explain, but unless I'm used to other people, to the last time I talk. Unless I'm used to the person, the comments don't matter. Yeah, exactly, right? So yeah, like unless like you're a consistent supporter, right? You've been here for a while, right? Sometimes I'll be surprised with people saying this like whoa, where did that come from, right? So I'll be surprised by that. But like I'm like, yeah, for the most part, if it's just a random person, right? Like even if it's like sometimes, like even a consistent supporter, sometimes people will say stuff and I'm like, okay, I see your perspective, understand that perspective. I don't agree with it, but like I still appreciate your support, right? But when people say stuff that's very negative and directed, try to direct it to me, whether you're a consistent supporter or not, I'm like, okay, I don't choose to accept that, right? It's a choice. Everything in, as I always say, guys, everything in life outside of life and death is a choice. I did not choose to be born. I do not choose when I will die, right? That is not a choice. So everything outside of that, no matter how simple it looks like, it is a choice. You choose to, I chose to wake up. Well, I didn't choose to wake up this morning, but I chose to get out of bed this morning. I chose to start this live stream. Yes, I have a live stream and schedule. I could have missed the schedule. I could have rescheduled the live stream. I could have canceled the stream. I chose to do this, right? Everything that I say on stream, I choose to say it. Even if it starts a controversial discussion or not, I choose to say this, right? Everything that I do, if I want to go outside right now, that's a choice that I'm making. If I want to stand in front of a car, that's a choice that I make. I'm not going to do that, right? But it's a choice that you're making. I chose to get my hair done. I chose to pay the money to get my hair done. I chose to do my nails, right? You have a choice in everything that you do except for life and death. And people say taxes, but some people choose not to pay taxes too, right? So, like, when you realize that, you can realize you can choose compliments too. When you realize that, you can realize if you're having an argument with somebody, you can choose if you want to stay in this argument or not. When you realize that, right? It's very hard to do sometimes because we're so quick to living in a world and having a mindset where things don't seem like it's a choice and we react, right? But once you start to understand that it's a choice and you try and make those choices every day and not react. I'm still learning to do that. Sometimes I react, but I'm still learning slowly but surely. It's going to become very easier. And I promise you guys, depending on the type of person you are, you'll just feel so, it'll just be, the world will be so much more funny, or just like, you'll just be so much more, I don't know, laid back with stuff, right? Or just a little bit, right? So yeah. What are you saying? I have to charge my phone. I have 11%. I will say the battery was decent. I started the stream at 7 a.m. I have 11% now. So I started at about 88% on my phone. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, 4 hours? I'm not sure if I'm happy with that. I'm not sure if I'm happy with that battery, but I started at 80 something percent. I don't know. 4 hours stream and it needs to charge now. I don't know. I didn't start at 100% with the live stream, so I don't know if I'm happy with that battery. But we'll see. I like to time how long it takes the battery to die on my phone. Streaming as a job. I hope me gets paid 500 per month. That would be cool to start with for sure. For sure. One day, Evan. One day. Evan said, I think your YouTube will grow. To be honest, your stream. Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna grow too. Like I don't stream every day, but yeah. I know I'm gonna grow. I'm positive. I'm manifesting it from now. So I know I'm gonna grow on YouTube for sure. Sometimes the process is fast, sometimes the process is slow, right? But yeah, I feel like from streaming, from posting those videos, from YouTube Shorts, I've learned the algorithm. YouTube, you guys like travel videos sometimes. You guys love the Guyana videos. Anytime I post Guyana travel videos, you guys watch those full length traditional YouTube videos like crazy. You guys like that one. Other videos like Day in My Life New York full length traditional YouTube videos, not so much. Y'all like YouTube Shorts and you guys love the live streams, right? I feel like I really like the live streams. I love editing the full length traditional YouTube videos, right? That's why I always say please watch them when I edit them, guys, because I put a lot of work into it and I love it. But yeah, so I'm learning the algorithm, and I think the more you learn the algorithm, the more I get better at editing, right? I think it'll be good. And then obviously you got to experiment. I like to experiment with the time and days I live stream, because when you do that, you get a different algorithm too. My live streaming schedule has somewhat thrown me off with the spontaneous live streams, but it is bringing consistency to the channel a little bit for y'all, which is cool. But yeah. Okay. And it's not gonna lie. Even when I worked through jobs, I felt like I still didn't have enough. Yeah, I hope it's 1,000 each month. Evan said, Mia, you ever thought about selling t-shirts, hoodies? I just saw someone I'm buying one. It's a beautiful. Yeah. Excuse me. I've thought about them for sure. I don't know. Oh, I forgot. I forget. I just stopped working on new designs, but I found some ways because when I start providing those services to y'all, where you guys can buy stuff, I want it to be good quality and I want it to be affordable, right? So as I said, we do have the first official merch of the Uniquely Mia merch. If you guys want some merch, Amazon, $20 USD coloring book, $20 in most currencies, has 77 pages, aids in your stress reduction, positivity mindset, called Uniquely Mia's Coloring Book. It is available to be purchased on Amazon. To find the link, go to my YouTube homepage, click links, and the link will take you directly to Amazon. But in the future, for sure, we're gonna definitely bring out some like t-shirts for y'all and some coloring and not coloring book t-shirts and some hoodies for sure, for sure. Maybe we should do like an event, like a Vernon said, I follow a lady on YouTube with 500 membership. Wow, $500 for membership who actually have people pay on their tier. Wow, yeah, that is crazy, especially because she does nothing exceptional or worthy of 500 subscription. Wow. Well, thank you again, King of Weather, for another donation. Shout out to King of Weather. They purchased another 99 cents donation. Super chat. Jazz hands to you. Jazz hands to you, King of the Weather. It's really, really amazing. Thank you so much for your generous donation. As always, you're helping me get one step closer to paying off my student loan debt. I really appreciate it, King of the Weather. Thank you so much for that. So what's for lunch, guys? It's almost lunchtime. Did you guys eat breakfast or late breakfast? Evan said they need caffeine in your system before you have to deal with humans. Mia, what if you have 10 million subscribers? That'll be crazy. That'll be really insane. We'll definitely be able to pay off our student loan debt by that point in time. Just from the viewership alone, I feel like, for my full nutritional YouTube videos. What's the first thing I'll do? If I haven't by that point in time paid off my student loan debt, pay off the student loan debt for sure. And have a giveaway, definitely. For 10 million, that'd be a really cool giveaway. Yeah, shout out to you, King of the Weather. You donated more than $4 for today. I really appreciate it. Jazz hands to you. Hearts to you, King of the Weather. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. D support said. What would you tell someone, okay, who feels like being positive is impossible right now? I don't. No. I can't change your thought process when you are ready to be positive. Just make sure you subscribe to Uniquely Mia from now on, and when you're ready to be positive, come back to the Uniquely Mia channel. Because as my mom said earlier, we can't really change people's thought process, right? And my intention when I have discussions with you guys is never to change your thought process. It's just to share opinions and to educate, right? But like when you guys subscribe to the channel, just know that my thought process is always going to be consistent. So like when you're ready to hear this different opinion or when you're ready to change your thought process, if that's something you want to do, come back to the Uniquely Mia channel and immerse yourself into the videos that I have. So yeah. Butterfly said, remember Mia, happy people ain't hating and hating people ain't happy. Oh yeah, that's true, true. I displayed everyone. Your blender chills for you this morning. What happened? It broke? D support said, let's share the link. So people see donations. I don't know. $1 from 70,000 people. Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. $1 from 70,000 people would be able to pay off my student loan. That is so true. Yep. Oh what? Inside butterflies. Nothing. Yeah. G. Those Wawa shoes. Take off your headphones. You want you want grilled cheese? Hello. You know I don't care. I don't care. He not answer. He ignore me. Stop, man. I don't like when little kids ignore me. Like he could hear me fine. Yeah. He ignored me, so I guess he's not hungry. He could hear me. I am not arguing to have him listen to me. Evan said, Brennan, another girl called Gigi. Neither did you. She likes so many. You didn't do nothing. Her money, it's unreal. Okay, read that. You'll be there one day, Evan. You know, I'll be donating once you get monetized. Love to see the support. Love to see the support, guys. Appreciate it. We go to a good cause. Alrighty, guys. So yeah. Definitely an insightful live stream, insightful discussion for sure. So does anyone have any other comments, questions, or concerns for us? We can stay on a little more, have another chat session if you want. We spoke about some good stuff today, I feel like. Spoke a little bit about what I'm doing today, which is mostly nothing except for the stream. So we got feminism a little bit. And then we spoke about The Walking Dead. We spoke about Black excellence. Now we're ending with monetization and just the future of Uniquely Mia channel. So yeah. What's your question for me, King of the Weather? Shout out to everyone who has donated for today's live stream. Shout out to Johnson, Dr. Johnson. Shout out to Vernon. Shout out to King of the Weather. Shout out to Love Positive. Shout out to D Support. Shout out to everyone who has donated. Shout out to Helene. Yes, Helene. Thank you. No, Haley. Shout out to Haley for donating today. Really appreciated you guys, your donations. Brandon said, as much as Evan gets on my nerves, she knows I'm her friend. Nice. Love to see it, right? And that's what the Uniquely Mia channel is all about, right? You guys are able to establish these friendships here on the channel because I think you guys met on the channel, right? Because I communicated on the Uniquely Mia channel. I could be incorrect. If I am, let me know. But that's what it's about. Build these positive relationships here on the channel. And then when you guys go to other YouTubers' channel, when you guys support each other, you're like, hey, I know you. You came from Mia, right? How you doing, right? So that's what it's all about, right? Building the positive relationships and positive communication methods here on social media, and you take it out to other YouTubers and content creators pages. You take this positivity out into the world, into your life, right? And hopefully by being nice to somebody, they're nice to you in return, and if they're not nice to you in return, karma's gonna get them, but somebody else will be nice to you, right? Do you usually do anything when you're bored? Yeah, I do my nails when I'm bored. Read books when I'm bored. Sometimes I'll watch Netflix when I'm bored, which is really rare since I've been home. I'll just do my nails or read a book. I like word searches like that. I've been using the word search, even my own coloring book. My book fell down. I've been coloring pages when I'm bored. So yeah. Good book. Where's my other page that I colored? I've been coloring at random. I've just been choosing pages that I like. I didn't finish this. I have to finish this one. So yeah, color when I'm bored. Mia, do you go to events with other content creators? No, I don't. I don't know how they be getting invited to events. I want to get invited to one. They be getting free stuff. But I don't know butterflies. So yeah, I don't go to any events with other content creators at this moment in time. I feel like so yeah, perhaps one day. I know one day we'll get invited, but I think right now, I think events are somewhat biased to inviting TikTok content creators more than YouTube. When I was younger, the rave was all about YouTube, but I think it's going to transition back to YouTube in the future with the uncertainty with YouTube and the algorithm, I feel like, for people. But now I see most content creators who get invited to events, even if they have less supporters than me, it's mostly from TikTok. So yeah, but for one day for sure, we'll get invited to an event. My mom and I have gone to some events where probably other content creators have been to, but like we just found those events randomly ourselves. We haven't been invited. But if you guys know any events, feel free to have them invite me. That they have other content creators there. Like if they give free stuff too, let them invite me. I feel like I'm very honest too. So what if it's food? What if they invite me to like a food event and like the food is disgusting? I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'll tell you guys the food is disgusting and I'll probably never get invited again. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, you have a cat, Evan? Okay, cool. What type of cat do you have? Kayla said, "Do you like Mexican music or not?" Bad Bunny is good. I don't know what he's saying. He's Puerto Rican though. He's not really Mexican, but yeah. Pitbull is Pitbull Mexican? It's going now. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. What's that? You make the night. I don't know. Mr. World, we're off infinity. You know the roof on fire. We're gonna do dance. Let the roof on fire. Fireball. Do 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 do. Okay, he's Cuban. Yeah, so he ain't Mexican still. Yeah, I don't know. So King, what? I guess I don't listen to Mexican. Feliz Navidad. I like that song. Feliz Navidad.
Selena.
Who's Selena? Oh, Selena. My mom likes Selena. I don't know who that. Like Selena Gomez.
No, Selena. Wasn't she Mexican? The lady killed one of her.
Oh snap! Ooh, that sucks, bro.
Selena.
Oh, so my mom likes Selena, King of the Weather. I don't know who that is. I have to listen to some of her songs.
Beautiful, young. She died young.
That's crazy, man. Evan said I posted my cat on the account. Have you seen him? No, I haven't seen your cat before. I'm gonna have to go check it out. When said OMG Vernon eyes went to the wrong place. Okay, okay. But yeah, guys, glad you guys could be here. So yeah, this was a long stream. I told you guys, streaming tires you out. You guys won't know unless you try it, but talking really makes you tired, right? Like, I don't think I'm tired to sleep. You can see my energy deplete. That's why sometimes when we're outside on adventures, right, I'll do like hours long stream. It comes to a point where we're just looking at each other. We're not even talking because like you just get like, I don't know. You just like, I guess your energy depletes a little bit, goes down the longer and longer you do. I guess you're sitting in the same place for a long time too. That also does it. But yeah, if you guys have any other comments, question, concern, be more than happy to answer it for y'all. But this is pretty good. Honestly, I'm building my endurance because even talk show hosts, they're not on for 4 hours straight. They're on for like an hour max, 2 hours max.
You know,
So yeah.
You have King of the Weather, you have Cassie, you have Drake, you have a lot of people. Basically, you guys are like, you are practicing for the greatness that you're going to do in the future. Oh. There's nothing greater than there's no one greater than someone that has been doing something for a long time.
Yeah, true. That's true. Christmas was a good time. Yeah. Yeah, I do like Christmas. I like the decorations around Christmas and stuff. I love Feliz Navidad. That's a good one. So yeah. But yeah, I think I might end the stream if nobody else has any comments, questions, or concerns. Special shout out again to everyone who has donated gifts and super chats for today's live streams. I really, really do appreciate you guys. Thank you always for making Uniquely Me a channel part of your day. Thank you, King of the Weather, for being here, for being an amazing moderator as always. Thank you, Evan, for being here, Katz for being here, Cam for being here, Vernon for being here, Drake for being here, Butterflies for being here, V for being here, Helene for being here, D Support for being here, Love Positive for being on today's live stream. Thank you so much. And yourself for being here. Thank you for being here as well, guys. Who else was on? Thank you, Dr. Jonathan, for being here. Thank you, James, for being here. Thank you, Millsy, for being on today's live stream. Really appreciated it. Thank you, D Support, for being on today's live stream. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Josh, for being here. James, for being on today's live stream. Thank you, Lexon, for being on today's live stream. Really appreciated you guys for your support and for your engagement as always. And for everyone else, thank you, 1871, for being here. For everyone else, I appreciate it. Everyone for being here. I know there was a lot of people. YouTube deleted some of your comments, I think. Hey, Raphael, how are you doing today? Glad you could be here. Yeah, I'll take moderator status off, King of the Weather, so I don't forget. But shout out to you for being an amazing moderator. Hey, it's Willa. How are you doing today? Can you give me a drawing idea, please? Draw a castle with a convertible in front of it and a pool in the backyard. If you want. Hey, Raphael, how are you doing today? Glad you could be here. Just came in. Glad you could be here. Glad you could be here. How's everything going with you? Brandon said, all right, later. Mia, Queen Mother, Cats, Evan, King of the Weather, Cam. I think that's it. Hey, nice. Bye, Gigi Cat. Pleasure having you on. My mom is doing good. Glad you could scroll through, Raphael. What is your day looking like today? Glad you could be here. Seeing what I said. By Vernon, by Mia, by Queen Mother, by Cats, by V, by everyone. Yes, thank you, Evan, for being here. Everyone, guys, really appreciated you guys. For the new people who just joined, you have a mini chat session if you want, but if you just scrolling through and you're not here anymore, if you want to get caught up, this was a very long live stream. We spoke about a lot of interesting things, so you can just rewind the stream and get caught up to date. Raphael said they're chilling. The weather is good in Jamaica. Very nice, very nice. Love. Okay, I've never been to Jamaica, but love the beach, love warm weather, love good food. So it sounds like a good time, honestly. Very nice, very nice. So yeah, guys. Appreciate you guys for being here. And the next scheduled live stream is tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's generally Trivia Monday, as long as we are in Uniquely Mia Studio. So as always, if you guys have any topics that you guys would like to ask me trivia questions on, stay tuned and I will answer said trivia questions for you guys or ask you questions on said topic tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as long as we're streaming from the Uniquely Mia Studio tomorrow. Ready? So yeah, you're gonna rewind and catch up. Okay, very cool, very cool. So have a great day, everyone. Thank you for being here. Stay positive, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye, guys. Thank you so much for watching. You see, you were ignoring me. You see, did I ask him, guys, if he had grilled cheese? If he wanted grilled cheese, and he was ignoring me. So yeah, bye, guys.